built this nation. You built this nation. You know, you're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to get, you built the nation. But you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense?
Yeah, this ain't fake news. This ain't fake news. This is not fake news. This is a real fake discussion. No, it's a fake discussion because it shouldn't be happening, right? And that's why I gave you guys the split images right here. Okay? Right here. Hold on. So you got the image on the left, that's African culture. That's some stuff you see in a movie like Black Panther. And then you got the image on the right, okay? And that's how most folks look. I don't know about y'all, but I don't even know why this is even a discussion or a debate. But apparently, FBAs don't have culture at all. This is what they would say. Matter of fact, let me put the link in the chat for anybody who believes FBAs have no culture, right? We can debate that as well. All right. Let me pin that link right there. All right. Okay. So I don't mind when people use terms like elder, baba, grand sheik, and grand this, papa this. I don't get into that personally myself. I don't have an elder. I don't have a baba. I don't have a grand sheik. I don't have none of that stuff. All right. I don't have none of that. Like, so ancestors, that's a real thing. So I don't mind the term or the terminology ancestor. That's a real thing. Okay. But when it comes to everything else, the babas and the elders, I don't have none of that shit. But I understand, like, people, you know, they caught up in their jargon and they'll use it over here. And I don't trip. I don't say nothing. Unless they say specifically unbiased Ron elders. I'm like, bro, I don't have no elders. I don't even know what that is. Like, that's some Hotep stuff. Okay, the elder stuff, that's some Hotep stuff. That's some Pan-Africanist stuff. And I'm not a Pan-Africanist. I'm not a Hotepper. I don't borrow their talking points at all. All right, I got ancestors who fought for us, died for us, killed for us, laid down foundations, laid down the groundwork, and that's great. But because, here's why I don't do the elder thing right here. Case in point. This guy right here is old on the right. He's old, so automatically he's an elder. All right, but and you would think elders got to be the most wise of the community, right? Of the ethnic group. But let's see what he got to say.
Self-hate is nothing different, you know. And so when they say the diaspora wars, as somebody that's from here, and I'm proud of so-called African American culture, I'm proud to be from here. We do have a distinct culture over here, but as somebody from over here, I've been waiting for us to come together. And being mad at another group, that don't mean that the group you in has unity. So I'm not.
Okay, you see that? Being mad at another group. So what kills me is that all these elders, these grand sheiks and papas and all this stuff, they're supposed to be from our lineage, right? But they all look at I'm telling you, I noticed this. I see the pattern. They all look at our lineage as a second-class system, right? They look at us as second-class Africans. They look at us as second-class Blacks, second-class African Americans. That's how they see us, as second class. All of them uphold Africa #1, the diaspora #2, and Foundation of Black Americans #3. Like, we're like according to these elder guys, we're like the worst representation of Black. So when there's a so-called diaspora war, all of them blame FBAs. So when look what he just said.
Miseducation, it's the same. Black self-hate, it's nothing different, you know. And so when they say the diaspora wars, as somebody that's from here, and I'm proud of so-called African American culture.
Okay, don't forget, African Americans we are the established now, right?
I'm proud to be from here. We do have a distinct culture over here.
We do. So see, he established the noun African Americans, and he said we. That's the plural noun that represents African Americans. We have a distinct culture. What did he say next?
But as somebody from over here, I've been waiting for us to come together and
us. That's the us, we, and African American. Everything is tied.
And being mad at another group, that don't mean that the group you.
Okay, you see. Now he said we are being mad at another group. Yeah, all of them make the same mistake intentionally. They called it a diaspora war, and then they all blame us. We're mad. We're attacking. We're divisive. All of these Pan-Africanists blame FBAs and Mother Glorious Africa could do no wrong. You know, they make up stuff like, hey, man, prisoners of war. When they talk about the transatlantic slave trade, some outright call it kidnapping. The brother on the bottom calls it a kidnapping. They make up, but the only kidnapping that was happening were Africans and blacks. But, you know, so they revise history. All these terms they're spewing out. Kidnapping, prisoners of war. You can't read none of that in the literature that they read when they read about the transatlantic slave trade. You don't read about a kidnapping. You don't read about prisoners of war. They insert these talking points to change the narrative to make Mother Africa blameless. So I was watching Tariq Nasheed earlier. I'm going to do a recap on that one. That's a good one. But he was saying the same thing about white supremacists. White supremacists, they blame everybody but white supremacy and systemic racism. They'll say the Jews did it, or they'll make everybody Jewish. So if this person is clearly a white supremacist, they'll say they're Jewish. And they'll say the Arabs, they'll say everybody under the sun, but they do not acknowledge systemic racism, and they don't blame white supremacists. So I said this 4, 5, 7 years ago. I said black Pan-Africanism, Afrocentrism is nothing but whitewashed white supremacy. It just painted black. It just black folks taking the credit. Okay? So same thing. Like the goal is to don't blame Africa. Don't hold them accountable, responsible for nothing. They're blameless. White supremacy, don't blame white supremacists. Don't acknowledge systemic racism. Blame everybody else. So in white supremacy, they blame the Jews. In Pan-Africanism, they blame FBAs. So we are the Jewish version of the Jews. FBAs are the Jews of Pan-Africanism. We are to blame for everything. All right.
UN has unity. So I'm not interested unless we have some kind of unity going on, because ain't nobody.
Okay, so he's not interested in whatever until we have unity. So FBA's got to have unity first, or nothing else makes sense. No talking points we have, no reparation stance. None of that means anything to him. It has no value, because we have to have unity first. Every last one of us got to be unified. You did. We got to unify with Candace Owens. We got to unify with Larry Elder, Thomas Sowell, and even his elder. We got to unify with this guy who's a Pan-Africanist. We got to unify with Professor Smalls, Baba Smalls. We got to unite with Baba Umar Johnson. You dig? And Grand Sheik, this guy, and Hotep, this guy. Okay. We gotta be perfect. So FBA's got to be perfectly in line for our ideas to matter to a Pan-Africanist.
Nobody going down to the school board. They still ain't teaching your FBA child nothing about FBAs in school, you know.
And they laughing. You hear that? They still attacking just FBAs. Now, he's not going to do this about Africa. He's not going to point at Africa at all, or the Caribbean. Everything is all about hating FBAs. That's what Pan-Africanism is about. Hating FBAs. I said before, it's a religion. Africa is heaven. Okay, Africa is also the God of heaven. And the diaspora are holy saints missionaries in Africa. Africans are holy saint missionaries, and their job is to save the lost sheep. And the lost sheep is only FBAs. Haitians, everybody else black are holy saints, and their job is to save us from the devil, which is the white man. That's the religion of Pan-Africanism. Listen to their language. All right. So now, they still ain't teaching FBA history. Like, dude, what are you talking about? FBA history is Paul Robeson, Frederick Douglass. That's all taught in schools. What are you talking about? Oprah Winfrey, like they're FBAs. Like he's acting like FBA history. He's acting like there's a separate history in 2025 for FBAs than it was in the 1600s, 1800s, 1900s. Like Malcolm X and Dr. King are not FBAs. That's how they talk. Listen to them. So now you know they're teaching Malcolm X and Dr. King in schools. So they are teaching FBA history. When I say they, I'm talking about teachers, the school system.
And being mad at another group, that don't mean that the group you in has unity. So I'm not.
See, we're the aggressor, right? We're the defendant. We're being mad at another group. Hey, peace, Maxwell Jenkins at B1. Salute all mods in the chat family. 420 Diamond. They get it. Claude. We in here. Okay, listen to this garbage.
Not interested unless we have some kind of unity going on, because ain't nobody going down to the school board. They still ain't teaching.
So ain't nobody going down to school board. 43 million FBAs. We're just absent when it comes to defending our education. We're just sitting around waiting for Baba top right to do it for us, or some type of or Umar school.
Teaching your FBA child nothing about FBAs in school. You ain't shutting the.
And so look, all this projection, this is what Pan-Africanism isn't doing.
Korean woman down that's selling you 1,000 FBAs in school. You ain't shutting a Korean woman down that's selling you $1,000 dead hair off of Indian women's heads. They still making multi.
You see? So I'm telling you, family, just watch these fools talk. They're going to blame us for everything. Just like white supremacists, they blame us for everything. Okay? They said Dr. King was starting trouble when he was asking for equality, demanding equality, asking and demanding equality. They said he's starting trouble. Okay? We joked around and called it good trouble, but that's how this guy talks. So to him and to this panel, boycotting African salons, businesses, and things like that is just stupid. It's ludicrous. We ain't boycotting Korean stores. So, in other words, Koreans are, in his mind, in a Pan-Africanist mind, since the Koreans are abusing us, since white supremacists are abusing us, since in their mind, Jews are abusing us, don't complain when Africans join the bandwagon and abuse us. No, don't say nothing about them. You start first with whites and then Koreans, like there's a pecking order, like there's an abuse order. No. Don't complain about Africans abusing you. No. You got to first deal with white supremacists and then the Jews and then Koreans and then this person, that person, Arabs. Yeah, these dudes are nuts.
Billions of dollars. When is that war gonna start? You know what
That's
I'm saying?
right.
So
see, look, when is that diaspora war against Koreans gonna start? This guy, I don't recall Koreans directly cosplaying as Foundation Black Americans just to stop reparations and other equities that's allocated towards us. I don't recall Koreans saying they're black and then misrepresenting us purposely. I don't recall Koreans making a documentary about Chicago or rehashing a bloodbath like DJ Academics. I don't recall them creating social media called the Shade Room and only project FBs in a negative light. I don't recall them creating World Star Hip Hop, okay, and also displaying Foundation Black Americans in a negative light. That's a war. I don't recall Koreans outrightly doing that. So yeah, they waged the war on us through social media, the same way liberals and conservatives do. These tethers joined the bandwagon. I don't recall Koreans doing that.
So it's easy to, and when you black and you suffer from black self-hate, it's real easy to have a black enemy. It's real.
You see? So look, family, if you're black and you suffer from black hate, he's talking about FBAs, he's saying it's real easy to have an enemy. So we're suffering from black self-hate. So therefore we're looking at black folks globally and we're picking fights with them. We're making them enemies when they're just loving brothers and sisters, just loving siblings. We're starting trouble because we hate each other so much. FBAs hate each other so much that we got to find an internal enemy, not an external. Okay? And we chose the diaspora in Africa. Peace, Ayel Benziak. Are you there? You on mute? Yeah, unmute yourself. If you are there. Ayel, if you want to speak, you gotta unmute yourself. There you go. How you doing?
Peace. From Britain.
Yeah. Your microphone don't look like it was. Are you talking?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I hear you now. Yeah. Okay, I hear you.
Oh yeah.
Turn my phone up.
One in a piece from Britain.
Yeah, you sound. Let me ask the chat. Does Ayel sound low? I think you sound low to me. Let me read the super chat. There's Lineage Love right here from Maxwell Jenkins. He said, with me, it's F them. The AU is trying to steal our reparations. Are they serious? Okay, so Ayel, I don't. Ayel, he's probably gonna join again. He hung up. So Ayel, just click back in. Your audio, I don't know if it was me. Can y'all hear him? So they can hear you. I couldn't. And if I can't hear him, I don't know how to respond. 3M, Spirit Within. Okay, he's back. Spirit Within. Let me throw Spirit Within, the Lineage, Wrench. Everybody liked the video, like the live. Like, we're gonna have a good discussion with Ayel, you can unmute. Okay, there you go. Can you say it again? Okay, wait for Ayel. Are you there? Okay. Oh, you went, okay. You're on mute. You're off mute. You're back on mute. You're off mute. Okay, you can talk now, Ayel. So you're back on mute. You're off mute now. Don't hit the mute button. Okay, Ayel, try to say something. Well, maybe it is his phone. Okay, so he's gonna try again. All right. So let's be patient. I'll start the show until they call back in. We'll try again.
Real easy. That's the easiest enemy for us to have, is somebody else that look like us.
You see? I mean, this dude completely blamed the diaspora war on Foundation Black Americans. Like I say, all Afrocentrics, all Pan-Africanists, they do the same thing. It's Ayel. Matter of fact, let me give Ayel the call-in number. So Ayel, maybe if it don't work this time, I'm gonna put the call-in number in the chat. So if it don't work this time, you can call in. But sometimes the computer link isn't always thorough. I'm gonna put the call-in number at the bottom. Okay, so if it doesn't work this time, you can just call the phone number. I put the phone number plus the meeting code. All right, Ayel, try to say something. Yeah, I see your microphone is open, but I don't see any activity. But we did hear you the first time you came in. On my end, it's just kind of like low. But try to speak. If you can't get through now, call in the calling number. I put it in the bottom of the chat. So call that phone number and put that meeting code in, and the phone will probably work better. And that's why I usually use the calling number, because the computer link ain't gonna work out for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Brother, what's your take on it? That was powerful, Baba. What's your take on it?
What's so powerful about that? The dude Baba just simply blamed FBAs for the diaspora war. What's so powerful about that? And he blamed us, and he said that we're dealing with self-hatred. So we look at anybody looks like us, and we just blame that person that looks like us. So we're 100, according to Baba, we're 100% responsible for the diaspora wars. Same day. Okay. So let's see if this works now. Okay. So you should work now.
Hello?
You there now? Okay, I hear you now. I hear you better. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Yeah. Good morning from Britain.
Good morning. And you said you're calling from where? What state?
Britain. United Kingdom.
Oh, Britain.
North London.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Yes, sir. Nice to meet you. Yes. How do you want to contribute to the show?
Yeah. I mean,
podcast.
I've probably been watching you for about 2 months or something now, and
Okay.
yeah, long story short, I rock with you know, as a Black Caribbean Brit. I mean, yeah, I rock with the FBA thing, the delineation.
Okay.
You know, yeah, as a foreigner, I support what's happening because you know that because the primary goal is Black Americans getting on code, and one thing I
Right.
realize is Black people globally, whether you're from Britain, America, Canada, Brazil, if you're gonna go for something like reparations or just get on code in general, you have to get rid of the enemies within that are not good enough. Is that
Right.
So I understand the delineation because when it's things like excluding and getting rid of the tethers, that's not. I can understand that's not getting rid of all non-FBAs. That's getting rid of the
Right.
non-FBAs that ain't good enough. So that's one
Right.
thing I want a lot of non-FBAs in America to know. It's not a thing where just because you're not a FBA that you're going to be seen as a tether or you're going to get this. No, that tether
Right.
is that foreign Black trash. So I get it.
Right. Yeah, 100%. And it's funny that, like you said, it's easy to understand. So the tether class, and not just tethers, because you got some FBAs. We call them. Some are Pan-Africanism and some are coons, right? So Pan-Africanism is a religion in America for FBAs who just got a deep hatred for FBAs, all right? Because we are a direct threat to Pan-Africanism in America, not globally, just in America. We're a deep threat to that religion. But it's not hard to conceive. Like, even when white folks hear it, they be like, okay, yeah, I don't see the big issue. Even Latinos, they hear it like, oh, okay, yeah, I don't see the big issue. So folks from the diaspora and the continent Africa, those who have an issue with it, they purposely, like you just said, they purposely act like they don't understand it, and they're just in the way. They stand in the way. And go ahead.
Yeah. I think what they need to think of things more calculated and realize is like, how could I say, when it comes to I can understand why a lot of Black Americans are not dealing with Pan-Africanism, because it is. Myself personally, I was a Pan-African from 2010 to 2014, and actually from 2010 to 2024 last year. The reason why I stopped being a Pan-African is because I realized, hang on a minute, I've realized in Africa, a lot of, like, example, there's things that, like, example, a lot of the people from the Horn region, they people from Somalia, Ethiopia, Eritrea, they just like Bantus, people that look like me and myself and yourself, or just the average Black person on the planet. They just like Bantus, or people that are Niger Congoid or West African and Central African. What's the how could I say? What else? Like, or things like in Sudan, you got a lot of you got a lot of the Habeshas that despise the people from Darfur,
Right.
that nature, and I realized, hang on a minute. When I look at the roots of Pan-Africanism, from what I know, it started off with Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey was a descendant of slaves, and also, sure, I realized, hang on a minute, what he
Right.
what he could have meant was that Pan-Africanism was a thing with us as the children of slaves, where we got distributed in the Americas, where a whole lot of African tribes, where we used from Angola, Liberia, Congo, Cameroon, all got together and got together genetically and formed multiple African genes and things of that nature and became a success. And I realized things like that haven't happened in Africa, where someone could be quarter Congolese, quarter Liberian, quarter Cameroonian, quarter Nigerian, and get together and genetically be successful. Things like that don't really happen in Africa. And I realized things like that have been successful outside Africa. So I said, you know what? I'm no longer Pan-Africanist anymore. No disrespect. I'm Pan-Black instead, because I realized, you know what? Pan-Black, that's more something to get on code. I can go Suriname. I can be like, yo, that's my Black brother. I can go Brazil. I can be like, hey, that's my Black brother. I can go Colombia. I can be like, that's my Black brother. I can go to Black Americans. I can be like, yeah, that's my FBA Black brother. That's more codified and it works. If I go to Africa now, Blackness doesn't. How could I say? The instinct of Black isn't there. So I realized, you know what? I'm Pan-Black now. I'm not Pan-Africanist no more.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, like the definition changes vastly depending on who you're speaking to, right? Some folks believe that you need to, like, they believe Africa is the Holy Land, like, you know how the Muslims do Mecca. Africa is the Holy Land, and at some point, all Blacks globally need to go to Africa and like worship the ground that people walk on. Then you got some people who believe that you need to just go live there. You need to repatriate there. And then number three, people believe like we're all just Africans. We're all just generic Africans. And to me, disrespecting our cultural differences, our ethnic differences. Like, no, you're just African. And when they don't even call themselves African, like they all, I mean, to a degree, but they don't hold that higher than their ethnic identifiers. So yeah, they'll say they're African, but they'll wave a Nigerian flag. Like they're not going to wave an African flag. They're going to wave a Nigerian, Sudanese, Senegalese. They're going to wave Zimbabwean flags. Like, where is the African flag? I'm dying to see that. You know, if Africa is Africa, then we need an African flag. We need to see one, and then at least that's a step towards like unifying Africa. But we see division in Africa. We see. You look at the Nigerians, they'll say, no, we're Nigerian. Then they'll peel that onion back and say, well, we're not just Nigerians. We're from this Fulani and this one Igbo. And then they'll peel it back even more. Like, hey, we're not even Nigerian. We're Igbo. And we're that. So to disregard everybody's ethnic group identifier and ethnogenesis and just make us all generic Africans, when they themselves will peel back the onion and say, well, actually, I'm Canadian, you know, and they'll peel that back and say, actually, I'm this. It's like, so they kind of leave us in limbo land by just calling us generic Africans. And I think that's disrespect. But you have some that believe that believe we're just all Africans, it's all one big family, which is like just a dream. It's like, right, like, it's no big family in Nigeria. Like, you guys fighting in there, you guys fighting in Zimbabwe, and you got the jihadists fighting in Burkina Faso. So, like, we look at the whole thing as just a fantasy, like no different than waiting for Jesus to come back any day now, Santa Claus for the kids. Like, we look at it like that. It's like a joke. And then you look at it 100 years later, it's like, okay, what has been established? Like, where's the African American or Pan-Africanist museum? Where's a big one, a big super max museum? Where's the grocery stores? Like, what is the engine behind it that we can say, wow, yeah, this shows some promise? It's nothing but just rhetoric, people walking around bigging up Africa and saying they hate the white man. Yeah, so we don't see that as, we see it as what we call a nothing burger. It just make you feel good. Just feel goodism. That's how we see Pan-Africanism.
I feel what you're saying because it's like, because there's when it comes to Pan-Africanism, because it's like, even although I'm not a Pan-Africanist, I still kind of want Pan-Africanism to succeed, because it's like, it's
To
like
succeed at what? Like, what is some of the core beliefs? That they, you say succeed, like, so there got to be points. There got to be bullet points. Like, they want to accomplish this, and then that, and then this. So what are one of the bullet points of Pan-Africanism that you would love to see that's realistic, like something within like 20 years that you would like to see succeed?
To be honest, I want a lot of these countries' borders to be rewritten. Example, somewhere like Chad. Chad, in my opinion, is not supposed to exist because one, it's landlocked. And like example, I think every landlocked country in Africa needs to be have its borders united with an African country that has a sea. So example, someone like Zimbabwe, I think Zimbabwe needs to be part with and be a country with Mozambique because it's landlocked.
See, but that's not a realistic 20-year goal. See, when you say succeed, like that could happen 1,000 years from now. I'm saying like a realistic 10 to 20-year goal, something you could see is already in place, and it just takes a decade or so to get it accomplished. Like something, because now we're going back to dreamland. It's back to, yeah, we want these borders to unite. And man, have you seen how some Ghanaians are feeling about Nigerians lately?
Yeah, I've seen that. I mean, living in Britain, and Ghanaians and Nigerians, they've been here for that last 100 years. I mean, from what I've seen in my 36 years of living, that's what I'll call a friendly rivalry.
That's not what I've seen from you two. I see people like spitting and slobbing with pure hatred. Like, yo, get these guys up out of here. Like, they are a cancer. What about in India? Have you seen the Nigerians getting their stores boycotted and not a protest? The Indians protesting the Nigerian stores in India. Have you seen that?
I actually haven't, but I think Nigerians should not be living in India because India is one of the most anti-black countries on the whole planet.
I'm saying, but they're there for a reason, though. They're there because they see opportunity. What about in South Africa? Have you seen the way the South Africans are? Some of them are talking about Nigerians.
Yeah, in my opinion, South Africa is a coon warehouse. That's one of the main reasons why I stopped being a Pan-Africanist, because a lot of South Africa, they're some of the biggest coons on the whole planet. I remember I was friends with one from 2010 to 2016. I had to cut him off because he was such a coon. And this is way before I started to get into these type of conversations. I just cut him off because he was a coon by nature. But now I realize why. Because South Africa is one of the biggest coon countries on the planet.
So what's a realistic? You said you like it to succeed. Like there has to be, and now that was your personal. That was personal for you. Like you want to see borders, but Pan-Africanism is a real noun. So in the doctrine, in the religion of Pan-Africanism, what do they want to accomplish? Like what is realistic in the next 10 to 20 years in Pan-Africanism? Like, because you see a school can't even come to fruition in 10 years. You know, it's taking this guy his whole life to establish a school. So like what's likely to succeed that could be a victory for Pan-Africanism? And again, 10 to 20 years, not when Jesus come back.
That's a great question, because this explains why I became Pan-Black instead of Pan-Africanism, because I realized that question would apply to a lot of Pan-Africanists that live outside like the ones that live inside Africa. I don't know about them, but a lot of Pan-Africanists are like Caribbean. We've got a lot of Pan-Africanists here in Britain, some in America, and things of that nature. And I realized, and this is what I realized, Pan-Africanism is more active outside Africa than it is inside Africa. And that's why I was realizing, why is that? Because again, it's linked back to blackness, and that's why I said, you know what, that's why I was like, you know what, I'm Pan-Black now instead of Pan-African. But I don't even see it. I don't see it being successful in Britain, Canada, United States, the Caribbean, Haiti. I don't see Pan-Africanism nowhere being successful. To be honest, Pan-Africanism in Britain, from what I've seen in my 36 years of living, I'll actually agree with you. There hasn't been what's it? I mean, socially that there's been success in terms of breeding. In regards to business, no, because that it's. I mean, there's a few black shops here and there and whatnot, but there's not enough. So I can actually agree with you economically. There hasn't been enough success. Socially, there has been in regards to mixing. Because there's like example, I'm a genetic mixture of 3 different Caribbean islands. And if you ask a black Brit, a lot of them will say I'm half this, I'm half that, or they might say I'm quarter this, quarter that, or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would agree with you that economically there hasn't been enough success in regards to Pan-Africanism here in Britain.
So you say socially it's a success?
Yeah, because you can meet someone that could say they're half Ghanaian, half Trinidadian, or something like that, or half Nigerian, half Barbados, half
that means you're
Congolese.
Pan-African because you're mixing? That's the goal of Pan-Africanism, is to mix with different black countries?
I would say that could potentially be a social goal.
Yeah, but where's that at in the manual? Like, it just looked like people okay. So these different neighboring countries who are intermixing, the parents themselves, like, did they say, hey, this is our goal. Our goal is to intermix because we want to bring fruition to Pan-Africanism? I don't believe that's what they were thinking when a Haitian dates a Trinidadian or this person. I don't think the parents have on their mind Pan-Africanism. And they're intentionally mixing for a greater cause.
Oh no, they're just mixing by instinct, to be honest.
Yeah, see, but you just can't plaster Pan-Africanism on that though. See, that's not how things work. Like, you just can't look at a situation, like it, and then put a sticker Pan-Africanism on it. And that's what people are doing. People looking at Ibrahim Traoré and other folks in Africa, and even the Jamaican Prime Minister, and they're just liking what they're saying, liking what they're doing, just putting a sticker of certified Pan-Africanist. Like, dude, like, that's not what they call it.
I would, like, example, what Mr. Traoré is doing. Personally, I think I would call that Pan-Blackism, because he's fighting against.
No. See, but here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. You can't call it what he's not calling it. Like, you can't put a name on something that he's not calling. Like, for example, like what I'm doing in my life. If I look at it as Christianity or gangbanging, you can't come behind me and say that's Pan-Africanism. Like, that's not how it works. It needs to be defined as Pan-Africanism when a person is active. You can't come behind him and say, like, because that's what kind of like what the women's movement does. They look at people in the past and say, hey, this is women's suffrage, this is feminism. And like they redefine it now for 100 years ago. Not Measy, did you want to add on to the conversation?
Hey, peace, brothers. Now, I just clicked on. I don't want to jump in where I'm not knowledgeable on, and I'm only not knowledgeable because I don't know where you guys are in the conversation. But where y'all at right now?
Pan-Africanism, like, is it successful in any way, shape, form, or is it something that needs to be abandoned?
Oh, it definitely needs to be abandoned. As a matter of fact, it has been abandoned. The majority of Black people do not band together just for being Black, okay? Especially not on the continent of Africa. There's tribalism even within tribes. If you look at East Africa, there's it goes deeper than tribe. It goes from tribe to clan and then sub-clan. So Africans recognize and understand that each group of people that happen to be Black have different issues, they have different cultures, different languages, different dialects, and different phenotypes, right? So just to say that because they're Black, that they need to band together is actually stupid. You know what I'm saying? And I think we as Black Americans were acting stupid back in the day, thinking that Black people, FBBs, foreign-born Blacks, were gonna come and get down with us, when a lot of them were really, you know, licking Zaddy's boots, because they had at that point first contact with whites before we did in America. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So they look at whites differently. I say that a lot of Black Americans look at whites as the ops, and a lot of Africans look at white people as the opportunity, because they've been on the for real. Ops versus ops, opposition versus opportunity. So it's any African that gets on here and tries to say that Pan-Africanism is real, I would just say, look, it exists in theory amongst individuals, okay? But there are no serious Pan-African movements. There's nothing of power that has Pan-Africans. It's really just a pie-in-the-sky ideology that tries to link Black people together based on common struggle. But really, Black American struggle is totally different from an East African struggle, which is totally different from a West African struggle, which is, as a matter of fact, a Black American from the North struggle is different from a FBA from the South struggle. You understand what I'm saying? But as Black Americans, we can relate to each other because we have similar language, similar culture. We all know, say grace, keep your elbows off the table. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. You don't go to somebody's house and open the refrigerator. Get home before. There's stuff that we know as Black Americans, and we got to fix our thing and our relationship first before we even dare to think about reconnecting with some FBBs.
Well, listen, let me add to that. We still can't think about connecting with them because they got to do what we're doing. The same thing you saying we got to do amongst ourselves, they got to do amongst themselves. Like I said, everybody talking about Africa, Africa, Africa. Where's the African flag? Like, let's start with that. Let's start with you guys over there in Africa. Come up with an African flag. If you say Africa, 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 but then you hold up a flag that's different from the other African. And the other African, there's 54 states there, and they got 54 different flags. So which one is the African flag? So they always say, hey, where's the place of Black? Where's the land of Black? Well, where's the land of Africa? Because they got to have a flag for that land? You can't give me 54 flags. Where's the African flag? So they got to start with that, and then they got to work out the kinks amongst themselves. Just because we get our stuff straight doesn't mean they're ready. They got to get their stuff straight.
Absolutely. I was drinking something when I was listening to you.
Okay.
Look, these Africans, right? Their tribe. Actually, it depends on what part of Africa you're in. A lot of them are religion first, especially if they're Muslim, right? So it's religion, tribe, and then nationality. Okay, well, tribe, sub-tribe, and then nationality. Outside of Africa, they become this global African when it's time to form like Voltron against the most successful premium Blacks of the world, which are Black Americans. You get these people. And look, if you go to certain parts of Africa, bro, like, and y'all could fact check me on this. The Horn of Africa, half of them don't even recognize themselves as being Black. They are more Arab,
we know that.
Just like Sahelians. And the Sahel is like that region above West Africa, but right below North Africa. They identify as an Arab before they identify as a Black person. You know what I'm saying? So
all right, so wait, let me slow you down because you're interchanging Black and African, and like they're not interchangeable. Like for example, you're saying North Africa, South Africa. You're not going to say North Black, South Black, right? So they're not interchangeable, Black and African.
What do you mean? Well, there are Black Africans, and there are Africans that are like I call them Arabized Africans, right? Once you get
okay,
West,
what you're saying, what you just said was, see, what they have in common that they're African, North Africans, the Middle Eastern, right? But if Black is interchangeable with that, then those Arabs will still be Black. They'll be Black too. Because Africa, according to you, you're using it interchangeably. Like sometimes you say Africa, sometimes you say Black. So if that's true, then those North Africans or Middle Eastern people, they're also Black.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you're
because
getting
they're
at.
African.
Well, look. Well,
Okay, let me make it real.
Let's settle this
Wait.
right here.
Okay, so let me just let you know where I'm getting at.
Without Africa, first of all,
yes.
You can't.
Wait. Blackness is an experience, man. Okay. So in America, so let's make it real simple. So when we called ourselves black, who else in the world was calling themselves black? Did any African or any Jamaican or anybody else in this world call themselves black when we were calling ourselves black in America?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, there were people calling themselves black before us. You asked the question. Let me give it to you. Pause. So if you take it
in English, because you about to say some French wee bullshit. I'm talking about in English. Did anybody say the word black in English as identified? I'm just asking a simple question. Right, just get to it. Let's get to it. Right, just get to the answer.
Let's get to it. You asked me,
and
I'm trying to give it to you, and then you cut me off talking about say it in English. I speak 5, but I wouldn't.
Black. I'm saying BLACK. I don't do semantics with Negro and.
Now. I'm trying to tell you.
Go ahead.
Brother, if you want me to click off, bro, like we on the same team.
No.
Look, I got quiet. You said I'm trying. I said, go ahead. I got quiet. You said, I'm going to click off. Tell us. Go.
Okay, so now blackness, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Sudan was
not blackness, black. No. I ain't talking about, see, bro, I'm saying if we say the black man.
You can't tell me how to answer the question. Just if I say something wrong, then
you ain't gonna give me, but also you ain't gonna give me any answer either. I'm giving it. Okay, listen to the question. But listen to the question first. You talking about black land? I got it. Listen to the question first.
Give me the chance to get it out, and then cook me after.
Yeah, but you gotta answer the. Right, but you gotta answer. You can't just give me any old answer. I made it very clear.
What you're trying to do is cook the books. You can't tell somebody to answer it to fit your narrative.
Because you about to give me some Hotep answer.
In the Caribbean.
Okay, so listen to the question. I don't want to. Wait. Listen to the question, because again, bro, I've been doing this for a long time. I understand the semantics. See, Kemet means black land. No,
I'm not an Egyptomaniac, brother.
But I don't want to listen. What I'm saying though. Okay, I got to meet you because you're just talking in circles now. Hey, Ayel and saying this is very simple. I don't want a translation. Don't give me nothing in German, black. Don't give me nothing in Spanish and Greek, and then no, I want it in English. What person was calling themselves BLACK before us? Because all these countries, they speak English, bro. All these Ghanaians, Nigerians, and Kenyans, they all speak English. Jamaicans, they all speak Haitian, they speak English, bro. Which one of them were calling themselves black before us at the same time we were calling ourselves BLACK? No semantics, no interpretations. English black, bro. The color black in English. Go ahead.
Rastafarians in Jamaica.
What year? What year?
Do I know the year? I don't know. But let me get to what you're really trying to say.
No. Start there. No. I don't need you to tell me what I'm trying to say. I know what I'm saying. You gonna
let me rock or not?
No, you're not. This ain't the rock out show, bro. No, this ain't the rock out show. This is information only, because I see you're using black and African interchangeably. You cannot do that. Because like I said, there are people called.
You can. You're about to get cooked on your own show unless you kick me off. So just kick me off and then save face.
Okay. So listen.
On this show. Trust me.
Okay. I'm trying to let you cook, but you keep saying the same thing over and over. So show us how you can use black and interchangeably. That's all. Show us in 30 seconds. I don't want 3 minutes. I want no lecture. Just give us 30 seconds of how you can do that. Go ahead.
I'll give it to you in 15.
Okay.
Black is dependent on being of African descent, period. If you are not of African descent, then you are not black. Melanated does not mean black. Melanated can mean Indian. Melanated could be Southeast Asian. For you to be black, you have to be of African descent. 15 seconds. Let's go.
Okay. So now when black was introduced as an identifier in America, who came up with that?
The best blacks on the planet, Black Americans. We took black and made it cool.
No, brother. I'm saying specifically, what black person identified Foundation Black Americans as black?
We identified ourselves as black people.
Okay, brother. See what I'm saying? All right. Okay, so you don't know, so listen now.
That's the question. I gave you the answer,
okay, you haven't given an answer. Okay, I don't mean to put you in the back.
I said
Okay,
we.
I said
That's
what?
an answer.
Okay, cool. Okay. So what black individuals called us ADOS? They said, hey, we're ADOS. What was it? We or was it somebody particular? Who came up with ADOS?
ADOS and black are not the same thing.
I'm asked. All right. Goodbye.
You're asking me. You're asking me.
Goodbye. You see, ADOS is Yvette, Carnell, and Tone Talks, and I was going to say FBA next. That's Tariq Nasheed, and who re-implemented African Americans identifier Jesse Jackson. Black is Elijah Muhammad. God damn, ain't that damn hard. So my point is, he made up a definition for black. When Yvette and Tone Talks came up with ADOS, they had a definition in mind. It was very exclusive. It was not inclusive. When Tariq Nasheed came up with FBA, very exclusive, not inclusive. When Elijah Muhammad came up with black, it was very exclusive, family. It was not inclusive. He was speaking to black people in America. His book is called To the Black Man in America. Black Panthers, black power, black God. All that stuff came from Elijah Muhammad first, foremost. He didn't regard Africa at all. Okay? He spoke down on Africa. He looked at Africans as primitive people that was nowhere near FBA's excellence. That's Elijah Muhammad in the 1950s and 40s. Okay, so yeah, you cannot use black and African interchangeably because black is a goddamn experience. So let me just hit you out with this real fast. The dude just talking and rambling, cooking, whatever, man. I give you time. You couldn't cook food by your damn self. All right, look. Let me give you how we felt. What black meant. Black was not a skin color to us, man. It was an experience. All right. So if you're gonna come on the show and so-called cook, at least know your history, bro. And ain't listen to that Hotep stuff. The black land. This dude said Kemet the black land. Come on, man.
Yeah,
they talking about soil, by the way. Yeah, but they talking about soil. They're not talking about black people. Like, why would you have to call a country of if they're black and dark skinned black? Why do I gotta call black people black in a black country? That's self-evident. We're 13%, so we got to make that thing known over here. All right, let me get you this real fast. Let me get you this. Our sister Deborah Dickerson. All right. Pause. All right. Okay. Listen. This is right here, family. Listen what he does not know. Okay. What he lacks. Okay. It's not that hard, man. I'm not trying to beat the beast. I'm trying to teach the beast, but you can't just start rambling and ranting. This is how we felt. Listen to this. There's a reason, same day, there's a reason why we were calling, there was a reason back in early 2000, we were saying Obama's not black. Now, ain't he African? Mm-hmm. Ain't he Kenyan? Same day?
Yeah, I know.
So why was a lot of Southeast Black Americans saying he's not black when he's clearly Kenyan? Okay, watch this.
Is Barack Obama black?
No, he's not. In the American political...
Oh, this is a Foundation Black American sister here. Mm-hmm. She said Obama ain't black. And he's clearly Kenyan, right? That's why I say African and black they're not interchangeable. Okay, they're not even synonymous. Now, look, she's going to explain how he's maybe of color, but he's not black. He might be of African descent, but he ain't black like us. Listen, family, this is easy.
Is Barack Obama black?
No, he's not. In the American political context, black means the son of West African, the descendant of West African slaves brought here to labor in the United States.
Descendant of slaves. You heard that. DOS. This is before FBA, before ADOS. This is 2003 right here. Or at the very best, 2007. All right? Okay. Descendants of slaves, that's who blacks are. One more time.
Is Barack Obama black?
No, he's not. In the American political context, black means the son of West African, the descendant of West African slaves brought here to labor in the United States. It's not a put down. It's not to say that he hasn't suffered. It's not to say that he doesn't have a glorious lineage of his own. It's just to say that he and I, who am descended from West African slaves brought to America, we are not the same.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, exactly. So you cannot use black and African interchangeably. So he's a low-key Pan-Africanist trying to push that shit. I caught that right away same day. Like, oh, why do you keep saying black and African? Like, again, you got North Africans. Are they North Blackians? You dig? Like, no, they're not.
Right.
So you cannot use it interchangeably.
Nope. No.
You got East Africans. They're not East Blackians. They're East Africans.
Exactly.
So did he lie and said that people call themselves black as identifier before us as long as that's a complete lie. Everybody in the world started calling themselves black around the 1990s, 2000s when they came over here seeking opportunities and start cosplaying on what we got going on. Now all of a sudden everybody black. Like dude's lying. Just flat out lying. Let me see if I got anything more with.
You know that was FBA brothers, so we try not to argue with the FBA brothers. I mean, but I understand sometimes it's gonna get heated.
Now wait. I do argue against Pan-Africanists. I do argue against the Tom Elder, the Larry Elders, like they're FBA, but you can't just say what you want to say. But now, if you FBA, you on code, yeah, we ain't debating with you, but you ain't gonna come here and lie and act like black and African is interchangeable, trying to low key make us African. No, sir, that's not gonna work over here, man. Like I'm 100. You see, it said she's 100% correct. I'm 100% correct also.
Yep.
You gotta have. I know what I'm saying.
You gotta have them receipts.
Yeah, you see, I got it. Now this ain't me. This is Deborah Dickerson, and I got more. I got more clips of other black people at the time of Barack Obama. See, Barack Obama is what exposed everything, because we never publicly said like we're like clearly different from Africans and the rest of the diaspora until Obama ran for presidency. Cause we like, hey, he ain't the first black president. He's the first African president. He's the first Kenyan president. But like Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, like these folks would be Dr. France Perez Wilson. She ran. These would be the first black, because again, black was an exclusive term just for us.
Right.
Just a foundation of Black America. That was, then it got co-op. Then everybody became black, and it got co-op because of people like Stokely Carmichael, and in the '60s, late '60s, start saying Black Power and start and being inclusive. So the Pan-Africanists took the word black and made it inclusive.
Right.
But Elijah Muhammad was not a Pan-Africanist. Elijah Muhammad was a Pan-Americanist, and he made that black straight exclusive.
Hell yeah, let's build.
Okay, so we ain't gonna let them come behind and change shit up and act like no. Then Kemet see brother decay stands for Kush, right? And the MC square, like the EM, that's MC squared to the ET, right? So the ET is the alien. So when he touch you, you become black like us. Like, do stop.
Yeah.
All right. So now, furthermore, I'm a furthermore prove you cannot intermix those two words and they become synonymous. Case of study one. Listen. So now, this is a sister I had on my FBA sister who's a Pan-Africanist. I had on my panel, and she was showing me her DNA results, right? And she wanted to prove something to me.
Okay. I don't know if you can see my screen. Can't you see my screen?
Yes, I see it right now.
Okay.
Okay. Wait. Let's back up. Okay.
I remember this.
Let's go slow. So she got 16 ancestral regions. So let's see if she's as African as an African.
Okay. I don't know if you can see my screen. Can't you see my screen?
Yes, I see it. The first thing says Nigeria. Now look, that's the most percentage she got in her DNA. She's 30%. Now, right, because the Nigerian is a whole dollar, right? So a whole dollar is a dollar. A dollar bill is the whole 100 cents, right? So if you got 30 cents of a dollar, do you have a dollar?
Nope.
You just got 30 cents. Okay. Yep. So she got 30 cents of a Nigerian. She ain't a Nigerian. Now check this out. If a Nigerian does their DNA, same way, I guarantee it's gonna be 90. Yeah, it's gonna be 90 to 90. No, nothing ever gonna say 100. Like nothing absolute, but it's gonna say between 90 to 99%.
Mm-hmm.
That's called an A, right? They got an A. She failed. She got an F minus. If this was a grade, okay, so she's only 30%. That's the largest percent she got in her as a Nigerian. Listen, but that's why. But she's black though. She's not African, because no African got that little much of Africa in them. All Ghanaians, Zimbabweans, Senegalese, Ethiopian, they all 90. Please have them pull up their DNA on a live or check out their DNA if they're ever exposed. I guarantee it's going to say 99%, 95% Ghanaian. So you ain't 30% of nothing. And how you 30% of something, but you're all of it? So she's 30% Nigerian, 17%. It just goes worse, lower and lower. 30% Benin, 17% Benin and Togo, 13% Mali, just lower and lower. So now, if you ain't 30, if 30% ain't, you ain't that. You definitely not at 7%. 7% Ivory Coast.
Okay.
Okay. 6% Cameroon. All right. 6% Nigerian Woodlands. Yorubaland 4%, not 5% Western Bantu people.
So this is
So she a whole bunch of shit, right? But she a whole bunch of little shit. She a whole bunch of little things. Nothing in her is over 30%, and that's the average FBA person in America. I don't give a damn how black you are. You're most likely not going to be over 30% of nothing in Africa. Okay. Matter of fact, some of us, the highest DNA of us is actually a European country. So here's the thing: if 30% of Nigeria make you Nigerian, then what about us that got 25, 30% a European country? Are we European? I'm gonna tell you right now. My 30% ain't African. Right? Okay, so when I say I'm not African, according to their rules, I'm damn sure ain't African. I don't have no dominant, nothing Africa in my DNA.
They probably look just like that.
All right. Yeah, so the average SBA is going to be 30% most. If any African country, 30%. And some of us, the 30% ain't even in Africa. It's in Europe, or maybe in, let's say a Spanish country, depending upon what you mix with. It might be in Puerto Rico. It might be in region of, who knows, anywhere but this. And some of us might be Native American, indigenous to this land. So 30%. So Yvette, for example, Yvette Cardell, 30% Italian.
Okay.
So is she Italian?
No.
Right, but according to them, she is, because 30% means you're the whole thing.
That ain't no why we drop rule on that.
But that's what they're going with. They're going with the 30% drop rule. All right.
That is low, like you just said. That's like a D, a F.
Yeah,
like an F, bro.
Yeah, exactly. That's so bad. 30% of a dollar. You know how far you are begging for change back in like the 80s. You try to get change for $1. I mean, you try to get change up to $1. You got 30 cents. That's like, God damn, I'm about to give up. That's so far from $1 in the 80s, 90s. All right, so let me move on to this real fast. I'm not done with Baba upright. Like I said, family, you can do what you want to do. We're FBAs, we can do what we want to do. But I personally don't subscribe to no grand chic titles, no babas, no papas, no elders, none of that shit. Like, to me, that's just primitive, it's goofy, you're ranking people above you for no reason. They ain't put the work in your life. In their own life, they might have put work in, but they didn't put enough work in your life to be over grandma, over grandpa, over Uncle Neil, or, Auntie.
Those are the riders right there.
Anna Baker, you dig? Yeah, like they ain't put enough work in your life to be catapulted over your siblings and mothers and aunties and boyfriends and girlfriends, husbands, baby daddies, wives. No. You got to put work in my life to be considered an elder. You're going to be just an old guy with glasses and you just automatically an elder.
Brother
let me see. Spirit Within. Yeah, so at the chat, if y'all can do that for me. Anybody who did a DNA test like Tiffany, can y'all honestly just list the highest percent in your DNA and list the country list the country and the percentage, but only of the highest percentage. So for example, Spirit says, child marriage. Thomas says child marriage is African culture. That's 100% correct. They do that in Burkina Faso as well. So T'Challa still promotes that. So Spirit Within says her highest is Mali, 27%. So that's even lower than Tiffany, which is 30% Nigeria. So if you guys can do that, that'd be dope. Yeah,
I have to look at the map to find out what Mali is. I don't even know what Mali is on the African map.
Mali's by Burkina Bay. I'm not Burkina Bay, by Burkina Faso and the Burkina Bay. Over there in that little region. It's in like that little West African, really like small country. South Africans call themselves colored. Yeah, exactly. Like they all crazy, and they all got all these silly ass niggas giving them white people their DNA, but you will like, okay, you don't give the DNA, they take. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, the DNA thing. Yeah, they got it. They got your DNA. They got it. There's no way to get around that. And if they want it, they'll get it because all of you eat and throw shit in the trash and don't without a think. You sip straws and sip liquor and sip beer and sip soda and you got all type of cups in your trash can. If they wanted your DNA, they got it. They don't need you to voluntarily get it. They'll get it. They get it.
Jocelyn,
you watch crime shows.
They can't be circumcision on women. Nah, that ain't even possible, is it? Oh my God!
Yeah, they do that.
How you do that?
It's called They call it genital mutilation, something like that. Yeah, it's bad. And they do that in Burkina Faso still. I keep saying that because this is the place people believe is like Wakanda. I was like, no, they got. I hope they get it together, but right now they have a lot of primitive practices still.
I mean, it's been a riff. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Okay, so this came on my feed because it's African wars. So anything African Diaspora wars, anything FBA, Tariq Nasheed, Adolf, it's gonna pop in my feed because that's pretty much what I like to watch. I like to watch these diaspora panels and see what they say. So I ain't picking on nobody. It just your title is gonna.
That's why I be hanging with Severe Bay, not to learn, but I be just hearing what they be crapping about.
Yeah, yes. Some folks are just entertaining, like you know what I mean. Like I do that, but when I'm like washing dishes or something boring, I'll put on somebody who I don't even listen. I don't even agree with, but I know they're gonna say crazy stuff, and it might be content later. They, like almost like a DJ. A DJ buy records that's trash only to listen to something he could sample, something she could sample. So I do that with content. I watch stuff that's trash only to see if I can get content out of it. Right, exactly. Like, okay, got him. So I might watch some what's that Ben Shapiro garbage. I might watch some Charlie Kirk, Lateral Crowd of garbage just to see. But they're like really peons, so I don't even listen to them anymore. But there's other folks. I might do a Candace Owens. Might look into her, get her. I like getting her. Larry Elder, Thomas Sowell, Richards. Not Richard. No. Jared Taylor. I like listening to him because he said a lot of crazy stuff, and they borrow his talking points. So I'd rather just go to their boss and dissect him. All right. So now listen. So the bottom dude. The bottom dude was on the panel over here, and he's the guy who said he doesn't mind if Africans siphon our reparation checks. So basically, the reparation check that's written for Spirit Within, Jocelyn, let's get it, Maxwell, Isaacs. Exactly. You still want the phone number? I put it in there for you. Hold on. This is the phone number. So the link is at the top. This is the phone number. Anybody can call in if you got some testimony, weird experiences with them folks, or support, or even who want to be critical. All right. Okay. So this is what he said. So he said, because I was like, we have to delineate, because when we want things like reparations and certain equities, certain set-asides, we want it to be for those who are directly affected, and as a result, suffering from, you could say, generational curses, like not wealth, like generational debt. Like those folks need to be compensated for, these things. But he was like, so I said, that's why we got to delineate. We don't want Africans who just came over yesterday or the day before to start, because in their country, they scam a lot. So they definitely going to try to find a loophole to tag on to it. He was like, man, well, I ain't hating though. He said, if that's how they get it, and that's, what I mean, why you hating on them? He telling me why I'm hating on them, like, let them get it how they live. I'm like, and he said, it's the government. I said, no, they're not robbing the government. I said, that check has my name on it. Yes. So just like I did for the dude that hung up, just like I did for him, where I kicked him off. I said, bro, let's be clear here. I said, are you trying to tell me the check that has my name on it, and you saying they siphoned some cash out of there, you're saying that they're stealing from the government and not me? He said, yeah. I'm like, yo, this dude is batshit crazy. So my name on it. Look, the government already. Listen. When you write a check, it's no longer in your. Well, it's there. Like let's say like a cashier's check, something like that. When you write something like that, that's no longer in your account. It's gone. Okay, it's there for the taking for the person is written out to. So I'm like, so that's no longer the government's. That's set aside for me. Okay, like if a company writes you a check, unless you did landscaping. Even though it's still in their account, but this is accounted for as it's going to be missing soon. So like they're adjusting their account to miss this dollar amount, right? It's set aside to you. So you think if you stole from this check for me, you're stealing from the government and not me? He said, yeah. Okay. I mean, but there's no honor amongst thieves. Like, thieves steal. So a thief going to think somebody else stealing is all good. So I'm like, okay, I get where he's coming from. Like that's a thief way of thinking.
Go ahead.
It's been a rift between African Americans and Africans in the diaspora and continental Africans. It's a rift. And sometimes, they want to treat us like second-class citizens, right? And the fact that some of us don't understand our culture, we allow that to seep in. And people get offended when you classify, watch this, continental Africans as Africans. Some of them have their own tribal clan names.
That's true.
And African Americans, I mean, we've been through a lot. We say you black, we say you this. They be like, nah, right? We don't allow them to be who they are. And then they think they better than us. But see, I'm not African because I was born in Africa, right? I'm African because Africa was born in me.
I have no idea what that means. Like people just be saying stuff and think that's just great, bro. What the hell is that? When you grew up, your mom ain't have you in dashikis. You did. Your mom ain't have a cow piss on your head. Like, dude, stop. Like, dude, you grew up American as anybody else in that damn hospital, in that household. Stop it. Like, dude, just be lying, dude. You chose Africa as an adult. Your mom chose American for you when you were young. She raised you as American black boy.
My very genes go back to Africa. Fundamentally speaking, all
okay, you hear that? This is the issue. Your genes go back to Africa, but they also go back to some European countries. So that's the problem. It's like, all right, so the European genes, we're gonna just act like they don't exist. Right? They don't exist. All right, let me change the caller name. So 910, who is this? I could change your name.
Yo, what's up, bro? This Gerald, man. I'm SLLEE in the chat. You made me a moderator a few weeks ago, and I appreciate that.
So I'm gonna just put Gerald. Okay, what's up, brother?
Sir. Hey, what's happening, bro? Hey, look, thank you for all you do. Hello?
FLA trucker.
Oh, no, for the trucker? Oh, okay.
No, I'm not a trucker. I'm here in North Carolina, though. By the way, that's where I'm from. That's why
what was your chat name again?
SLLE 44.
SLL. Oh yeah, I see him too.
G44. Okay, I got it.
I see him.
SLL 44.
SLLE 44. Okay.
I see him.
D as in dog.
SLLE.
Yeah.
E. Okay.
44. What that stand for, though, Gerald? Gerald, what that stand for?
It's just my middle name. It's the beginning of my middle name. My middle name is Ellsworth, and if you switch that around, the first four letters is ELLSWORTH, which is Ellsworth. I just use the first four. I haven't been on it that long. Of trying to create names back when I got on social media and just came up with something. It's nothing. Okay,
that's cool.
So, yes, sir. All right, bro. All right. So basically, by listening to what you're saying, and thank you, by the way, man, for everything you do for standing up for our people, bro.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
Look. This is the deal, right? So while you're having this meeting, actually, I had one of our sisters to actually send me her DNA percentage or whatever those things you're talking about. Right. Now, she actually sent it to me. Okay, now what she has is and I'm looking at that now. In a second.
You want to show your screen?
So I don't know how to do all that, But what I'll do is once I do it, you know, I'll send it to you. If my daughter was here, I'm not all that super tech savvy on this stuff. Okay. Yeah. So what I got here is she got a lot of things over in Africa, and the highest one is 7%. The other one is up there in Europe, and it's 13%.
The highest one is 7. Wait, hold on. 7. Wait, the highest one is 7%. And what country is that?
In Africa, and it looks like it's like I don't know exactly which one it is, but I know it's over what's that that BN and Ghana's right there. But it's higher. Yeah. But it's higher up there where it's 7%, and it's around that everywhere. It's another 7%. Then it's 4%. Then there's another 4%, like in the middle down here near I want to call that mid Africa down is 5%, and then it has another 7%. It's got 1% up there near like where the Middle East part. But up here in Europe, her highest one is 13. All right. So what do we call her? It's hard to see. It's hard to see. I'm going to end up sending you that, but I'm gonna try to send you that. You know, once I do, I'm gonna get in touch with her first. But we was having that conversation just 2 days ago when she sent me that, and she sent it to me while we were talking. And so I'm looking at it, I hear you talking about it, and I'm like, okay, so she's 13, and I'm gonna tell you something about these tests. I think these tests are really trying to ignore America, because I'm like, okay, so her mother was saying that she's a Native American, right? They used to get into these arguments about her being a Black American when she was younger, right? So that's why she sent me this, because her mother was telling her that they were Indians, right? And so she went and took her DNA test, and look at that test. So basically, what you're seeing is 13% higher up in Europe. So there's nothing over there, over there in America. Her mother didn't take hers, but her mother used to say that all the time, telling her that, look, I'm not no African. All right. So her mother right now is 93 years old. You understand what I'm saying? So when she went and took that test, her mother was like, well, I don't understand that right there, what you got, but we never ever said we was African. Now they live in North Carolina all their life down there in Lumberton. I don't know if you know what Lumberton is. Like, I'm in Fayetteville right now. I'm in North Carolina. So that's not that far from there. And that's what her grandmother was telling her, and was telling her about her family. Just like mine. Mine was telling me the same thing. So it's like, that's the only story that a lot of us know. We didn't grow up like talking about no Africa, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like my family didn't grow up talking about Africa. My grandmother, bro, when she used to go out,
ain't none of my relatives talk about no goddamn Africa. Like, come on, man. Nobody.
Yeah,
like, my grandfather would be 108 right now if he was alive. He ain't never talk about some African anything.
Right. And my grandmother used to go out and get certain herbs and stuff from America. Now imagine this, right? Now, my grandmother used to go out there and get those herbs. She knew America's land. She knew how to get the plants in America. They knew what to grow in America. They knew how to go get the stuff to heal us with in America. And this is in North Carolina. My grandmother was teaching us all that stuff when we was young. We never had no conversation about, okay, how we do stuff in Africa. When she did stuff when we was really, really young, she'd call herself a Croatan Indian. I want you to do something for me, bro, because you do a whole lot of research. You remember that 5% those brothers, the 5%ers.
$5.
Okay,
$5.
No, the 5%ers. You know the 5%ers with Plan 13X, right? Okay, there you go. Good. You remember that book he put out? Right, Father Lot. You remember that first book he put out? Now, if you go get that book, inside that book, there is a map of all of the native tribes in America. It's in that book. Now, I know they've written other books, but if you can get that book, and if you go look at that book, it has all of the native tribes. Now, of course, there's a whole lot of other books that are going around with tribes in them. But if you ever get that book, I want you to do this for me, because you be doing all your research. You about that paperwork. You about that. You about that business, right? I ask you this, bro. You go get that book. You look at that. That map. And that map that those brothers got in there, Clan 13X, them, their brothers, You look at that book and you tell me who are those Native Americans and what do they call them at that point? And I'm going to tell you what my grandmother told me. I'm not going to tell you now. I'm going to wait till you go find. Okay. I'm going to wait till you go.
I had that book before. I had that book. Yeah, I lost the stories, but
I lost it, bro. Look, bro, you can't find it. You can't find it on
but
Amazon or nowhere.
The book came out. The book came out in what, like the early 2000s?
Well, no, that book came out. I want to say because you remember Class 13X. That was probably definitely had to be in the 90s. It probably was before that. Now, of course, they put stuff together. You know, when they put all those books together, there'd be certain times that they do it.
Then I didn't have that book. I didn't have that book. Yeah,
you need to find that one. That's the one because there's a lot of different sort of versions of that book. But I'm talking about
there's a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, but the one by 13.
Okay, so you talking about the one he wrote.
Him and it's one other guy, and this book is really thick. Okay, so if you find that book and you see when you see that map of America and all of the tribes that they say were here, you're gonna be shocked. And I'm not gonna tell you, like I said, which ones my grandmother told me. But when you look at North and you look at South Carolina and you look at all of America and you see them tribes in there, you're gonna have a whole nother discussion. I'll call back in there. I'm not gonna hold you up, but I know you do your research.
But before you hang up, I want to get back on that 13% European country. So now, according to Pan-Africanists and Tethers, is she officially white European? Like, yeah. Right. So she's 7% and 5% of African nations or African regions. Right. But she's the largest 13%. Right. And it's the highest 13%. Yeah. But she's African though. Like, but they'll say they'll look before they know that. They'll say you're African. You hate to be African. Don't know nothing. That's the thing about Tethers and Pan-Africanists. They don't even have to see our DNA results first. They just automatically say we're denying that we're African. It's like, yo, can you show me where I'm Africa in my my DNA results?
Right. Which is another thing why they love this part about doing that, and that's why a lot of times those so-called Native Americans don't want to take those tests. They don't want no part of it, and a lot of reasons they don't want no part of it is because they don't want to look at the numbers. They don't want that part. Which is why I'm so glad when, brothers like yourself, you put this information out about this lineage going back to a certain time. Look, a lot of FBA and a lot of our family, they shouldn't get so upset that you may be excluded. Look, if you thought you was FBA all your life, then you thinking you talk like us. You're not really concerned about attacking us about this stuff. So if you thought it's almost like you should look at yourself almost like you was adopted and you know your family and stuff like that right there, and you were just in FBA family. That's the way you should look at it. Because if you get anything, we get anything, you're gonna get it. Don't be so concerned about the numbers like this. We're just doing this for educational things. This FBA thing, like they said, even the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad told these folks black and in color, he said it is the existence of all these colors. However, it is a construct. It's a mindset. It's the beginning of the universe, man. In the darkness, that whole thing right there, nobody really accepted that right there. There was certain type of people that would accept that, which is why Elijah Muhammad's there. That's why he said that. Like you said, he's in America. That's why he put that at the bottom. The first thing is a black man under it says in America. A lot of folks they want to skip that part. That is important because he's from America. He only went to the 3rd grade. This man right here changed the world from the 3rd grade in America. One of the greatest minds. He the one taught all these people, this 13X and all the rest of these spin-offs. That's Elijah Muhammad. You don't got no Malcolm X without Elijah Muhammad. You don't got no Muhammad Ali without Elijah Muhammad. Look here, Elijah Muhammad named Muhammad Ali. And not only did he name him, he was he named them folks, bro. And when a lot of people even in the nation had some issues with that right there when he named him. But the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, man, was so wise. He had so much wisdom. He had so much understanding. He told the nation back then when he formed the nation, because they was calling the nation a cult. Those people would not accept black people as Muslims back then. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad broke these folks down. Listen, man, he went to Egypt. He used to sit down with Martin Luther King. He used to go, look here. He taught Malcolm X how to confound this world. There was no Malcolm X. Malcolm X had an FBA daddy. Let's get this stuff out the way real quick. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad commissioned this man to go confound scholars. He was sitting up at Harvard and places like that right there off the wisdom and the knowledge of FBA. How else could he have done it? And the only way that these people accept stuff is once they start to get away from the black man, woman, and child. If you ever start to deal with them folks, that's when they like Malcolm. Prior to that, they didn't like Malcolm. They did not like Martin Luther King. They liked Martin Luther King after he was gone. So I try to say to my African brothers, if you think that you're all that, these people did this right here to show you out of this darkness that you're in. You don't have to try to teach us. That's why he said in America, if you want to reach over to us, you have to understand the wisdom. This man went to the 3rd grade. You ain't got nobody like that. You don't got nobody like that. You can't find nobody like that in the world like the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad that went to the 3rd grade and got people like Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X. Where you gonna find it? Now I'm telling you right now, this is what we do. We're not trying to tell America how and when to do it. We have been here from the beginning. He told them Arabs that long time ago. When he taught the nation of Islam, he said, we don't follow Arabs. We teach them. And when he went over there, they finally started accepting them as Islam because Islam means peace. It's not a freaking religion and it's not a freaking cult. So the Arabs got to understand that stuff. Look, black people, this is not a game. These brothers are at the tip of the spear who you listening to that's on these platforms, this brother right here. They taking a lot of abuse, man. These people coming after us. You got to understand where this knowledge is coming from. This is the key. They don't want us, but they don't have no other choice. That's why they can't. Look here, these terms that these people now that are struggling with called tethers and things, that's because the light of the world is on them. They the one produced, you got, what's his name, 47. They produced them. And now they mad. I'm like, Donald Trump is doing what you want. They mad, we not mad. It's like, man, we understand what's happening. Why you so upset? You even got white upset, don't want to send immigrants home, but Africa trying to send them home. Stop playing, Africa. You don't like yourselves because you used to didn't like blacks. But see, black is only important because but not just because of Elijah Muhammad. It's because of our lineage. But where you get Elijah Muhammad from? He's from our lineage. He's from Sanderville, Georgia, with a 3rd grade education. That said God came to him. God came to him, and then he started calling the black man God. You ain't gonna find that nowhere else, man. So what I'm saying is this right here.
Exactly. The black man.
ever. You never found nobody like that. Right? They put a hit on him all across the world when he did that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, facts. That was hated. And look. Do you know when you look up the word African American, right? When it's reintroduced, because it was never widely accepted by black people in America. So when Jesse Jackson attempted to reintroduce it, and when you ask AI why that happened, AI is going to tell you that because first of all, it was never written in law. There was no poll. There was nothing like that. He literally introduced it the same way Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks and Tariq Nasheed, same exact way. The difference is that he had media. He had liberal media to push it. That's the only difference. And then he had them, he had their influence to put it on applications. See, Tariq Nasheed don't have that influence to put it out. If he was so much of a white supremacist and an agent and a CIA guy, then guess what? FBAs would be on applications as fast as African American was. But also, they say that the reason why white folks and liberals wanted African American to replace the black is because they said black was more like revolutionary. It's more like threatening, like Black Power, Black Panthers. And they felt like African American Panthers, African American power was like less aggressive, like less, harmful in nature. It said they felt it was softer. That's one of the main reasons why they went behind and pushed African American out in front of black, because before then we were being called color, Negro, and black. Because black had just made its way through. All right. And that's so in the late 90s, Jesse Jackson had helped push that through.
Bro, you are so right. Because you're sharp like that right there, and that's why you're doing what you're doing. I like to just say this right here to the people that talking about this fraud Muhammad guy that came to the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Wait, not yet. Wait, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Because the
yes, sir.
The thing is, like, people don't like. Can I do this? When I change topics and they hop in, they be mad as they're like, hey, this is clickbait. The topic was this, and we're talking about that. Yeah, but we can definitely do another live where we can get into that. And I got
yes, sir.
DJ Focus, who's also big advocate down in Elijah Muhammad. Yeah, so he would love to contribute to that type of topic.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we're gonna stay right here, and let's get into some things. Oh, okay. So before I get into the comparison of influences, I want to get back to the video, and here's some of the rhetoric that's out there. Okay, hold on.
Humans are African.
Yeah.
Right?
Facts.
So the fact that they would put
let's go back. Okay, watch this.
Like my very genes go back to Africa. Fundamentally.
Okay, and so does the sister that he was speaking about, genes go back to Africa, but they're at 7%. 17 or 14, 13, he said 13% goes back to Europe. So how does that work now, expert? How does that work? When your genes 7% go to Africa and 13% goes to Europe, how does that work now? But she looked like you. How does that work?
Mentally speaking, all humans are African.
Yeah.
Right?
Facts.
So the fact that they would put
when I hear this type of talking points, I think of Turk Sheet video, like the desperation of these folks to Africanize. It's like, they want, and again, when they tried that family, they want to talk about ancestors and elders and babas, where our ancestors rejected the notion of being called African because they knew that came with deportation. Okay, so all those people who were forced migrated to Liberia, they were called, they were trying to call them Africans, by the way. They were trying to justify removing blacks from this country, but they couldn't. That's why, they was purposely not trying to give us citizenship, so they could okay, well, as long as they ain't citizens, we could definitely remove them, from the country. And they did that with the ACS, the Liberia. But once we fought in that glorious war, and we were the reason why the Union won. Okay, we broke the tie when we fought in that war, and we kicked ass. And we ain't rebel. We ain't catch people sleeping. We didn't kill babies and aunties and mamas, and no, we ain't catch nobody slipping. They were armed. We were armed. It was a fair war. That's why I don't respect rebellions like that, because you catch people off guard. I mean, you're supposed to win. That's like a jump. If four of us jump on somebody who's not even looking, or drive by, like when you say gangsters do a drive by or sneak up on you, like, dude, how you get props for that? You caught the guy unsuspectedly, like his back was turned. He's eating he's walking with his damn little daughter or his wife, and you sneak up on him and kill him. Like I never considered that like tough or like. That's a coward move. Like I would love like the duel. Hey, we're shooting it out behind a tree, and hey man, whoever go. Like that's how things should be done. Like a boxing match. Both of you guys train for 6 weeks. Both of you guys in best shape supposedly, and you go fight MMA. You go do it. That's a fair fight. We fight like that. We fought in the Civil War like that. The other side was well prepared. They had generals, lieutenants, captains, and all type of stuff. All right, so let me play some of this.
They thing up here and our thing down here is where the riff is a lot of times, Doc. I ain't gonna lie to you, right? When we are on par with everybody, matter of fact, we have become the standard. That's why it's horrible when we act a fool at times, because everybody's watching. Everybody want to be like us. This new population of Africans, you know what I'm saying, that came up out the ashes. That's in our story, the Phoenix story. When you rise about the ashes, we the new thing on the block, man. We went through colonialism, been through Jim Crow, civil rights movement, and we stand tall with African-American culture that incorporates old indigenous ways. Your grandmother and them still do it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
With brand new African-American style in the music. We spawn music, instruments, right? We're a serious group of dudes, and we don't even recognize this. That's another problem. Once you recognize who you is, you ain't even got a rift with continental Africans. You don't have a problem with saying, yeah, you might not see yourself as being African. That's a continent. Well, what is your tribal name? Can you explain that to me?
Right.
Can you educate me on that? And you can, education will break down the rift, but it's a damn rift. They swear they better than us. We know we better than them. You ain't got no shoes. You ain't got that. It's wild. You know what I'm saying? Like the cultural differences. You know what I'm saying? In parts of the world, clothes aren't as important as they may be to the African American. Some African tribes aren't fully clothed. That's their thing, right? That's part of having shoes on is not their thing. Okay? It's just so it's different cultures in this education, man. What I will not allow is Europeans to jump in the middle. Get out the way. We can handle this conversation. So go ahead, Doc. That's
no. I'm with you, and that's why I said, I've had, and I with you and Baba. I mean, and both of you made some really good points. Like he said, I mean, when you say the rift, though, because you're saying it is a rift with whom, because I've had, like I said, I've had my little spats. But I can't collect it. Like, it wasn't like, I don't even want to quantify it. I've had my thing. And, like I said, Brother Arg, there may be one or two over here. So, for example, here in Baltimore, I remember going to a daggone post office and getting into it with a Nigerian woman, right?
Oh, man.
Yeah, I got into it with her bad. And she looked at me and she said, you slave. Me, I'm African. You slave. And I don't want to tell you all my reaction, okay?
I already know that.
I think I told you, right? I think I may have told you, but I'm not going to say it. Look, we online, so I'm not going to say what my reaction was to what she said. But I matched her energy. You know what I mean? I matched her energy physically. And, she said something verbally that offended me and I lashed back, and I'm not condoning that type of behavior. I went home and told my family what happened, and they were like, you shouldn't have did that. Maybe the police going to be knocking at our damn door. You shouldn't have did it. You know what I mean? But I was like, she called me a slave, and she, so anyway, so I had an incident with them. I also had an incident with, I text you, Bob, about it. Me and the brothers over in the UK. Right. We got our thing back straight. No, it was Europe because they're in Paris. They're in France. And so, one of the brothers, he and I had a disagreement. And you remember, and he said, Black Americans, y'all are arrogant, And so I said, okay, so you have a misperception of African Americans. You think we arrogant, but I'm just holding you accountable for what you did. And then you lash out. Then you not only lash out and say that Black Americans are arrogant, you actually lashed out and said you felt like you were more African.
Who said that?
Well, yeah, this is another thing I think is
Now, you just said I'm not a good representative. Who said I was a representative? I didn't.
I mean, you literally are if you have like a big enough following.
Okay, which one is it? You said I'm not a good one, but I really am. Listen, do you hear yourself? I want you to listen to yourself. You're arguing about me being the representative that I said I'm not, but you've created a representative in your mind, and you're mad at the representative in your mind for not representing like you want them to represent. So you're mad at your own imagination, sir. You're trying to chastise me for a fantasy leader that you've created in your mind. I've never said I'm the leader or representative of nobody. I'm not. You've created that in your mind. And you're telling me that your imaginary representative leader is doing a bad job. I can imagine. That leader is doing a very bad job, but don't project that onto me because I've never said I'm anybody's leader.
Well, you can identify a certain way, but you could also functionally be a different way. It's like you might not personally feel like a leader, but you actually are some kind of leader. Clearly, if you're having this big enough influence on political discourse online, so I guess that's what I'm saying. Like, you might not feel like one, but you technically are if you can get this many people together and you can have them repeat.
I got a good personality that people like to listen to. I'm a very honest person, so people just like to listen to honesty. Just because I'm honest and people like to listen to my honesty, I'm not a designated leader. Plus, you can't be a leader of a lineage. You see? How can you be the leader of a lineage?
I mean, again, like you can feel a certain way, but you can actually be a different way. If I don't know why you're denying it. Like you are some kind of thought leader online. I don't know what else to
I
add
don't know why
here.
you're denying.
But on a different point,
I'm
like
denying you can't. It's logic. I'm a logic person. By
Right.
logic, I can't be the leader of 43 million people.
How?
That don't make no sense. How am I the leader of 43 million people? And you can't even explain it. That's why you're kind of stumbling and stammering. I'm not stumbling, stammering, sir. You're saying,
I'm stumbling because um you're kind of like splitting hairs on something that I actually completely does not matter. If you personally don't feel like you're a leader, then that's just a delusion that you hold personally. I'm not sure what to say to that, to be
so
honest.
what, this is
So
delusional because I'm not an imaginary leader. What is that? You're not making sense. I'm delusional because I'm not an imaginary leader of an imaginary group. And I'm delusional because I'm not acknowledging that I'm an imaginary leader that I never claimed to be. I'm not the leader of anything. How's that delusional?
I mean, you're the leader of this you're the leader of this voice call. Do you or this chat room? Do you acknowledge that?
The leader of a chat room?
Yes.
Uh, no, sir. You're just saying stuff at this point. That's not the leader of a chat room. I just opened a chat room and people are in here. That's not the leader of a chat room.
Yes, you determine you created the room. You determined the general subject of the chat room.
I'm the host.
Like,
Oh, being a host. Yeah, I'm not people's leader.
okay,
I get people. There's people in here who disagree with me all the time. Am I their leader?
What?
so I think this strategy is just you generally trying to skirt accountability.
Saying, listen to what you're
Yeah.
saying, sir. I get people in here all the time who completely disagree with me. Am I their leader?
Of course not, but I mean, like in a general sense, like the people who pair. How about
The same thing with lineage. There's a lot of people who are foundational Black Americans who I don't even like, and they don't like me.
Right.
But we still have the same lineage. We're still foundational Black Americans. I'm not their leader.
Nope.
Right?
Right.
I mean, how would you how would you know that you have the same lineage?
We know our lineage. We know our lineage. You can just tell where people are from and where their families.
No, like
Where your family from?
for you, how would you confirm that other people in the room have the same lineage as you?
If I talk to
They
them,
would just tell you.
I can talk to them and they can let me know. We can talk and they let me know. And usually when people call up, we kind of do a lineage check or they'll
Me
just
neither.
volunteer. We have somebody who call up, hey, my name is John. By the way, my family's from Mississippi, FBA all the way. My grandmother's from Dallas. So usually people do a lineage check. And also look at social media. A lot of people on social media, many times if they're from certain areas, they'll put up a flag. They have a Caribbean flag. Some people from your home country, they'll have Nigerian flags. A lot of foundational Black Americans will have American flags in their bios. So there's little signs to let people know where they're from and where their lineage is from. Why does it become a problem when foundational Black Americans do it? Why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, first of all, we're still I think the definition of FBA is still kind of in the nether at the moment. How would you define this term?
Says who?
I mean, like it doesn't have like an objective definition, and this kind of takes me back to my main point, where you're kind of the
Says who?
I like
See,
that, Breezy.
we're getting into colonizer talk right now. Foundational Black American has a rock solid definition. The term defines itself. It literally defines itself. It's a logic term, sir.
I mean, you're talking about like a colonizer,
Yeah, because
colonizer definitions and logic.
colonizers come in and then they try to redefine who people are. You're telling us that our definition of our lineage is in limbo. No, it's not.
Yep.
Our lineage and foundational Black American means one thing and one thing only. So what are you talking about? Huh?
Huh?
Zen? I don't have you muted, sir. Go ahead, Zen. Yeah, foundational Black American, that term defines itself. That term only means one thing. So what are you talking about, sir? Zen?
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, yeah, I was saying, how would you define it? Because I don't think you've defined it as of yet. At least in, like I mentioned, I just heard a few of your voice talking on TikTok. So I would want to hear from you straight from the dude himself. What is it?
The term.
What does it mean?
The term defines itself. The term is literally self-explanatory. Literally. It can't mean anything else. What do you think it means?
Well, personally, I mean, again, you still haven't given a definition to the word, which I think is kind of suspicious. But if I were to, based on what I've heard from you and your followers, which do exist, refers to descent.
Now you're starting to lie, which is another problem. All right? Lying doesn't really help your case, sir. Because now that
I mean, you can say that I lied when I didn't.
You're just lying now. Because I've explained about 7 times there's no followers, there's no leaders. Yet you're trying to redefine our reality, which is what colonizers do. And you're lying. And that's a part of the lying, scamming, tether trope that a lot of people want to get away from, sir. That's the problem. That's why people are delineating, because of such dishonesty from non-FBAs. People are tired of that, right?
Well, I also have a problem with lying personally, and especially our current.
Hold on, because you're not naive. It's not that you don't understand. At this point, you don't misunderstand anything. I've clearly explained what's what, yet you still chose to tell the same lie over and over. So now you're engaging in stereotypes, sir. You're being a stereotypical lying, scamming tether. And that, sir, is the reason why foundational Black Americans want to delineate from that, because that's a problem. We don't need that around us. That's been a problem for us. It's almost like a Tourette's that you guys have, where you just lie. Hell of it.
Well, I mean, you keep saying that I'm lying, but you haven't said what I'm lying about. And I've asked for like
you've lied several times saying that I'm a leader and there's followers and all that shit. Yeah, you've lied repeatedly.
Well, I would say that's just you being you're just dodging the main point, which you do have like of influence online. You know,
yeah, but
like again, if you're denying that, like I'm not sure what to say to that. To be honest, like that's dishonesty. I can't really communicate with. To be honest,
influence and being a leader, that's 2 different things. Influence.
Yes, you're the leader of that influence, is what I would say. And that, again, like I mentioned, it's super suspicious that you're kind of.
You're saying stuff, sir. It's suspicious. It's not. I'm not going to say it's suspicious that you're lying. It's on brand. It's kind of typical, sir. I'm not. It's not even suspicious. We're used to lying tethers. That's why we've delineated.
Well, the delineation coincides with a white supremacy.
Let's go back now about the definition of foundational Black American. Now, what else could it mean besides it being self-explanatory? What else could foundational Black American mean?
Well, first of all, if you say if it's self-explanatory, that's circular logic. You can't say the definition is the word itself. That's a fallacy. So like
Yes, some
the
terms.
words we use have to have some kind of definition.
Yes,
So if you're denying that, that's just
some terms are self-explanatory. You understand? Some things are just self-explanatory. If somebody says, "Hey, what's an apple tree?"
Yeah.
What does an apple tree mean? Is
Yeah.
that self-explanatory?
The apple tree, nigga.
If somebody says, "What is an apple tree?" What does that mean? That's pretty self-explanatory. A tree with apples.
Gotcha.
What's a foundational Black American, Mr. Zen Buddha? You're not naive. That's what I'm saying. You asked me that. You're not naive. It's literally self-explanatory. It's not.
well, for starters, I would say I wouldn't even remotely equate human beings with apples, and I think even within apples, there's diversity, and on top of that, your whole thing.
You're playing dumb.
Hell yeah.
When you say foundational, what does that mean?
Means it's part of the foundation of another thing.
Right. What's a Black American?
Someone who is Black and has American citizenship.
Right. Now, you're Black, right?
Yes, sir.
You got American citizenship?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. What's the difference between you and I?
I guess it's mainly geographical. Like I was born in I was born in Orlando, Florida. You were probably born in another state, I'd imagine. Maybe you weren't, but I would say there isn't that much difference between you and I. I mean, like of course, like I mentioned before, if you're descendants of slaves,
Mm-hmm.
then your ancestors went through something that my ancestors did not. So I acknowledge and respect that difference. But in terms of like biologically, I would say that we're more or less the same creature.
Okay. So you respect the lineage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If someone's a descendant of slaves, then yes, I respect that difference. That my family was not victim to that system. So yes, I respect that difference.
So if a person's lineage can be traced on paper to the beginning of this country, even before the country was actually created, what does that make them?
Foundational, baby.
That means they're descendants of African slaves.
What's an African slave?
People who were enslaved in the United States or all throughout the Americas that were African. That's my definition of that term.
Were there slaves in Africa?
To some extent, but they weren't victim to like the chattel slave system, which was notoriously more brutal than most forms of slavery. So yes, they were probably slaves in Africa, but it probably wasn't as brutal and horrific as the slavery that happened in the States.
Yeah, my fault. I had a phone call.
No worries.
Yeah, but slavery took on a whole new context after chattel slavery. All right. And like this is like you can pretty much Google that, Wikipedia that. So it is tremendously unfair and bad faith, disingenuous to compare to name something slavery and try to put it in the same category as the chattel slavery or the transatlantic slave trade. That would be a grossly just bad comparison, analogy, how you want to spin it. That's just really just disingenuous. It's bad faith in all levels. All right.
I would say that was the worst form of slavery.
Mm-hmm. So if our lineage and our ancestors were here before the United States was built, and they were the founders of building it that would make them foundational, right?
Well, well, for starters, the United States as a colonial project is a white supremacist project. So, I don't think aligning yourself with the white supremacist imperialist in fact the primary white supremacist imperialist state in the country and the world would be ideal. But aside from that, the black people in this country originate from Africa, or specifically West Africa.
Okay. And now we know that he's tether battling. He's tether explaining. But listen, this is the problem you have with Africa. All of us. That right there. He just cannot give us our flowers about being foundational to this country. But look who can, though. Look who can. The person of the race that they call the enemy, all right? We don't say this. This is their language. This is tethers and white supremacists. They like to say that white people, Europeans are the enemy and things like that. And then they also say Donald Trump is racist. You know, you shouldn't support him at all, nothing he does. And that may be true. But look what a racist can admit to. Look how a racist can give us flowers, but an African, who's supposed to be us, right? Aren't we African according to them? Even though we only got 13% African in us, we're African. In their words, look what a white supremacist can admit to and give flowers to. Listen.
African Americans built this nation. We built this nation. You know, you're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that.
It's from white racists,
you're
the credit.
Just starting to get, you built the nation, but you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense?
Okay, so now they will call Donald Trump a racist, a bigot, all type of stuff, a felon. But look what he can acknowledge and give flowers to. Now hold on. Let's go back to Tether Man. Let's go back to, so Tyrese going to ask the Tether Man the same thing. And look what the Tether Man cannot acknowledge and give flowers to. But a quote unquote racist can do it. That's crazy. And Jesse Lee voice, amazing.
I don't think form notoriously more brutal than most forms of slavery. Brutal and form
in our ancestors. So if our lineage and our ancestors were here before the United States was built and they were the founders of building it, that would make them foundational, right?
Well, for starters, the United States as a colonial project is a white supremacist project. So
he couldn't do it, family. He couldn't do it. And they want to tell us that these are our brothers and sisters. These are our siblings. We're one like them. You dig? They're Pan-Africans. We're Pan-Africans. And we got to make this walk. The dude couldn't even acknowledge a historical fact. But who they call a white racist, a felon, a womanizer, all these horrible things, that man can acknowledge our contributions, our foundation to this country. I find that ironic for the diaspora, for the country of Africa, the continent. He couldn't do it, family, and none of them can. The tethered dreams, the revenues, none of them can. But so-called white supremacists can give us flowers in that regard. Who looks like more an ally based on that? That's why I say I'm done trying to build some fake, phony relationship with an African. I'm better off with white Americans, man, because at least they can acknowledge the obvious. These guys, their hate for us is just on another level, man. I'm talking about Africans. Their hate for us is on another unseen level.
I don't think aligning yourself with the white supremacist, imperialist, in fact, the primary white supremacist imperialist state in the country and the world, would be ideal. But aside from that, the black people in this country originate from Africa, or like specifically West Africa, largely, but all from all parts of Africa. So, while they were part of the founding of this country, I would say the.
Y'all see this, family? See, this is.
Oh, we definitely see it. And by the way, Jamaican Dream, if you want to call in today, you could finish whatever you're going to bring yesterday. You could just read it off and land your plane. But I also want to talk about, I want to pick your brain, if you will allow me to do. Are you going to charge me $1,000 like Sabir Bey? I should call, his new name is Sad Bey. Sad Bey. Are you going to charge me $1,000 like Sad Bey? So yeah, if you want to call in and click the link, you could finish your point you was making yesterday and whatever. I'm not going to give a rebuttal. I said what I had to say yesterday. But I want to pick your brain. Pause. All right? That's up to you.
This is why they have a problem with foundational. See,
all parts of Africa. So,
yeah, we all said that F in FBA, it hurts a tether's soul to call us foundational. But a white racist, quote unquote, like Trump, can admit that easily. And what's the name? And culture can admit that easily. These are like racist. But they can admit that obvious fact easily.
While they were part of the founding of this country, I would say the.
Y'all see this, family? See, this is why they have a problem with foundational. See, we got to slow walk it. Y'all listening, right? I want y'all to really pay attention to this. This is why they have a problem with foundational. I want y'all to feel this and peep this. That's why we got to slow walk it. This all that old lying and talking in circles. We got to break it down and see what the real issue is. They got a problem. That foundational part that's the part they got a problem with. Because see,
no, there were.
See how he wants to latch on to it?
Right.
He's trying to latch on to the foundational part. See, he was a black American. He's cool. But when it comes to the foundational part, boy, he gets the Joloff babbling.
Right, Miller.
The foundational part got him babbling. He talking about the African slaves and come on.
No, I mean,
hey, family. So Nilla, I gave some wrenches, Philip Miller, and to other family, I gave y'all lineage wrenches. Just go ahead and like the video. We're like so far. Yesterday was great. Like you guys got the likes up to 262. As a result, the video yesterday got like damn near 6,000 views, and folks are coming over. Our lineage are coming over, and we're embracing our lineage and we're celebrating our lineage. So just do me a favor, keep liking the video. We ain't that far off. We ain't that bad today, but we're definitely about 20. No, we're about 30 likes off. So family, if you haven't already, just go ahead and like the video. We're not that far, but as people keep tuning in, that's gonna go from 30 to 100, like yesterday. Thank you. All right, but let's get back.
Then, my lineage is foundational, right? You're talking about aligning with whites. I don't know what that means. But my lineage, sir, and some of us, our lineage was here before the United States was built. So that makes our lineage foundational, right?
I mean, yeah, that's true. There were African slaves in this country before the founding of the country. So,
yeah, these tethers are just, somebody give me a disgusting word. Like, they are just puke. They are just, somebody give me a disgusting, filthy word. They're roaches, yeah. They are rats and roaches. Like, these tethers are rats and roaches. Like, they are puke. They are sanitation, sewage lines. African slaves. This sounds just like revenue. It's gotta be revenue cousin.
That is true. Like there were white and there were European and African people in this country before the United States was officially founded. So that is true. Yeah. So
there were
five,
black people here, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Hopefully,
why do you seem to have a problem
in
with acknowledging
at
that fact? That's either true or not true, sir. And when we look at the census form, it don't say African; it says black, mulatto, or colored.
I mean, they were African people. They were African descendants. They were black African descendants. I don't see what the problem is there.
Is they weren't calling themselves African for the most part. Yeah, we got African genetics, but yeah, there was an ethnogenesis. There was an ethnogenesis, and we didn't have Africa to depend on. Africa didn't come get us. Africa didn't help.
Wait, but why would they? They sold us. Like when you sell something, you don't go find it. You know, that's like on the slave auction blocks, when they sold who they sold, they didn't go find you. When a crackhead, meth head sells their baby, they're not going to go look for the baby. When you sell your car, sell your watch, you're not going to go looking for it. You detach yourself from what you sell. Okay. When a salesman make a sale, saleswoman make a sale, they're not going to, hey, actually the product I sold you, I actually lied about, its functions. Can we get that back? I'll give you a full refund. That doesn't happen. When you sell something, you detach yourself from it. You detach all feelings from it. You detach all ownership from it. And you're telling it to go be independent, go be its own entity, be responsible for itself. You dig? But you're making it known, like I'm no longer responsible for you when you sell something. Like you're departing ways for good. That's why they're not going to look for us. Like they departed ways for good, and then ironically come down the line and say, hey, when we get shit lit, hey, you're African, need I? Like no, you sold us. Remember? We took on a whole new identity. You're African, okay? We are foundational Black Americans.
Help us. Africa didn't reach out to us.
Well, when we say someone is African, it's like a colloquial usage of the term. It's not like
general term that's generic. It's a generic term. Everybody could be African, right?
I mean, no. Like when we say the term is colloquial, it's that means that it's the term is useful in like day-to-day speech. So it's not like like if I tell you I saw an African guy, that puts an image in your head, and that gives us a general idea of a type of person that we can both like acknowledge.
Then
but it's not.
Let me get Cousin Jerry in here. Cousin Jerry, hop on in, brother. Cousin Jerry? Uh-oh. I don't know what happened. I only had the family talk to you. The prototype, hop on in, beloved.
Yeah, I'm
I
here
have
still.
a question, Zenbu.
Same day. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's happening?
What the hell is this? All right. What's the question, sis?
Are there people who look like us that were indigenous to every other place on this planet?
I guess it depends on what you mean by looking like if like
were there copper colored and darker people on every part of this globe?
Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah, like I could probably brush up on my anthropology or history or whatever, but yeah, I'm sure there were darker skinned people on every continent.
If there was somebody on every single continent, what makes you think that we were not already here?
I mean, like even just because there were darker skinned people on the continent, that doesn't necessarily mean those people were African, right?
But why do y'all insist on calling us African if we were?
I was going to say the same thing. Like he just killed himself right there. He just shot himself in the foot, head, and everything. That don't mean they're African, right? That's the point, fool. That's why some FBAs are saying I'm not African based on that answer right there. He just shot himself in the foot, and I think he realized that because he's a thick intellect.
I mean,
single continent. What makes you think that we were not already?
Wait, back up a little more. Okay, right there.
Yeah, I'm sure there were darker skinned people on every continent.
If there was somebody on every single continent, what makes you think that we were not already here?
I mean, like even just because there were darker skinned people on the continent, that doesn't necessarily mean those people were African, right?
But why do y'all insist on calling us African if we were already
Peace,
here?
Bronze Beauty.
Again, this takes you back to what I was saying, where the term is colloquial, where it just
we don't care about that colloquial bullshit. I'll cut the bullshit. I'm done with that. I've been listening to you talk and just ramble on for like 50 million years. Let's get to the topic at hand. Most of you.
Yeah, Bronze Beauty. How you doing? I threw you a lineage wrench. Everybody liked the video. Let me see what it likes said. It wasn't that bad, but as people keep joining and you don't like the video, it gets crazy. Yesterday was great. Let's see where we at today. Where we at? Man, we didn't even look. I got 2 more likes. Yeah, so everybody who has not liked the video, go ahead and like it so the likes can match the viewership so we can get more lineage, folks of our lineage in the building, right? Because where are they at? Like most of our people, we give the wrong people the views. Like we give tether views. We give academics, Math Hoffa, we give Vlad, we give Godfrey. You dig? Like we give tethers hella views. 6,000 live viewers, and I'm just saying, hey, like the video, let's get our family here. And not just my channel, but all the other FBA channels that's out there. You know, let's show support. And when you go there, like their video. Dig, so that they can get the recognition that we give tethers and white supremacy. So we give Vlad and Adam 22 all of the likes and subscriptions and love, and our own, we don't really do that. Nowhere near the same. The energy ain't the same.
Africans in those 54 countries don't even refer to yourselves as African. You refer to yourselves by country. So if
I would love to just say this going forward. Listen, if Africa's a real thing, where's the African flag? If that's a real thing to be called, where's the African flag? Show me a flag before we even entertain such a conversation. If they know African flag, cool. So what flags are they? 54 flags that look totally different from each other, got a different context of history and different battle scars, different struggles, different success stories. Yeah, so the African thing missed me without an African flag. And that's just for them. That's not for me. That's for them. They need a unified African flag to show us, hey, we're making an attempt to reach out to y'all to, maybe do something in the future. But these 54 different flags, listen, stop. With that being the fact, obvious fact, let's stop the term Africa. Like I'm ready to just drop the term Africa, like we do in Pan-Africanism, because it's nothing. It's a nothing bird. Because Africa is not used like Central America. That's a continent. But nobody's called Central Americans like that. South America. Nobody's called or Southeast Asia. Hey, I'm Southeast Asian. I'm Northeast European. No, they don't do that. I'm Northeast Europe. They don't do that, dude. They just call you what they are. But when it comes to Africa, this romanticism. Now all of a sudden everybody's African. Nobody's Nigerian. Nobody's from the Congo. Nobody's this and that. Everybody's just African. No more African talk. We're going to call people from where they are from.
If that's the case, and we were already here, that means we were the foundation on which this country was built. There were things that were already here. And then when Y'all, when they decided to land Plymouth Rock right on our back, guess what? They brought gunpowder.
Sorry, did someone just fart? Like
I was about to
I'm
say
not trying to
that.
change the subject, but
I'm sorry.
No,
oh,
no,
okay.
no. Because guess what? This country didn't start when white people arrived. We were already here. Do you know what it was called?
Well, the Europeans like thought it was.
Yeah, I think she's going to work with it. So let's get back on topic.
Vote, but then there's going to be some that are going to say, heck no, we're not voting for him because they're trying to deport our families. So you're going to find those people in every demographic. Are not a monolithic group. I'll just land there. I can let someone else speak. But yeah, thank y'all.
But yet, Zen, does that change our lineage just because there are some foundational Black Americans, 43 million, some are Trump supporters. Does that change our lineage? Zen?
No, but I mean, of course not. But again, like, well, for starters, especially considering this term has been a skyrocketing in usage, like I'd say within like the past few months. I don't think there is enough. I don't think you've demonstrated that. Well, again, I will take it back to the initial argument I made that indicated that you are a thought leader on online political circles, and I don't believe that your influence represents all Black people in the United States. Is what I was saying.
Right. I agree with that. I don't represent all Black people at all. I can't. We agree. So I don't know why you keep saying that. I don't. I've said that. I'm not nobody's lead. I don't represent anybody. Your lineage is your lineage, no matter what. Listen, if I get abducted by an alien tomorrow, they take me to Planet Musty, where the rest of your family is. Jokes. Which is part of the culture. I'm still, my lineage is not going to change, and everybody.
For the rest of your family are. That was funny.
Everybody else's lineage is not going to change. It's going to be the same thing. Cousin Jerry, hop on in.
Okay, so before he goes further, all right, let's get a word from the pastor. The late pastor predicted something that we really disrespected. We really didn't consider this revelation. We didn't consider this deal between Haitians and the devil. Okay, we actually were poured out outrage to Pat Robertson. Now looking back at it, 30 some years later, Pat Robertson might have been onto something. We got to put more stank on his name. So let's go with Pat Robertson's revelation of how Haiti really got up under the yoke and foot of the French. Hey, Pastor Pat Robertson, break it down.
And you know, Christy, something happened a long time ago in Haiti, and people might not want to talk about it. They were under the heel of the French.
Right. We know that.
You know, Napoleon the Third, or
whatever.
And they got together and swore a pact to the devil. They said, we will serve you if you'll get us free from the French. It's true story. And so,
he capped it off with true story. You know, we say fact, no cap. He said true story.
If you'll get us free from the French. It's true story. And so the devil said, okay, it's a deal. And they kicked the French out. You know, the Haitians revolted and got themselves free. But ever since, they have been cursed by one thing after the other, desperately poor. That island of Hispaniola is one island. It's cut down the middle. On the one side is Haiti, on the other side is the Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic is prosperous, healthy, full of resorts, etc. Haiti is in desperate poverty. Same island. They need to have, and we need to pray for them, a great turning to God. And out of this tragedy, I'm optimistic something good may come.
So that was a revelation that Pat got from White Jesus way back in like the early 90s or late 80s, whatever he got it. But yeah, man, he broke it down. He said the Haitians, they didn't fight, you know, valiantly to defeat the French. He said they made a pact with the devil
I
and the
know.
devil
Hey,
got
Ron,
them
let me
under
say
from under
something.
the heel of the French.
Let me say
Yeah.
something. Look, man. So I mean, like the past 3 days, we've been cooking with hot grease. The chat been on fire. The content been on fire. I'm loving this content as we killing it. But what I wanted to say is the last video we made yesterday when you debuted that video, we had somebody in the comments that was mad about it.
Hey, do you know their name? And why didn't click the
was
link?
like, no, that ain't happened. He had to be Haitian. He was like, they never sold to the devil. I'm like, well, that's what my man said.
Yeah, but how you gonna say a pastor's lying? Now that pastor is called, what's his name? Pat Robertson.
Pat
Robertson. Like, you know it's a sin to say a pastor is lying. That's a sin to say a pastor is lying. You know, and Pastor Pat Robertson, it sounds like he was on to something. It sounds like he got a real revelation. You know, from Jesus.
This sounded
the white Jesus.
Right on. That. Because
yeah,
they probably needed the devil right, to get out of that. They probably did.
Yeah,
they
but
do
like he said,
here.
they've been cursed ever. Yeah, and they've been cursed like he said. He said they was cursed, bro. You know.
They be messing with that voodoo.
So we got to put more respect on Pat name, you know, because he's been dropping science, and we've been disrespecting him.
We talking about some 100.
We've been laughing at him, teasing him. Yeah, 700 Club, man. Like the Breakfast Club, the 700 Club was first.
Yeah, we got to keep that out there. But did you get that short out there yet? Did you get that short made? Man, that's going.
I'm working on it.
All right.
I'm working on that short.
Let's get that. We need that.
Let me finish this right here.
Hey Flex, how you doing this morning?
I'm good, brother.
I want to change gears just a little bit with this guy.
Okay, then okay.
I want to talk about that lying spirit that seems to be like ingrained in them.
Yeah.
Right.
It's almost a demonic thing. This is kind of making me wonder, is this the same thing that they did to the ancestors that they exiled out of Africa? Is this the same lying spirit? Is this the same energy? Because everybody know, even you, Zen Buddha, know that Tariq is not a leader. Even you having trouble with the same line. It's like it's stuck in your tongue. Our grandma warned us about a lying spirit. A lying spirit leads to a dark heart.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it tether tails, like duck tails and tails from the hood. We're gonna call it tether tails. So when they start lying, tails as in TALES. So when we catch them in a lie, we're gonna call it tether tails. Tether tails.
And what's happening is right now, I don't mean to get all spiritual this early in the morning, but your darkness is showing toward us.
God damn.
And you want us to ally with your darkness?
Now look, that's that same darkness that Pastor Pat Robertson talked about. That pact with the devil. So is he really off? Because his brother said, I ain't trying to get spiritual, but he even sensed the darkness. So it's like, well, maybe Pastor Pat Robertson was telling the truth. And by the way, he did say true story. So you got to factor that in. He did say true story. He didn't say
and you
lying.
keep talking about parody. Have you ever met a KKK member? I'm from Alabama. I know card-carrying members of KKK. Our ideology and theirs does not line up. That trying to make us nationalists because we're from this land, because we have no immigrants in our family. There are no immigrants in mine Tariq family. We are from this land, and your lying tongue was so thick, you couldn't even say the word foundational.
That's crazy.
I'm getting ready to land. I'm going to get off of this. See, this is the issue. That lying spirit is destructive. It's corrosive. It does nothing but tear down. We cannot partner with that. We even go back to the 90s. We found out when we were trying to be on the Pan-African that y'all were on something completely different.
Yeah.
So young man, you seem to be an intelligent person. You seem to read a few articles and be in the space. I'm gonna ask you to get that lying spirit away from you. See, we asking y'all to come over and embrace this Majara spirit. That Majara spirit is a spirit of truth. that majority spirit, it'll cleanse you of that nastiness and darkness. So come over and let that mess go, young man. Appreciate you for letting me up to read.
There you go, brother. Thank you so much.
Well, I want to say I'm sorry if I'm coming off that way. I want to say, like, if anything, I want to. I know it's just my word. It might not mean much to everyone here, but I fully believe everything I'm saying. Maybe I'm not delivering it in the best way, but I want to say that I have no intention of deceiving anyone. I want to be. In fact, I came here to put my entire heart on the table.
So it's in you. So goddamn, so that hatred, that devil, see? So Pastor Pat Robertson was onto something. That pact you made with the devil is still in you. God damn, to this day. That's 1804. So it looks like part of Africa made the same pact with the devil, right? That's what it seems like.
Because I kind of saw something.
Leave everything.
I saw something bad on in terms of people who are in these types of chat groups.
Slow down. You said you believe everything you said. Did you tweet that I was the CIA or something?
Possibly.
Yeah. Just like Revenue and all of them, they just cannot be honest, man. Possibly, I don't remember. I did it like an hour ago, but I don't remember. Maybe I did. I don't know.
I'm not trying to be deceitful or anything. I may have tweeted something like that, but
believe that.
But yeah, I do think what you do is in line with what the CIA wants, because especially considering they're trying to push a white supremacist ideology, which is so far.
Now, family, here goes a lie. They always say we push white supremacy as FBAs because we're on code, we're delineating. But we asked them, okay, give us a white supremacy talking point that we are saying verbatim, like word for word, and we just give it to us. Give it to us, and they can't. But now ask us that for you guys. Okay, and so you got to tell us to stop. We're gonna name so many white supremacist talking points that you guys borrow word for word verbatim from white supremacists. The white supremacist playbook, Jared Taylor and all these guys. You'll see a little later when I talk to Tether Dream.
Are being very successful in the country, especially through ICE, government institutions like ICE, and people who listen to you a lot tend to be pro-ICE for some reason. That's the main reason why I came to that conclusion.
Why can't you be pro-ICE?
Like,
slow down, because when you're talking and just keep talking, that means you don't really believe what you're saying. So you think I'm the CIA?
Of course, I don't have any evidence of that, but your rhetoric goes in that direction, I guess is what I'm saying.
Our rhetoric is the CIA.
Yeah, right now the CIA would probably be.
All right, family, we are 8 likes off. Just 8 likes. So just, you ain't like the video, okay? I don't know, but you know who you are. Like the video. We're just 8 likes away. Like the video.
Interested in protecting and propagandizing on behalf of the Trump administration, which includes demonizing immigrants and like other communities of people that are targeted by ICE.
CIA. Why would the CIA need to demonize you?
Well, not me in particular, but I would say even descendants, Black people who are descendants of slaves also are targeted by this white supremacist organization. So division is something, or division, or I guess delineation is something.
God damn, slow down.
This guy is babbling now.
Zan. Just when you keep talking, that means you don't believe what you're saying. You're just
right.
trying to
He
talk
doesn't
your
sound
way
so confident
through
now.
it. You're trying to babble your way through it. What the CIA mission?
Well, I missed the question. Let's go back.
Division is something, or division, or I guess delineation is something.
God damn, slow down. Slow down, Zan. Just when you keep talking, that means you don't believe what you're saying. You're just trying to talk your way through it. You're trying to babble your way through it. What would the CIA mission be? What do you have going on in Africa that would need the CIA to intervene?
Well, for starters, I want to say this is the first voice call I've been in on this app, so this is totally new to me. So if I'm like stumbling or
Yeah,
I'm being bad at
yeah.
enunciating my arguments,
We're saying,
I apologize.
because what you do, you'll lie, and then when somebody holds you on that lie, you just start babbling. Let you talk to my homegirl, Love I Am. You want to meet? Let me introduce you to Love I Am. She wants to talk to you. Love, this is Zen Buddha. Go ahead, Love.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And please let me, I had something that I initially came up to address, but I also want to address the point of the CIA. So please let me do both.
Oh, good. The floor is yours, beloved.
Okay, thanks. So first of all, he was saying that the term African is a colloquial term, and that is not accurate. That term is a misnomer, and it's actually being erroneously applied to the original humans, okay? All original humans were melanated, and we are the original inhabitants of every continent. That means that the other groups come from us. So we were here already. You said you wanted to acknowledge that there were some Africans in America prior to slavery. And I wanted to inform you, because it doesn't seem like you know, that the term Africa was not even applied to the entire continent until the 17th century. So if you consider the US corporation and you even want to make the argument that there were Africans here, then that's already a flawed logic, because there's no evidence that the dark race that was here were in fact Africans. And with the term being a misnomer, you're likely reclassifying a group, which in this case you are. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm just gonna
For the most part,
okay, I just want to check in with you. I'm not asking any questions, and I'm going to make my point because I just want to disprove you. You said it's colloquial. I'm saying it's a misnomer, and that it is being erroneously applied to the original human. So that's my refute to your point. The point about saying there were Africans here, I wanted to point out that that is not documented. There's no documentation that backs that. The first importation of people coming from the African continent was in the 1800s. Okay, so that is not supported by any documentation. When you're talking about Tariq being a leader, what he's done is actually just organize members of his own ethnic group. When you're talking about delineation being a CIA type of thing, actually, delineation is the only way for individuals who are of the same race classification to be able to gauge where there are any disparities in the experience. So we need to delineate in order to know how our ethnic group is doing against all other ethnic groups that fall under the same racial construct. Tariq has organized, galvanized his people. We are his people. That's why we have a lot of the same character quality and attribute, and that's what you're observing. But as far as a leader, he can't be a leader of a lineage. That does not make sense. That's what he's trying to point out to you. That's a flawed logic. As far as the CIA, you said you think it would be of interest for the CIA to be anti-immigration and support Trump. Well, I want to inform you that the history of America, the CIA actually had a COINTELPRO operation where they infiltrated Negro organizations here in America because they were concerned with the Black Messiah arising out of our lineage that would unify other dark races. With that being said, they acknowledge that we are not a homogenous group with Africans, number one. Number two, because they were concerned with and wanted to gauge the consciousness of Negroes in America, they actually viewed it as an effective strategy to vet melanated immigrants and bring them into the country, where these immigrants would then take a verbal contract where they would renounce their country of origin, which is what your parents did. Then they had you, and they obviously raised you with a level of ignorance towards everything that I'm speaking on, and have allowed you to effectively evade the reality of your home country, in which case now you're here having a conversation with us where you are putting out misinformation and a historical fact. So that's where we're at in the conversation. And so if someone like myself, who is well educated, who is educated on the anthropological fact of dark races being on every inhabitable landmass, prior to colonization and us never being identified as a homogenous group, and you know that that's your only frame of reference as a Nigerian with a tribe, then I would say that me viewing you and your thought processes as a liability is actually not in congruence with white supremacy. White supremacy actually wants us all to be erroneously identified under this social construct of Black, and have you say things to us like, you don't see much difference in who we are compared to who you are. See, that's all white supremacy ideological framework. And we actually are trying to expunge that out of our collective through delineation. And we're trying to take autonomy over our identity so that we don't have people calling us erroneously African when we know that we have a significant portion of our population that was already here prior to any of the other groups that arrived subsequently. Thanks, Tariq, for letting me speak.
There you go. Thank you so much, beloved. All right. Zen, you still here with us, bro?
Yes, sir.
There you go. Let me get my brother Dan and hop on in.
Yeah, it was good, Flex. How you holding up,
All
brother?
right, good, brother. Here's Zen.
Yeah, I've been listening to him, man. I don't typically like to come up twice, but come on, Zen. Now you from Nigeria, correct?
I've been there twice, but I was born in the States, and
No, I
my
know that
parents are from
part, but
Nigeria.
your grandfather's Nigerian, right?
Yes, my parents migrated from Nigeria.
I understand. What tribe you guys from?
Yoruba.
Gotcha. So what's the difference between the Yoruba and the Igbo? Is there like a big difference?
Igbo tends to be more Igbo tends to be more like Muslim. Yoruba tends to be more on the Christian side. So I grew up Protestant.
Yeah, but you would agree there's a difference between the two groups, correct?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And both groups lived in the Nigerian region for like centuries, right?
Yep.
Gotcha. So if you can acknowledge that there's a pretty big difference between those two, and they grew up right next to each other. When you look at Black Americans who grew up on a whole nother landmass for over 300 plus years, you can see why we say that there's a difference between us, correct?
Yeah, in fact, I fully acknowledge that. I can't imagine the full scope of the pain and the suffering
Well, it's not even
of
just
descendants of slaves gone
it's
through
not
here
even.
in the States. So
Wait, hold on, calm down, calm
I
down.
acknowledge that.
Yo. It's not even just the pain and the suffering. We're just talking about differences. I mean, but you understand that every one of these African groups or Caribbean groups or even the European groups, anytime people from your culture or other groups around the country, world, anytime they win something, they make sure to elaborate on where they're from. Just in the NBA Finals, the guy, shout out to him, he was waving the Haitian flag. I had no clue he was Haitian until they won. And he was like, "Oh, I'm Haitian." Shout out to Haiti, I guess. But you do realize that when those groups do that, that's a form of delineation. You know that, right?
Well, I can speak from my personal experience. If I were to
I'm
win,
not talking
or
about that. I'm saying just stick to what I'm asking you. I'm asking you. You understand it's a form of delineation, right? I'm talking about what the guy did with the Haitian flag.
like just because they're waving a Haitian flag, that doesn't mean they reject.
No. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm letting you know that's a form of delineation. You know that, right?
I don't think waving a flag necessarily
No, that's not what I'm
commands that
saying.
much of a
That's
statement.
not what I
So
said. You're missing what I'm telling you. I'll say it again, right? The guy,
I hate when
as
I
soon
go
as
on
they
mute. So
won the NBA
basically,
championship,
hold on.
he was proud to let everybody.
So basically, what I was saying was Dan asked some great questions. Like he just made it very clear. You're waving the Haitian flag. You're not rejecting. Why did old boy automatically assume you're rejecting something by acknowledging your Haitian unique identity? So what I was saying was everybody can, according to tethers and Pan-Africanists, everybody can acknowledge their unique ethnic identity, except for FBAs. Everybody except FBAs. It's because we're exceptional. Okay, it's because we're exceptional. That's why they know it. We know it. So I said this. I said, look at the title. Are Africans more influential than FBAs? Now that's not a FBA question. That's a tether question. So I said, look at the guy on the left. Who dresses like that globally? Okay. Now look at the guy on the right. That's how you see most folks, especially tethers, dress on the right. Okay, the guy on the left, you see that thing in movies like Wakanda. Like people dress like that when they want to fight next to T'Challa against Thanos versus Thanos. All right, and Halloween, that's how you dress. But the guy on the right, when you want to be respected as part of the black excellence, most of these folks in these third world countries, they're looking like the guy on the right over the guy on the left. All right, and that's what I was saying while I was on mute. My fault.
Everybody know he was Haitian. I'm not saying he wasn't proud before that, but I'm just telling you, he was like, hey, I'm Haitian, by the way. That's separating himself from Black Americans. There's no problem with that. I don't take issue with it. In fact, I applaud it that somebody from Haiti is able to win a championship. But you do understand that's a form of delineation.
And just so we're on the same page, what's your definition of delineation?
That's a yes or no question. You do understand that, right?
I mean, we should agree on the definition first, right?
You understand it's a form of delineation, right?
Do you believe that waving a flag is a form of delineation?
I believe.
Okay, so sometimes I go off screen share to know what because when you're on screen share, it's kind of hard to know I'm on mute because the mute button is so tiny. But when I take it off screen share, I can clearly see I'm on mute or not on mute. Okay, so the guy said waving a Haitian flag does not scream delineation. Okay, so there are black people all across. No, there are dark people all across the world. Okay, and if one of those dark persons, and sometimes you can't tell where they're from based on looking at them, right? So when you wave a Haitian flag or any flag, that is a way to say, look, I'm not whatever you thought I was. I'm not whoever you thought I looked like. This is who I truly am. So you are drawing a line between all other dark people of the world and your ethnic cultural group. That is literally delineation. Like you are delineating, you are disaggregating. That's when you raise your hand, right? Teacher says, hey, who has the answer? Once you raise your hand, you delineate it. You show I got the answer, and whoever don't raise their hand don't. Okay, so there are subtle signs of delineation, but you're still drawing a line. Okay, if somebody say, hey, rappers, whoever rap in this chat, stand up, or press the insert the musical note. You just delineate it because those who don't rap or sing can't put the musical note. That's a delineation. It's not that different. It's not that difficult. So by him raising the Haitian flag, he's letting you know. And like Dan said, before he waved the Haitian flag, you thought he could be anybody. Kenyan, FBA, Haitian, Jamaican. He could be anything he wanted to be. Nigerian. But he waved that flag to say, don't misidentify me for any black man. I am a Haitian African man. That is literally delineation. But again, you would deny it and you wouldn't acknowledge it because they think delineation is a bad thing. It's stuck in their brain. Tether, not the rider class, but the tether class that word is stuck in their brain as being something awful. So that's why they cannot acknowledge it in a positive or regular sense. It has to be negative only.
Hey, I'm from this place, not that place. That is delineation. It doesn't have to be a negative thing.
Do you believe waving a flag indicates that the person is saying
I
that they're...
literally just told you, if he's saying, hey, I'm from this place, not that place, that's delineation.
I mean, in that case, they wouldn't be saying that they're not from somewhere else, right? They're just holding a flag, right?
He said he's not from America. He's from Haiti. That's delineation, sir. Literally the definition.
I mean, like initially you said that he waved a...
Okay, look. All right. So this guy Tether Babble, let me go back right here for 1 second. Let's go back to these diaspora wars, right? From Ababa. Let's go back here. 1 second. Okay, because Tether Man was wilding right just now. I ain't got time for that.
African than African Americans because you were born on the continent. You see what I'm saying? So he and
Okay, no, I don't see. Let's back that up. Where are you coming from?
brothers, you know, he and I had a disagreement, and Uncle, you remember, and he said we also had a an incident with I text you, Bob, about it. Me and the brothers over in the UK.
Right.
We got our thing back straight. No, it was Europe because they're in Paris, they're in France. And so, you know, one of the brothers, you know, he and I had a disagreement, and Uncle, you remember, and he said, Black Americans, y'all are arrogant, you know. And so I said, okay, so you have a misperception of African Americans. You think we arrogant, but I'm just holding you accountable for what you did. And then you lash out. Then you not only lash out and say that Black Americans are arrogant, you actually lashed out and said you felt like you were more African than African Americans because you were born on the continent. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. That's the exact point. He is, though. He's not lying. So I'm gonna go with that African man, right? I think you lost that, sis. Yeah, he is more African than I ever would be. Okay, because he's definitely born in his homeland, right? He's born in his homeland, whatever country he's from, whatever tribe he's from, it's in Africa. It's in the continent Africa. Okay, so he is he's Nigerian African, whatever the hell he was, Kenyan African, wherever he was born in, any 54 states in Africa, he is that plus African. So he is more African than anybody who's not born or don't have a lineage that goes back to directly back 100, 200 years back to the continent. Yes, he is more African than you. So he won that one, sis. You got to hold that up.
And so he and I got back, you know, he and I got into it. So like I said, I've had my differences with certain individuals, but based on my differences with them, or, you know, incidents, based on these incidents, I wouldn't say overall, I think it's a rift between us and them, because I've had certain encounters with certain people. So what are your thoughts on that? Because you're saying I think it's a rift. I'm gonna keep it a buck. But what are you using to gauge that it's an actual rift?
I'm saying the rift is actually growth. And I'm saying, let's talk about the standard of the day. Colonial powers, European nations.
Shit.
Man, they've been riffing forever, man. It's the rift. Out of the rift comes growth, where one group is just going to be better than the next group. That's part of being Homo sapiens sapiens. So we're not going to sit here and think that we don't have rifts. We do, because we're human. No more than any other group, though. I don't like that, right? There's no, and when you go to Asia, right? Caucasus Asia, Europe is in Asia. There's no one way to be Asians, right? There's plenty of rifts, right? Okay. Right. And that's part of being human. Nobody has that problem. And you never classify them all as being the same. You never say the Chinese is a European. You never say that, right? You really never say the British and the French. They two different groups of people. They may be genetically tied, but they don't know that before the advent of mapping human genome. They don't know that. So we're no different than anybody else. When you go to Africa, you say Africa. No, they're different clans, different tribes, different nations, different business practices. They all got their own thing. African Americans got their own thing. So the rift is really the fight for, my clan, my group, my nation is better than yours. That's all it really is. And they really be hating though, Doc. See, they hate the fact that we can stand here right now on the internet. I can go ahead and grab me some nice water. I can cross my legs. You know what I mean? You got to get the kid, Georgia. Yeah, that's what my graduated from Georgia. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes people be really hating, right? And we done been through so much to be able to get to the point where you can start a damn school, right? You can put together all the daggone.
I don't know where to go right now. Let's fast forward.
On boards right now, preventing us from moving forward with reparations. And like you said, in this, go ahead.
You know it's deep. All that shit I just said, when you take your ass to Africa, it was open arms when you get on the ground together. That's the crazy part. When you look each other eye to eye and
stop it. They want your damn money. Now look, you go to Africa with a sign saying I'm broke. I will work for food. You dig? You go with that sign, see if they look at you eye to eye. They look at us as bags. Like, so this disingenuous conversation is goofy. They look at it, all this fake, oh, I love you, brother. Welcome home. Come back home. They want some damn money, man. They want some. That's like a guy holding. Y'all see the homeless whites in the South. Just imagine him holding open the door for you when you go into the store. Like, dude, he wants you to come back out and give him a coin or $1 or some shit for holding open the door. He's not looking at you. Oh wow, these Black Americans are just so great and exceptional. He wants $1. Okay, he's probably racist as they can be, but he wants $1 or some change. So he's gonna hold the door up and smile. Hey, good morning.
have conversations, and you realize the human struggle that they going through with their government, and they realize the human struggle that we going through with our government, yo, that's when friendships are made. But see, you're a traveler, you're a world traveler. You got a little different.
Yeah, hey, Douglas Sullivan, you're right. We don't use it over here. Everybody here know we're FBA. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give you an FBA lineage wrench, a lineage wrench, so you can be a mod. And just like the video as you come in, peace to you. Maxwell Jenkins says she is that delusional where she feels she's African as someone from the continent. Exactly, and that's why he's looking at her like, "Where you?" Listen, it's sad because the way we look at them when they can't comprehend we're not us. That's the way they look at her when she can't comprehend. She can't comprehend she's not them. He's looking like, "Are you serious? You think we're equally African? Like, what country you from? What flag you fly? What tribe you stem from?" So yeah, so he look at her as silly as we look at them when they try to cosplay as one of us. Good point, Maxwell.
Insight into this, man. You might beef, and when you sit down and talk to each other, because that's what stop wars.
Right,
y'all know that, right?
General.
Two parties
come together
and have conversation. Realize, man, we're going through the same.
Hey, General, I'm gonna give you a lineage wrench as well, just like the video, family. And once again, if you're new over here, which some of you are, I'm live typically every morning, 10 a.m. And I try to go live sometimes at 7 p.m. All right?
Anything you're going through. I just wanted to put that out there. With all I just said,
absolutely.
When y'all sit down at the table, yo,
And the link is in the chat. Just might want to have a dialogue, give a testimony, just want to give praises to the lineage or whatever, or if you want to debate, is there. That's my Cash App. That works. And the super chat button definitely works as well. Y'all want a message that Maxwell used earlier. If y'all want a message to be read. Now, sometimes I might be looking away from the screen, but I try to catch
family. Hey, you know how, hey.
So I hear what you're saying. When you're saying a riff, you're not saying that everybody's included. Like, you're not saying it's all included. Gosh, a brother got mad with me. Y'all think y'all better. Now this connects to the whole social media. Y'all think y'all better than us. Whole conversation. Y'all think y'all Black Americans. Y'all think we slow. Y'all think y'all better. And I'm looking at this brother Baba. I said, brother, where you getting this stuff from? And guess what he said, Baba?
Well,
social media.
Social media. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was on social media, and I said, brother, let me say this to you. I said, the average Black American is not thinking about you in.
Hey, yeah, don't we say that? So now that's a Pan-Africanist saying what we say. Okay? That's a Pan-Africanist saying what we say. We don't think about nobody but Americans every day. We don't watch football as in FUTBOL. We don't watch none of that shit. We watch American sports for the most part. The only time I watch something international is like the Olympics or FIBA basketball or boxing. Outside of that, man, like I said, track and field. Outside of that, we don't watch nothing foreign. And that's not to say they are less than or things like that, but that's just to say that we are so occupied. America is that plentiful, like where we're in our own skin. We don't need to look anywhere. We're not thinking about Africans, Caribbeans. We're not thinking about Germans. We're not thinking about Israel, Palestine, Iran, Ukraine, Russia. We ain't thinking about none of that shit. So SLE, who's on the panel, 44 through a linear super chat. Thank you very much, $5. I appreciate you. Yeah. So we don't. So I'm glad she said, as a Pan-Africanist, we don't think about y'all at all. Because first of all, we don't think y'all have it lit where you're from. Like we will only think about you. We felt like you were, lit. Like we can borrow something from you. We don't think y'all lit like that. Like, you know what I mean? Well, we know you're not lit like that. So like, there's nothing we borrow from you, or want to borrow from you, or cosplay or copy. Nothing. At one point, I guess I had the locks in your hair. We looked at that and we did that, I guess, but that's about it.
In Britain. No, they're not thinking about brother. I said, let me say this to you. I said, the average Black American is not thinking about you in Britain. No, they're not thinking about our brothers and sisters in British, let alone to think that we even better. They're not even thinking about you. I said, secondly, brother, I'm just talking about the information. I'm saying that you need to update your information.
Now, look, we always got to talk to them with kid gloves. Like, folks from the diaspora or the continent of Africa, we always got to talk to them with kid gloves. But when she want to address somebody from America, FBA, scratching and pawing, gnawing and mauling and boxing and kicking, with us, we don't get the kid gloves.
This is not an attack on.
Lenny's love in the chat one more time. $20. Thank you very much. This is, I have to read the name. Hazardous shit. I'm saying it right. Proud of you, bro. FBA, the lineage, pride, Freedman. Exactly. I mean, everybody like the super chat. You did, but for those who can't super chat, those super chats represent you too, right? With the lineage. So, like the super chat. It's like the plate at church. You know, the plate at church, if you ain't got the money to donate, you just tap the plate. So tapping that $20 plate is just liking, or any other plate that comes up. Tapping the plate is liking, their donation, their contribution. That's all.
Brothers and sisters in the British music. Brothers and sisters in the UK. I'm just simply saying that your information is outdated and you need to update it. I said no different than it's times, Baba. I mean, you and I would talk about things, brother. Come on, Doc, you got to update this. You can't, brother. On telling me, Doc, don't put that in the paper. I know.
Well, y'all all got to update. You dig? It ain't African American. It's FBA. It's funny how they saying the word update, but they're staying with African American, which was a term that never popped off. So the dude in the bottom, Unc, I spoke to him, Bobby West. I spoke to him directly on my channel. Okay, go look at it. And I said, bro, African American, that term never was popping. Dig? And I was hoping he would challenge me. Like, yeah, that term ain't never popped in America. We ain't never. I'm African American. The cops say, hey, so who vandalized your car? Oh, that African American over there. Or she was African American. She was tall, thin. No, braids in the hair. No, we say that person was black. What does Karens do, right? The Karens that lied about FBA robber. How do they describe us? It was a black man. Even Karens don't say, oh, he was African American. Black man. Okay, they say black communities when they want to describe our communities or for whatever issue, political. They say the black community. They say the black vote. They family. Do they say the African American vote or the black vote? Okay, so yeah, stop. The entire country never embraced African Americans. The entire country recognized us as black. Cool.
Oh, you got that from
yeah. So I'm saying these three right here need to update. your terminology. That African American is gone. Now y'all can say black. Y'all can say black American. You know, if you hell bent don't want to say foundational, that's on you. But you can say black or black American. But if you ain't gonna say FBA, but the African American, like y'all just lying to yourself at that point. Just to say African American on a straight face, you're lying to yourself. Nobody adopts that. Not even internally or externally. Nobody addresses us as African Americans.
Browder, you know, I know you got that from Anthony Browder, you know, Now Valley contributions, but nah, they didn't quite prove that pyramid was aligned with those stars. I'm telling you.
So General said, I am Nigerian. I understand both sides. Well, General, click the link. That's what we want to hear. We want to hear both sides. We don't want to hear just the FBA side all day long. We want to get the Nigerian side. We got the Jamaican side, right? We got some Trinidadians to call in. We had an Ivory Coast brother call in. Okay, we never had a Nigerian call in. So, hey, General, if you can call in and let's get the Nigerian side, that'd be excellent.
Let me send you the new homework on it. And I just said, you know, first I hit him. I ain't gonna lie. I was arguing with him tooth and nail. No,
and so the link is up. It's pinned to the top. You can click the link. If you rather call in and get the phone number, you let me know, and I'll put the phone number in the chat. But yeah, we want to hear the Nigerian side to this.
Send me another reference because this ain't it. So Brother Ogden sent me 5 references, right? Then he finally sent me one that I was like, oh yeah, this is the one. And so anyway, my point though, Bobby, is I wasn't attacking him or attacking any of the brothers and sisters, you know, in the UK or in Europe. I was just simply saying you got to update your information. But I say that social media is powerful because he's looking at social media and in his mind, he's thinking that we are over here thinking we're better than them, or we think.
Like, let's even go with black. Wait, okay, family. Is it called black on black violence, or is it called African American or African American violence? I mean, every slogan to describe us, every phrase, every jingle, Black History Month. Does anybody say African American History Month? I mean, come on. They say black and white, issues. It's the black and white dynamic. Dr. Claude Anderson got a book called Black Labor, White Wealth. You trying to tell me it should have been African American labor, white wealth? It just sounds crazy.
Think they're slow, or we think, you know, and I said, come on, brother. And he gave me a hug after I explained these 2 things to him.
It takes too long to sit there. By the time you say, it was one African American man, and it takes too long to describe them. They didn't got away by now. Hey, it's one black American man, about 6 foot. And then it was a black American woman. She was about 5'2", really short and chubby. And then there was this other guy, looks like he's mixed. He could have been Dominican, Puerto Rican, or he could have been black American. Look, the guy gone now. The guy's, okay, all right, man. Look, well, we just going to write a report. He's probably got away by now. Took so long to describe these folks. So we'll just give you a copy of the police report. But we're probably going to catch him because your description took way too long. Look, 3 black people. 2 males and a woman. Okay, that's it. See how fast that was? Now they caught the guy.
You know, we're not thinking about you, right? We're not thinking about you.
Black history, not African American history. Black Panthers, not African American Panthers. African American Wall Street. That's stupid and weak. Maxwell Jenkins said, "Did you ever get the point Ump was trying to prove when he showed those 3 clips of Tariq?" No. When he's talking to me, or just now here, if it was on my live today, I missed it because I took a phone call, an important phone call, so I missed it if it was live today. But if you're talking about when I was speaking with him, I didn't think he made any sense. But if it was today, I missed it, and I can go back. You know, it wasn't that long ago. I could go back and try to find it. But you might be talking about my life. I don't think he did it here.
You know, and then especially the
Black Law. Black Law Dictionary, 4th edition, page 792. Was it Black Law, 5th edition, page 792? But it ain't African American law, page 4th edition, page 792. Okay. See, it's the black Moors, not the African American Moors. Kemet was a black land. Kemet was an African American land.
The average person is not thinking about that. The average person in America, the average
Black caucus in Congress. African American caucus. Yeah, so man, come on, black just rolls so smooth off the tongue. Like, let's stop capping. Not lying.
Black America's over here grinding, trying to pay bills, trying to survive, trying to
historically black colleges, not historically African American colleges. Like, it just don't roll off the tongue right, man. You gotta force it. So these three right here, they're forcing it. They're forcing it. It's not natural. But when he came to my live, the brother in the bottom, he was saying African American, then he messed up at the very end. He said Black American. And I said, okay, so aren't we foundation? He said, yeah. I said, FBA. He started laughing because he was done. See, once you say Black American, you're done. So like these folks even, like, they're so mad at us. They're so mad at us. They don't even say Black American anymore, family. They're so mad at us, they just say African American. They don't even want to say, now before we put the F there, they were proud Black Americans. They never said they never said African Americans. They're so mad at us, they said the hell with being black. We're African American. Now, the guy on the bottom, he always said Black African Power. Like one of his slogans on all of his lives and videos uploads, he always said Black African Power. He never said African American Power. So now, like, they're forcing the term African as a effort to rebel or protest against foundational.
Yeah, so we're not over here thinking that. And he just grabbed me, brother Unc and Bob.
So Maxwell Jenkins said it was later on in this video when he tried to discredit the FBA brother. It should be coming up soon. This was a mess. Okay, good. Yeah. They got this obsession. They got this homo something pause obsession with Tariq Nasheed. And they try to make Tariq Nasheed Mr. FBA. So whatever he's into and whatever he's not into, that affects and reflects on all of us. He tried that with me. Okay, when I had a discussion with him, it flopped like a bad album. Bad album sales. BMW's Black Man Wanted. They say Black Man's Wish. BMW was Black Man's Wish, not African American Wish. The Black Liberation Army, Black people food, Black music, Black culture, African American.
And he gave me a hug, gave me a kiss. He said, "You right, sister. I'm sorry. I was looking at social media." So social media is also, I say all that to say, social media is also fueling.
Hey, yo, we got to stop. And that's another thing that I checked somebody on recently. We got to stop letting tethers lie and blame their hatred on us, because now it's social media. But before social media, sister, it was movies. And then they said music. So it was movies and music. And now they're saying social media. So like the lie just evolved. It was movies, music, and now social media. It's not internal hate. Now the dude on the right, the Baba fool on the right, he said only Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, are dealing with self-hatred. So therefore, we find an enemy amongst people who look like us. So this person is saying we think we all at and got this resentment towards us, and none of it is based on, according to these fools, and none of it is based on self-hatred. Again, self-hatred is only reserved for foundational Black Americans. They don't talk to us with kid gloves like they do the diasporan folks in the continent of Africa. They talk to them with kid gloves. Us, nah. We're self-hating buffoons who just want to pick fights with people who look like us. But those folks who sit there and say, yo, man, y'all think y'all all that? Where you get this from? Social media. That ain't self-hatred? Nah, that's just a kind mistake. He hugged me and kissed me and said, I get it now. Okay. So the kid gloves for them, the pitchfork for us.
This whole
thought I was, I'm
of,
not whoever you thought I look like.
African Diaspora wars. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
There also is, is a lot of this. They're pulling this from social
exactly
media.
Iconic.
Brother,
yep, the goalposts keep
so
moving.
I would like to just correct you on one thing, Doc.
Go ahead.
It was actually our work on the internet. I'm a Raw Squad that actually got cussed out. You might not remember.
Yeah, I remember that.
Damn, that ain't no daggone y'all tripping, right?
Hey, listen, the chat the chat comments, disclaimer, they do not reflect the host of the show. Okay, so let me read Brenton Schaffer. He said, "Unk a damn clown." He said, "Real life pan goofy mother effer." Hey man, hey man, Brenton just expressing, his findings. I can't say nothing to that. So Shakayla Hall, the bleaching and everything to try to look white. Exactly. So I'm gonna give Brenton and Shakayla, both of y'all will get lineage wrenches because I feel like y'all both are FBA, Adolf, Freedmen. Either way, y'all of the lineage. And if that's true, give a thumbs up and like the video. We'll just like the video. That's all. When you come in, like the video.
That's what we do. You know why we do that?
But Brother Unc, I did say that we alongside Dr. Karanga. He just came recently.
Yeah, so for those who just walked in, the super chat does work. It takes as low as $1.99. If you want a special message read while we're live, you could exercise that. And the Cash App is $ unbiased Ron, my name, my platform name. And if not, just like the video. You dig? Just like that's free. That's free. Like the video. And I try to read chats anyway. Like some folks only read super chats. Like some content creators, they only respect super chats. I read chats, period. You dig? Super chat or regular chat. I read them.
And said it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he late to the party on that. Yeah. And I like some of his work, right?
Oh yeah, I love his work.
But this internet thing, if we stand right there, like
Muslims,
he's the first
not
to really
FBA, not
and you know why we
Muslims.
correct bad information,
Black Christians, the Black
information that the elders had, because we actually stand on their shoulders. Okay, I'm gonna say this again. We stand on the shoulders of the elders. Stand on the shoulders of John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, John Jackson, Hubert.
Okay, I don't know what that means, family. I'm suspending that from FBA dialect. There's no elder. There's no ancestor. There's no Baba. There's no Grand Sheik, Grand Wizard. There's no Prince of Pan-Africanist, Papa. There's no Bay, L, none of that stuff, man. We are just regular folks, and we do have ancestors though. But ancestors is a term we can use. That's a real thing. That's a real thing. Mother, father, you dig? Those are real terms. Grandmother, grandfather, these are real great, all that are real terms. But this whole Pan-Africanist, Hotep stuff, like that's not FBA dialect. Like that's some old foreign stuff, man. There's no such thing as an elder. Like we have, like Dr. King, wouldn't he be called an elder? Now they never called Dr. King an elder, ever. Pan-Africanists, they never called Malcolm X an elder. They don't call Booker T. Washington an elder. They don't call A. Phillips. They don't call Frederick Douglass. They call people they romanticize elders. If y'all think about it, look at all the great people in our country's history that are foundational Black Americans. Which one of those folks they call elders? They only call the Pan-Africanist elders. He just named like 3 of them. Dr. King wasn't a Pan-Africanist, so they can't call him elder. This is their rules. So the elders would be Umar, sometime in the future. Baba Smalls, Professor Grift, with a T at the end of it. These are the elders. You have to be, like, they don't say that, but the qualifications to be an elder, you have to be a Pan-Africanist. Think about all the Black men and women who put in work, but they were not Pan-Africanists, that they do not call elder ever.
Right? And I stand on their shoulders.
Black veterans, right? Not no
I can see what they can't see because I'm standing on their shoulders.
Black inventors. Yeah. So y'all own it. Ain't nobody. Look how easy that rolls off the tongue. That's why the country accepts that term. Nobody be talking about African American nothing. Look, the first Black woman, the first Black man to do something. Madam C.J. Walker is the first Black this. Maggie Lena Walker, the first Black woman this. Not the first African American nothing. Like you said, Black inventors, Black inventions, Black innovators, Black patents, 50,000 Black patents. Like it goes on and on and on, bro. It just rolls off the tongue so perfectly.
they made, I can see it because now it's more available information. So I'm standing on their shoulders and I'm only promoting the things that was right. I'm not promoting things wrong. Most people stand and look in their daggone face and mockingbird everything they say. But guess what? That
Lead Clinton. Hey, Judite, I see you over there. Judite, Warrior. We got Bro in the house. We got Lead Clinton. Lead Clinton, how are you? Quick question. We just want to know, you're at the cookout. Are you FBA, Adolf Friedman? Are you of the lineage? That's all. Yes or no? You won't be blocked because you're not. Yeah, Black Watch. It goes on and on and on. Black Friday, not African American Friday. Now I'm being funny now. But grift do be grifting though. Maxwell Jenkins said, yeah, he's the worst. Him and Sabir, Sad, I call Sabir Bay Sad Bay. Professor Grift and Sad Bay are the two, those are the only two panels I probably would never hop on. They are the worst hosts ever. They will mute you and talk over you and won't let you get any faction.
That is disrespectful to our elders, because our elders knew as long as they could keep fighting, right, that they could get some people that could stand on our shoulders and get it right.
Yeah, this elder talk. I'm gonna fast forward this elder talk. Hopefully I don't fast forward the recap. Okay, but we're not going to your elders' books.
Roots. Where do you come from? What is?
Here we go. I like. This dude right here is a pure hater of FBA. This Baba guy.
The work.
Just hear him talk. Nikki P.
So just repeating what they heard.
HBCU,
like
right. Yeah, I love that one. HBCU literally stands for historically black colleges and universities. Not historically. I'm gonna use that in my next back and forth with a tether or Pan-Africanist. HBCU. I'm gonna ask him, what does that stand for? Historically black colleges and universities. Right. Where are the African AABCUs, bruh? So Easy Rawlins said Michael Jackson alone has more influence than any African. All we ask for is respect. FBA. Exactly, Easy Rawlins. Do me a favor. I'm gonna give you a lineage wrench. So if y'all in the chat, y'all see all these wrenches. That represents they are of the lineage. They share the same lineage as you. You dig? These are your family. These are your relatives, right? So I threw you a wrench, Easy Rawlins. Just like the video as you come in. And if you want to tune back in another time, I'm usually live 10 a.m. unless something happens unexpected or scheduled at 10 a.m. That's usually my time slot, and sometimes I go back live at 7 p.m.
Really reading the work, just repeating it, like the telephone game. Just
Black American.
That's a lot of people on social media are on repeat. They just repeating talking points that's gonna get them some extra clicks and views. There
we go.
And so if you engage in some sort of diasporan war or whatever, I'm like you, riffs are natural. I love it because as far as conversation, it's an opportunity to teach. It's an opportunity to learn, especially with this current war, because most of the arguments I see ain't really based on historical fact. It's a lot of it's based on feelings. The
Baba. Yeah, it's nothing they do. Like these Babas, they act like 43 million of us don't know our own history. The Babas got to tell us our history. So all these diaspora wars, I don't see is based on facts. I see it's based off its feelings and emotions. So our claim, our stance against tethers is just baseless. He's saying it's baseless. It is not based on history, nothing. We just feelings. We're caught up in our feelings. You dig? That's Baba.
Opportunity to teach. It's an opportunity to learn, especially with this current war, because most of the arguments I see ain't really based on historical fact. It's a lot of it's based on feelings. And so now it's an opportunity to spark. Okay, who are we then? Since we saying, where are your roots? Where do you come from? What is that? What do you know about that? Because if you're gonna be representing something, you need to know something about it.
That's right. That's right.
And so that's the only thing with me. My prayer is that it gets to that point, and that's how I like to get engaged in it, because I'm like, well, what's your frame of reference? Why should I be a proud Black American or African American? What our history starts in slavery, and I want somebody. I need to know if you can debunk that. I need to know if you know enough about who we are to where if we send you out there to represent us, can you stand on that?
Well, Bible, you got to call in. There's a link at the top right here. I don't think you know what you think you know. Okay, I don't think Baba knows what he thinks he knows. Okay, I want to challenge Baba's credibility to be a Baba when it comes to Black American history, Foundation of Black American History. Okay, so maybe it's Baba right now who just called in. Black skin is amazing. How are you? Is this Baba? Yeah, because most Babas don't know as much as you think you know, and as much as they think they know. Hey, yeah, you can unmute yourself. Black skin is amazing. BSIA.
Yeah,
Sorry, that's the acronym.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, is this Baba? Yes.
Oh, it's not Baba. Hang on, let me cut my fan off. Hang on.
Yeah, we can hear you though.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I've never used Zoom before. I use StreamYard, so I don't know if you can hear me. So okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask you something. You know, not even ask you, just say something. You spoke about earlier that, you know, about Black. You believe FBAs are the only Blacks or something like that. But I heard you and what's his name? Nakneezy debating about Black.
Nakneezy, I don't know who he is.
Yeah, but I just wanted to add this to your conversation. Carl Linnaeus in the 1700s, like 1750, 1740, he said that African and Black are synonymous. Literally, he says to say African is to say Black, BLACK. He called it Albus. Niger. He called African Niger, which is Black. But Benjamin Franklin in America said, yeah, because you're looking for BLACK. Benjamin Franklin said all of Africa is Black. In 1755, he said all of Africa is Black. And when the founding fathers in them spoke about the Black race, they meant everybody, our ancestors, Africans, Caribbeans, to call that Black race.
What founding fathers are you speaking of? Which founding father?
Benjamin Franklin in 1755.
What about our founding? What about, so when I said that, family, yeah, now of course, now listen, I know I've researched Black too. The 1700s, it goes back to the 1500s actually. There's an English writer. See, I'm a real researcher, so I don't want it from a white man's perspective. I'm saying when we say Black originally in this country, when we decided to call ourselves Black, was it exclusive to just Foundation Black Americans, or was it inclusive to all dark-skinned people across the world? That's what I was asking.
Okay, well,
that's what I was asking the brother.
Okay, if you look at Stokely Carmichael, he said he was Black.
Yeah, well, he's later. No, he's later. No, he's after Elijah Muhammad. So he's a Johnny Come Lately, and don't forget he's a Pan-African. So of course, now what I said earlier was Pan-Africanists are the ones who made it inclusive. So he's a Johnny Come Lately. Okay, Malcolm X and those guys were saying Black before him, and when they said it was exclusive to the Black experience, that's why I played Deborah Dickerson earlier. You might have missed that one. I played Deborah Dickerson. She was asked, listen one second, just listen. She was asked, was Barack Obama Black? You know what she said?
Yeah, she said
no, but according to you, right. Okay, because Black, when we use Black, bro, it's not skin color. We're light as snow over here. Not those Black folks in Africa and Haiti. They're Black. So we say Black is not skin tone. It's not limited to skin tone because we're light as Yvette Carnell's light. Mariah Carey's light. These guys are light skinned. Like we're really, really, Blake Griffin's really, really light. So we don't use Black for skin tone, skin color. We use Black for experience. So when we say, she said he's not Black, why? Because she said he did not experience slavery. So Black, according to us in this country, it was tied to slavery, just like FBA is, just like Foundational is, just like ADOS is. So, and also, though, I said this to the brother, you might have forgot about this part. I asked him, can you use Black and African interchangeably? So let me ask you that. Do you believe you can use Black and African interchangeably? Yes or no? Because that was the real thing. I stopped him because I said, brother, before we talk about everything else, I said, brother,
I'm
you're
sorry.
using
I thought I was
black.
talking. Can you
No,
hear
no,
me?
no. We didn't hear you. But before you
I
go, we
said
can hear you
something.
now.
Okay.
So before you go,
Yeah, go ahead.
let me frame it better. Before we got into the whole black thing, I stopped him. I said, bro, you're using black and African interchangeably, and you cannot do that. And he said you could. So I'm asking you now, can you use black and African interchangeably? I can't hear you if you're talking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep muting myself. Yes, the government absolutely uses it synonymous. Black.
Now, I'm asking you. I'm asking. No, not the white man. I'm asking the black man. I'm asking you. Can you honestly use black and African interchangeably? Because the government name was ADOS. The government name was Foundation of Black Americans. Their name is colored and Negroes. Okay, so screw what they call us. This is what we do. How do we self-identify? Okay, Eritreans, right? They were Ethiopians. Okay, but if you call them Ethiopians today, you're wrong. You're being unsympathetic and, you're being goofy. They're Eritreans. So I'm asking you, can you use the terms African, like African people, and black people? Can you use that term interchangeably?
Yeah, absolutely. You can. Yes,
Okay.
yes. You absolutely can. It's always been that way since Carl Linnaeus.
No, in your mind. All right, so let me ask you this. So North Africans, are they African?
No, those are Arabs. We're talking about sub-Saharan Africans.
No. Yeah, but you got North Africans, right? I'm familiar with that. You got sub-Saharan Africans, you got North Africans. Right?
Yeah.
So North Africans, are North Africans black?
No, not primarily. There are some black North Africans, but they're primarily Arabic, whatever. Sub-Saharan Africa.
Why are they called? Wait. No sub-Saharan. No sub-Saharan. I'm talking about North. So why are they called North Africans? Do you know why?
No, I don't know why. Go ahead, explain.
They live in north of Africa, man. They don't live north of black.
Yeah. But okay, but you're making a point that's really there's no such thing as called North Africa. I mean, you're just making up stuff right now. I mean,
there's such thing called sub-Saharan Africa.
Okay, but
that's
we know.
Okay,
but we know what we're talking about. No.
We know we're talking about when we say North Africa, and we know we're talking about. So you can't do it. You can't act like this applies because they both are made up.
Yeah, but what's your point? Your point is black. Okay. Sub-Saharan Africans are black. Yes, that's your point.
In what way? To skin tone or experience?
If you go to South Africa, it's experience. They got the white Boers, the Afrikaners. They call them black, and they have the black experience in South Africa.
What are South Africans called? No. What do they call themselves? No. What do they call themselves, South Africa? But first of all, how long did apartheid? I don't know if you know this. How long was the apartheid? How many years?
I don't know that. Go ahead.
Exactly. So don't compare us, bro. It's
no. But
40-something years.
Apartheid is racism, like Jim Crow. Come on, let's not.
No. But what? Okay, what I'm saying is, no. You're playing games. You don't even know how long it was, and you mentioned it. What I'm saying is, don't compare people to us, bro. Our shit is way more than 48 years. Okay, and then hold on. Then they were not lynched. They didn't amass wealth. They get it stripped from under their mass wealth. Listen. I got a video on South African apartheid. My man, send like a 3-minute video. So I'm well aware of the apartheid, and they're like, if you want to compare folks to us, those and Jewish people are like the closest that can kind of relate to us. Nobody else can. So South Africans, but bro, they're not called black. Okay, and when you look up them, they call themselves South Africans, and you got the white Africans, and you got colored folks over there. They don't call themselves black at all.
Hey, Ron, listen to me. Did you know
call them black?
Ron, in the 1990s, in South Africa, the Chinese were classified as black, BLACK. Literally, Google it. South Africa in 1992,
Where?
Chinese people were classified as black.
Okay.
At a governmental level.
You said 1990. I already told you that the word black was inclusive by that time, man. I said when it was first put on us, it was exclusive to just Foundation Black America. You had to have the slave experience. No. You're jumping around. You mentioned 1990, and I'm giving you context. Hey, bro, why do you think we're not called black today?
Okay.
Okay. See, wait. Wait,
Ron,
that's rhetorical. Wait. Slow down. That's rhetorical.
what's this?
Bro, do you know what this? Okay, let me say. So let's just rewind. Well, you're the one that's rambling.
I'm
Okay,
not
why are we
rambling. I'm
delineating?
telling you the truth.
Okay,
Everything I said is true.
So answer. So okay, sure. Answer this question. Why are we delineating?
Because Africans and Caribbeans and Afro-Latinos are eating off us. That's why we have to delineate.
That has no.
No.
Dude, what are you talking about, man? Those are symptoms.
Okay,
that's not why. That's not why.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you why. We're delineating because we don't have a unique, exclusive ethnic group. Everybody else does but us.
It's the same. It's both reasons are correct.
No, it's not the same. No.
Yes, it is.
This case. Yeah, okay, and now you got to be quiet and listen now because you just rambling. You don't know shit. You don't even know how long apartheid lasts for. You mentioned it. Okay, so this is going on. If you're gonna call in, be humble. Like you're not ready, man. We're not delineating because we believe Africans are stealing from us, and no, that's not why. This all sparked from reparations. All of this delineation stuff started because we didn't understand that Caribbean blacks, Africans, I'm gonna say Africans, and Africans from the continent, we didn't understand that they were going to tie themselves to our reparations claim.
I just said that. You're literally saying what I just said. Literally.
Okay. Gotta stay on mute, man, until I'm done. You said eating off of us. Okay, getting set aside, thing like that. No. I said delineation, exclusive eyes. You cut in. You didn't let me finish. You just cut in. Family, we recognize that in order to get something exclusive for us, we need an exclusive term. Why we ain't use black? So that goes back to him, family. Why we ain't use black? So when he mentioned 1990s, that Chinese being called black, I'm like, bro, that's when it's co-opted. I'm like, you're too late. He mentioned Stokely Carmichael. I said, yeah, that's when it was being co-opted. When Pan-Africans started to call everybody dark-skinned black. Okay, so yeah, you're a Johnny come. Okay, wait, no, I'm not done. I'm educated. Look, I'm talking over you. I'm talking to the chat, bro. It's not about you. We got a whole listening chat there. All right. So what I'm saying, he's trying to make it about me and him. No, it's about the chat. You're just a caller. You called in. Thank you, but relax. You're not a co-host. So so it was to delineate. No. Why we just say we're black? Why we say reparations for black people? Family. Why we ain't say black only like he's using? Why didn't we say African American? Why didn't we say Black American? Why did we have to say ADOS or freedmen or foundational Black Americans? You see? That's why I brought it back there, bro. We don't use the word black. It's not exclusive. So when you say Chinese folks are called that, we're not surprised. It's been co-opted. Thanks to you Pan-Africanists and Jesse Jackson. Dude, you guys are the reason why.
Ron.
Go ahead.
How can a black be co-opted when centuries ago Africans were called black by the white man in Africa and in America? Caribbeans were also called black.
Why did they call them black? Let me ask you this. Why did they call them black? Okay, I got you. Now watch this. Because, when you read stuff, there's context there. Why did they call them black?
Easy. The same reason they labeled our ancestors black in the 1850s.
No. Now, look,
I'm going to tell you.
He's all over it. No.
Let me.
Okay, let me mute you. See, now he's all over the place. He mentioned Africans. We're talking about Africans. He's talking about foundational Black Americans. See, that's what I'm saying. He's disingenuous, bro. We're talking about Africans only. Explain why they were called black. Explain.
Yes. Because of the melanin content and kinky hair. Same
exactly.
Thing.
Okay, not the experience. That don't mean shit to us.
Ron, let me land.
That don't mean shit to us.
Ron,
go ahead.
Let me connect it. Why did they call our ancestors black in the 1850s? It's the exact same reason they called. No. It's the exact same reason they called Africans black in the 1850s. Yes, it is. No. Yes, it is. 1850s.
No.
Ron, let me land. Are you gonna let me land? 1850.
Okay. Wait. Wait. Before you land, because what's wrong with these guys, man? They call and act like babies. You gotta stop.
Let me land. Go ahead.
Because you're rambling. You said black. How? Wait. So they just called us black what? They called us black what?
Are you asking a question?
What they call us? Yeah. Because you said they called us blacks. They called us black what?
In the 1850 census, they just called us black. 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 Black, and that stood for Melanated, dark skin with kinky hair. The exact same black they use for Africa. Dark skin, kinky hair.
Okay.
Exact same thing.
So watch this. Okay, watch this. Why was Paul Cuff black? I'm called black then. Because he's 18. He's 18, 15 around there. Because he was mixed. He was light as shit. So why was he called black? He wasn't melanated.
I don't know if he was called black or Negro because they didn't use black like that.
No, he was called a free black, brother. No. This is my lane. He was called a free black.
Yeah, well,
okay, so why was he called a free black?
Too. But no. Hang on.
No, wait. No. But I'm asking you this. No, because you limited blackness to a skin color melanin. See, you're done. His dude is light skin. Why is he called a free black?
Ron, listen to me. I simply stated a fact. No, Ron, listen to me. Let me land.
So
I stated a fact.
Wait a minute. Slow down. I'm based off your fact. These guys are grown old men calling like little babies. Dude, I'm just asking you a question based on your fact. If it was about your skin tone, then why was Paul Cuff called a free black?
Easy. Okay. On the 1850 census.
Easy.
No, listen. On the 1850 census, Paul Cuffy would have been a mulatto because he was light skinned. You see, the 1850 census.
No, he was not a mulatto, man. No, you even know who his parents were, bro.
No, hey, Ron.
Ain't a mulatto black and white?
Go ahead. Let me know when I can talk. Go ahead.
Hey, okay. What makes a person a mulatto?
Are you asking me or are you talking to your chat?
Yeah. I'm asking you, what makes a person a mulatto?
Many things. Back in slavery, a mulatto could have been a white and Indian, an Indian and black, Indian and African, an African and a white person. It's all over the place, bro. It's not cut and dry. Mulatto was any combination. Look at Florida, what a mulatto was. They gave like 7 different definitions: black and white, African and Indian, Indian and white, Indian with Spanish, and mulatto was big, bro. It's expensive.
Right. Of course, I know this. Now look. So watch this. So you keep talking about. Okay, so let's say you're right. Let's just go because I'm a guy that like to assume. I'll take the negative position. Let's say you're right. White folks looked at our skin tone and called us black. But why did we? So it goes back to this. Why did we call each other black in the mid 1900s? Why did we call each other black?
Well,
because that wasn't a term we used, by the way. Wait. Before you finish, that wasn't a term we used. We used Negro and colored. Okay. So why did we call ourselves? Because the NAACP ain't got nothing to do with black. Marcus Garvey, you and I ain't nothing black. Okay. So why did we call ourselves black? Was it based on skin tone? Or was it slave legacy?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't based on slave legacy. Because if it was, Stokely Carmichael couldn't be black.
All right. Listen. Well, I just said they co-opted it and they made it inclusive. All right, brother. Thank you. Can I your line? Okay, cool. All right, brother.
So it's over?
Yeah, thank you.
Hang on.
Thank you.
I didn't land my plane.
You can land your plane, but you're not honest.
Okay,
It's called the Black Experience.
Okay, yeah. It is called the Black Experience. Yeah.
And it's got nothing to do with.
Yes, Ron. Listen.
But if it's called the Black Experience, it's about slavery.
Ron. Okay, if it was about slavery, what was our number one? Okay, Ron, listen. Our number one name during slavery was not black, it was Negro. That was our number one name in slavery and Jim Crow.
All right, you're missing. Okay, oh wait. I got me, dude. You're missing. You keep saying what other folks. Now, family, y'all hear what I brought it to. I said let's assume he's right about black is from white people because we are dark. I said, look, I'll take the negative position. Let's say you're right. Okay, cool. Then I said, why did we call ourselves black in the 1950s? So I even gave him a timeline. I said, so now you're saying Negro. What are you talking about? I said, why are we call ourselves black in the 1950s before Stokely Carmichael? Why do we call ourselves black? And that's experience, right? And you said no, right?
Yeah. Did you know our ancestors were ashamed to be called black during the height of Jim Crow?
Right. Nobody, bro. They proudly call themselves Negro and colored. That's a fact.
Okay. You agree with me? Yeah, you agree with me. Okay.
I'm asking you this question though. I'm saying in the 1950s, why did we call ourselves black? Was it because we were like now? Anybody's dark at this point. Okay, so are we dark still? We're melanated dark people or it's an experience at this point in the 1950s.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
When Elijah Muhammad said, "Message to the black man," was it about our experience in America that's exclusive to no other black, or was it inclusive and we're just dark?
Okay, my point is this. In the 19...
Your point. Can you answer the question? Can you answer the question? Not your point. Answer the question first,
Okay.
and then make your point.
Okay, what was the question again? Why did we call ourselves black in the 1950s? Is that what you said?
Dude, no. In the 1950s.
Yeah.
In the 1950s. It's either A or B. Where we calling ourselves, we're not Elijah Muhammad. When he called us the black man, was it based, and he said the black man is God, was that based on our skin tone or an experience in America that's exclusive to no African, not even other, to no African?
Well, I know what you're looking for. You're looking for that explanation.
No, I'm looking for the answer. I'm looking for the truth.
No. Let's roll with that. Let's roll with.
No. Okay, can you just answer the question first before you go? Can you answer the question first?
Because I
can't. He asked me questions. I answer. He asked the question. There's always a story behind it.
Listen, I never read the book, so I can't answer it. So
I'm not asking about that, bro. How old are you? How old are you?
Me? I'm almost 40, bro.
Yeah.
But
almost
go ahead.
40. So
go ahead.
Wait. Okay, almost 40. So you're old enough. All right. And what state you normally, most of your life you grew up at?
I was born and raised in Maryland. But you asked me a question about the
God.
book.
Okay, wait.
I never read the book.
Rambling, bro. Stop. You don't got to read the book. Okay, I'm saying you used the word black before, right? Black Americans, Black history, right? You read that before, right?
Yeah, Black History Month. Go ahead.
Okay, so now Black history, is that history in America or abroad?
It was called Negro Week in 1920. They didn't even.
I'm asking you about Black history. When we learn about Black history, the Black Panthers, whoever else is black, the HBCU, when the term black is used in America, the first black writer, is that a black person from anywhere, or is it exclusive to America?
No, anywhere, because other immigrants, Harry Belafonte. No, listen. No, Harry Belafonte was black.
I'm good. Hey, yeah. Okay. So 1910 is back in the building. My fault. God damn. Is this SLLE? No, anywhere. Wait. Don't talk yet. Don't. Yeah. Okay. Is this SLE 44, something like that?
Yeah. Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me just change the name. The number showing. Oh my God. Did you just hear that dialogue back and forth?
Yeah, I heard it. Can you hear me?
Yeah. All right, brother. Before you say one word.
Yeah.
When we say when we say 50,000 black patents in America, no. Forget about America. When we say 50,000 black patents, is that all of global black people, Africans, or is that just exclusive to America?
If you ask Americans, we don't think you're talking about us.
No, I'm asking you, but who are they talking about? When we say 50,000 black patents, is that, I'm asking you, a fact, is that everybody, anybody in the world that's black or African, or is that exclusive to Foundation Black America? If you don't know, you don't know. They're just going to get no crazy answer.
Like I said, bro, I can't totally say, but if you asking me, I'm believing that's black.
No. Don't guess. Don't guess. Let me do something else. Yeah. When we say Oprah Winfrey is the first black or the richest black woman, okay?
Yeah.
Is we understanding she's American black or anywhere in the world black?
We understand she's American black.
Okay, when we read about the first black to do this, first black to do that, first black to do this, is that anybody black in the world, or is that clearly understood as somebody from America, Foundation Black America?
It's understood that it's Black American.
Okay, then it cannot be interchangeable. That's my whole point. I was gonna cook them. So if the first black writer, the first black singer, the first black millionaire, if they did these things in this country, and that's exclusive to us, then it cannot be interchangeable Africa. Because now you're saying the first African who did this.
Right.
Well, guess what? Ain't no first African, because ain't no second, third African do shit. So there's nothing to there's no first, second, third, fourth, nothing Africa. A lot of stuff we've done, they didn't even do today. So so the bottom line is not interchangeable, but I get it though. Like a lot of folks love Africa, and you can love Africa all you want. You could love Europe and you love China and Asia and wherever else, but you can't lie though. You can't lie. For him to be that old babbling and let me land my plane and I'm asking a simple question because he knows I'm getting somewhere. Like, dude, anybody who takes that approach that African and black is interchangeable, you're gonna find yourself in trouble. And the link is there. But brother, you called in. So what do you want to add to?
Yeah. Basically, I wanted to say about when he got on, he jumped on, was talking about something about somebody said that they were the United States government said that they were black when they came over.
Oh my God.
Now look, that right there easily debunked. I don't know where he got that from, but not only did the people he talked about went to the United States and sued them to be white, but the Japanese did it, the Chinese did it, the Arabs did it, the Latinos did it. Pretty much everything he said about people coming over here trying to be black, none of that happened. All that stuff is in the law book. You can find those cases right now where the Chinese sued America to be black. That 14th Amendment that Trump was talking about a lot, there was a clause to that or another part to that where a Chinese guy named Wong sued the government to be white too, by the way. Now, he sued them when he came over. You remember that. So what he's saying is like a lie. It's like when you hear these people and then when they give you partial answers.
Distorting history.
Yeah, you ask them, bro, where you from? You know, they say, well, I'm from Maryland. Let me tell you how FBA talks. When you take an FBA like that right there, they wait no more. They want you to ask about my grandmother, ask about my cousins, ask about where I went to school, ask about this. He just wanted to move right back on to scam. He wanted to move right back into Africa because a lot of them already they have so many ties with melanated people, and they think that this delineation is like going at them. They did it to themselves. These people don't want to be black. This black thing has been going on for a long time. When James Brown said, "I'm black and I'm proud," you know he was actually in Africa doing that stuff. James Brown performed in Africa saying, "I'm black and I'm proud." They was not saying that. They was calling themselves
they're like, what's that?
Right. If you pull up James Brown talking about that, he'll say, well, you know, them Africans, they say they ain't black. This is James Brown.
All right, wait. I'm going to find that.
Yeah.
I'm going to find that. Oh, yeah.
Saying, well, you know, them Africans say they ain't
they are done if I find that shit.
Right. So they had asked him about it. They have conversations with Muhammad Ali talking about it, even Malcolm. But what they'll do is they'll always catch the ones where they're trying to come together with people. And the only time they're ever trying to come together with people is because the Caucasian make them look so terrible. Look, the Caucasian have made most of these dark-skinned people look terrible. Like that picture that you put up there, when you put that juxtaposed position up there, when you say about the Haitians, do you want that one or do you want this one? They always gonna pick us. But see, they pick us because they know that shame of their families that the Caucasian have done to them. Look, we have a millennial and history of fighting oppression like that. Their stars and their powerful people like that right there can't measure up to any of us. Look, I got a grandmother that fought against that stuff. You do. We got cousins and family. Like, I hope anybody. Look, these people talking about Malcolm X and all that stuff. Man, we got all that in our family. Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, them are not really special. They just people just happen to be put up there. We have all that going on. All of us couldn't maybe ride the bus, maybe couldn't ride the bus, couldn't go in this store, had to fight over this. We had our places burnt down. We couldn't do this. They burned down our banks. Where are there stories like that? What they'll do is try to jump on one of them and try to draw it to Nelson Mandela, really though, right? And we did everything to get him out of there. But they'll draw it to them because they know that who we got is just like the way you talk to them. They know that's that spirit. You need nations to beat us. When Public Enemy said you take a nation of millions to hold us back, he just was talking about, look, they got it confused. It was just one. It takes a nation of millions to hold one black man, woman, or child back, bro. That's why when you put us up in them stars and they grabbing for stars, we don't even buy our own stuff. That's why when you say, well, you know, why don't you support me? People got to understand everything that we do is by nature. We don't pay for stuff that we create, which is why everybody steal it. But Africa literally letting them in to steal it. But our intellectual property and our intellectual capital and things like that, when we create music, don't be our little kids just in the living room doing stuff. That stuff end up being viral. That's why they could not have created hip hop. It's impossible. Look, the only way these people could have created hip hop is they would have done it thousands of years ago. We've been here dealing with this particular situation for a certain amount of time, dealing with this European over here. And everything that we've done, they've copied. They can't even go back. They have to go back thousands and thousands of years trying to get us to understand something. It's like, but y'all dressing like us right now. That guy, when he pulled out that Haitian flag, he's only trying to redeem Haiti. But if you look at Haiti right now, that was a waste of time. They're over there battling with each other. The gangs have taken over. They're trafficking. You name it, they're doing it. But they're over here talking about the Haitian flag. I'm like, dude, you need to really go back to Haiti. You could take you and your little NBA money and give it to just one of them. It's not going to be worth nothing because they need just that much help because they don't need an NBA star. That's why he's trying to be an NBA star. See, we used to have black leagues. They call it Negro leagues. We had all this stuff. They hold on and latch on to that all because they want recognition. It's like it would be very hard for you to get recognition when you have delineated years and years ago, which is why when he said black and proud, they all stood back. They want to know when the American is going to get stomped out, when he's going to get unalive, when he's going to get punished. Then if he do that, then we'll step back and say, well, you know, them Americans, they do too much. They do too much. And then they'll get with them. But as soon as we get a little something, everybody is all the same. This is Pan-Africanism. It's a super scam. These people want to ride off of what we do, off our lineage. And we're like, well, if you want to ride off our lineage, why haven't you built anything over there? We should have been over there a long time ago. Y'all getting U.S. aid. These people getting billions and billions and billions of dollars.
That's what I want to ask that to Revenue. Revenue, come off mute.
Yeah, you can just call me Kwame.
Yeah, but while you're revenuing, and I want to connect the dots because you can't be Kwame over here and revenue over there. I want the folks to know we're talking about the same person.
I mean, that's evident, but yeah, I wanted to ask you a question.
All right, before you do, I got some questions for you, actually. Hold on. There you go. So let me guess. He's going to say, I'm African American and proud. So Dr. King.
I want to get the language so right that everybody here will cry out, yes, I'm black, I'm proud of it, I'm black and beautiful.
You know, I don't know if you know, but at that time we were called Negroes. Okay, he didn't say I'm African American and proud. He said I'm black and I'm proud. All right. But what's your question, sir?
I wanted to ask because I think you were trying to explain to the brother that black is exclusive to black Americans.
Yeah. Well, it was. There ain't no more. Obviously, that's why we're delineating with FBA ADOS and.
Okay, so how long they been referring to Haiti as the first black country out of to emancipate themselves out of slavery? Hello?
Oh, yeah, my phone hung up. My bad. Who is so before you establish a pronoun, plural pronoun, you got to establish a noun. Who is the they?
I'm talking about the consensus of scholars.
And they comprise of who? Black people, white people. What's going on?
A wide range of people: black, white, Asian.
Okay. And what dates was this? What date?
The dates when they established that. I'll say
that.
Roughly after slavery. Roughly after they freed themselves.
So around like let's say 1870 to 1890. So you saying okay? So can you give me this consensus? Can you give me a link so I can see who was saying this? Because you said it's a consensus. I want to see it. So how do I find this? Because you know it's white folks, right?
I mean, they could be white people, it could be black people.
Okay. Yeah, but it could be anybody, right? But you just can't make it black folks because you wanted to make it black folks. You know, that's called sensationalism and romanticizing, bro. If
So
there was a consensus in the age, okay, first of all, what did it say before we go that route? What did it say?
yeah, but majority of people refer to Haiti as the first black country to emancipate itself out of slavery.
Hold on. Who said that? You saying everybody a mix, legit, but you're just saying that. I can say, hey, it's all white folks. Who's right? Who's wrong? Okay, so yeah, white folks said that. Okay, what about it? And by the way, why did they call them black?
Because they descend from Africans.
So they called them black. Now, how do you know that?
How do I know that
Yeah,
the
that was
people
the reason why they called them. No, how do you know that's the reason why they called them black? Black Haiti a black country. How do you know the reason why they call them a black country is because they descend from Africa?
because that's the general colloquial term for black when you're speaking about
In the in the 1880s, that was the general colloquial term for people of melanin was black.
yeah or Negro,
So
which
so
is
why
black and
okay
Latin.
why are we always called here Negro color? Especially why we call why was the slave auction blocks was about selling Negroes in color and nobody black?
Well, Negro means black.
No. Okay, I'm gonna kick you off in a second, bro. I don't want this translation, bro. Okay, this ain't Duolingo. I don't want no This ain't Rosetta Stone. We're speaking English.
Okay,
Okay, so
so what?
so wait, no, don't talk over me. So when they said we're selling Negroes, why they didn't just say black? Why they say Negro? Why they only called us Negro? And they never, it was never interchangeable. Okay, these black folks, all the signs, colored on,
You
whites
said
on, Negroes.
okay.
Yeah. Okay, so wait. Are you saying that white folks at that time used the 1600s all the way down to let's say Jim Crow? Are you telling me that they use BLACK and Negro, NEGRO, interchangeably?
Yes, you have a Negro land in Africa.
All right. Okay. All right, man. Okay. I was
A
gonna throw you.
Negro land in Africa.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Earlier we had a conversation, and like you always are, dead wrong. Do you still believe that white people, when during the transatlantic slave trade, do you still believe that white folks kidnapped black folks, or do you now know that it was Africans with the slave race selling blacks to whites?
Yeah, it was a mixture of both. You had African tribes that was raiding other African
Where did
tribes.
you read? Okay, now watch this, family. Now, look how easy. Now over here, this doesn't work. So now she let him go a little bit, bro. Where did you read anywhere in your life there was a mixture of both?
From different accounts. You have different accounts where white people raided.
Wait, no. Yo, pull up your source again. Okay, now when you read your source, did your source say that? Because I'll play it back in front of everybody. When you read your source, did your source say it was a mixture of both?
Yeah, the source I brought up, it said African
No.
tribes raided other African
No,
tribes.
no. I'm gonna no. Read your source. Read your source again. If not, I'll just play it back. Hey yo, family. Again, see this works on Tariq Nasheed radio sometimes. It doesn't work over here at all. And that's why he's repping over here now. He tried to have this Gemini yin and yang personality. Kwame over here, revenue over there, do your revenue. Now I need you to read your document. And now he's going to embarrass himself again. Read your documents where it says a mixture of both.
Okay, let me find the source.
Okay. Now, go ahead, random Google some shit. It don't matter what you read. It don't matter what you read. So I'll let you cherry pick some bullshit. Go ahead. As a matter of fact, share your screen. Can you share your screen?
Yeah, I could share my screen.
It's gonna be laughable. This dude, all he gets is L's over here.
Yeah, I see you didn't want to talk about black, so it's all right.
A mixture of both. We're gonna talk about because you can't even admit we could have moved on and talk about black, but you can't admit that was an L. So let's do it. Okay, there you go. I'm sharing the screen. All right, I see a lot of sources there. Oh wait, there you go. So no videos, no videos. We want to read. Okay. Okay. All right.
Was it this one?
All right. Wait, let's read that one right there. Oh, let's start with this. The abduction, abuse, and enslavement of Africans by Europeans for nearly 5 centuries dramatically altered the global landscape and created a legacy of suffering and bigotry that can still be seen today. Okay, go down. So, okay, look, right there, second paragraph. Europeans first sought to enslave the indigenous people who occupied these lands to create wealth for foreign powers, resulting in catastrophic genocide. Okay, disease, famine, and conflict killed millions of native people within a relatively short period of time. Is this about Native Americans?
Yeah, it's talking about Native Americans. That's talking about Native Americans.
Man, what are we doing, bro? Okay, stop. Okay, see, he tried to get slick. Okay, so here, okay, here we go. Between 1501 and 1867, nearly 13 million African people were kidnapped, forced into European and American ships, and trafficked across the Atlantic Ocean to be enslaved, abused, and forever separated from their homes, families, ancestors, and cultures. The transatlantic slave trade represents one of the most violent, traumatizing, and horrific eras in world history. Nearly 2 million people died during the barbaric Middle Passage across the ocean. The African continent was left destabilized and vulnerable to conquest and violence for centuries. The Americas became a place where race and color created a caste system defined by inequality and abuse. In the colonies that became the United States, I don't want to read about that. We want to read about slavery. Millions of black people. No. See, that's skipped. That's skipped. Ain't talking about nothing about. Yeah, that wasn't it. Okay, yeah, man. Yeah.
Totally.
There you go. Click that one. There you go. All right. There we go. Slow down. Okay, so we read that. 15 million African men and women. Okay. Let's go down. Okay, right. Let me see what that says. The transatlantic slave trade occurred within a broader system of trade between West and Central Africa, Western European and North and South American and African ports. European traders exchanged metals, clothes, and beads and guns and ammunition for captive Africans brought to the coast from African interior. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? Did it say a mixture?
Okay, this was this the source I read the other day.
Right, you don't say mixture, you just lie. It says it came from African interior. That means Africans did it. Family. That's called slave raiders, by the way. So, as a matter of fact, raiders. They're called slave. Africans are called slave raiders. Okay, Nzinga. You know who Nzinga is, bro?
Yeah, I know who Queen Nzinga is.
Okay, did she and her folks capture Africans, or did the white man do it for her?
Yeah, she captured Africans for a brief
Right,
period.
slave raider. Right. So, there's no mixture. So, family, he got to show us the word mixture here, or how he come up with the conclusion of mixturing. All right, it's a done deal. Exterior of Africa, right? It was a trade. They gathered blacks and they sold it for beads, metal, and all type of wine and K2 and scissor, all type of shit they wanted, all type of drugs, and all type of foolishness they wanted for a soul, for a human soul. Then they sell us. When you sell something, it's never to get it back. Like that. That's not unless desperation. You dig? But you sell something like if a salesman make a sale at Verizon, it's for you to keep the phone, not for them to get the phone back from you. If you sell a car, the objective is to sell the car, get the interest and whatever whatever you get from it, and that's it. You don't expect the car back. When slave masters,
I agree with John
when
Henry
slave
Clark's
masters,
conclusion.
okay, yeah, but John Henry Clark is on record saying if he has to lie, he'll lie. Are you familiar with that?
I don't think that's regarding his scholarship. He probably talking
Okay.
probably.
Okay. All right. So after I show this right here, are you gonna?
Did he say that in his research sometimes he lies? Did he say that?
Yes. Yes. You want to hear it or no?
Verbatim, he
Do you
said
want
that he
to hear
lied.
it or
Yeah,
no? Do you
yeah,
want
yeah.
to
I
hear it
want
or
to
no?
hear.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Okay.
want to hear
Okay.
John Henry Clark say
Okay.
as
All right.
mouth that I lied about my
So
scholarship.
family, these are their elders. Their elders are liars. They're plagiarizers. Like they're no different than the white man that they hate so much. Okay. So let me get you John Henry Clark lying. No, telling the truth about if he needs to plagiarize something to make black folks look good, he'll do it. All right. See, bro, you have to like stop calling in, man. This don't work out for you over here like it does other
Why
places.
you got off the black subject? I didn't
Why, why, why,
understand.
why, 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 why get the black subject, dude? You are saying stuff right now. I'm challenging you. All right. Where's that? And that's why I don't respect nothing from y'all elder Baba John Henry Clark. This dude's a clown, a horrible researcher. Okay, the dude admits to lying if it's going to make somebody look good. Oh, here
So
we go. I got it.
now you disrespecting your own.
Disrespect and I don't own no own nothing, no own brother. Don't give me no own. Ain't nobody a holy saint. Ain't nobody immune to criticism and to being checked and debunked. Ain't nobody immune to that, bro. Uh, didn't you correct me on Dred Scott? I said 1854. You said 1857, right?
Yeah, that was a slight.
Okay.
Yeah, it
But
wasn't.
but but what? But was you wrong or right? Were you wrong or right?
Yeah, I was right.
Okay. Okay. Like I said, ain't nobody immune to being corrected or debunked.
Yeah, I'm not saying John Henry Clark King is immune, but to disrespect the man and
Once you say something like that, and I ain't disrespecting, bro. I'm saying like he like once and this ain't just him. This is a criteria. It's a standard. Bro, we stand on black excellence over here. Once you openly lie, once you say you'll plagiarize your own research to make somebody look good because you don't want them to look ugly. Your research is okay. If a police officer is on record saying I fabricate tickets, charges, okay, on certain people so they won't get a crime and other folks so they will get a crime. Yeah, Quad, I don't know if you're from where I know you're from Jamaica, whatever, but Kwame over here, when that cop is caught like that, they dismiss all of everything he ever did. They dismiss all of his cases, all of his tickets, everybody, that shit is gone. When a cop does that, caught like that, they dismiss everything, every person who's locked up by him, they dismiss all charges. They dismiss all whatever happened to them, that record lock being locked up, that shit is reversed, exonerated, that shit is wiped. So when you lie, okay, when you lie, we don't know what's the truth in a lie. But here's your boy.
And doing the research on the book that I did on Mark.
Okay, so he's doing research on a book that he did, he said. Okay, verbatim, my boy. Look, listen, they have nothing for me, man. I got nothing but clips. I'm a real researcher. Listen.
And doing the research on the book that I did on Marcus Garvey, and I decided that I would not print these things, that some things need to be left out of history.
Things need to be left out of history. Go ahead.
I purposely left it out.
I purposely left it out. That's your Baba. That's
so
your
where
research.
you said verbatim. You said verbatim that he said I lied during my research. If you keep something out, that doesn't mean you're lying about your research.
Brother, he just said, well, earlier in that same context, he said the things that he had to put in the book would have made people look at Garvey a different way.
Yeah,
So he said,
where did he say he lied?
well, when you tell a story about, when you write a book about Marcus Garvey and you withhold truth and you say, this is the truth about Marcus Garvey, are you telling the truth or lying?
He never said he withhold truth. He just said I withhold certain things. Certain things. He never said he lied. You said he lied. You said the man said out his mouth, I lied during.
I don't know how you translate that. Again, I'm telling you, family, tethers. Tethers. Now, I don't know how you translate that, but when somebody tells me I'm writing a book, I'm a thorough researcher, and I'm writing a book, But the person I'm writing about now, if that was a white man, he wouldn't withhold anything because he got this romanticist homo relationship or viewpoint of Marcus Garvey. The negative that he done that I exposed on the regular, Yvette and Tariq exposed on the regular, he said that he's going to withhold it. He said some things need to be left out of history. And Kwame don't look at that as lying. He looked at that, that's an honest researcher. That's an honest book writer. Dude, that's called that's lying. That's plagiarizing. Like you control the narrative. You didn't tell the whole truth. If you don't tell the whole truth, family, are you got a truthful book? The dude is saying I didn't tell the whole truth on purpose. He said some things need to be left out of history. Wait, one more time. Because what he's hearing, what I'm hearing is I don't know what's going on here. Now, if this was a white man writing a book about a black person, Kwame would be up in arms.
And doing the research on the book that I did on Marcus Garvey, and I decided that I would not print these things, that some things need to be left out of history.
So he decided not to tell the whole truth. He said some things need to be left out of history. And watch this.
I purposely left it out.
I purposely left it out. So now when you write a book about Marcus Garvey and those truths about Marcus Garvey that he knows about not in that book, you're lying. You're presenting a romanticized version of Marcus Garvey. Don't the white men do the same thing with their heroes? Never told a lie, chopped down a cherry tree, and all this glorious stuff. Abraham Lincoln, oh my God, he was an abolitionist. He loved black people. That's what white folks do. White folks, they omit the dirt behind America, right? And then they tell just the glorious things that's accepted worldwide. They do that with Black history in America. That's why you don't hear about a lot of riots or a lot of Soul City and things like that. You don't hear about that. You don't hear about the ACS when they forced migrated 12,000 or more free blacks to Liberia. No, when you hear about Liberia, it's, oh my God, these blacks wanted to, they were looking for a better opportunity. And so what they did was they went to Liberia and they became American Liberians. Like that's not the story. But if you told it like that, you left out the narrative. You left out the true narrative, the true context. That's lying. That's lying, bro. That's lying. But Tethers, he's a liar. So everybody knows Revenue is. Revenue's a liar. So of course he's not going to say he's lying. This is honest. So Revenue, come off work. Come off mute. Come off mute. Then we'll get back to Black. Come off mute. Okay, so do you believe the work that he did, we left information out, do you consider that an honest, good work?
I just look at it as scholarship. Sometimes scholars leave out certain things.
Is that good? Yeah, but there's a term called good scholarship and bad scholarship. Is that good scholarship to leave out things on purpose? He said on purpose, not by mistake. So I purposely left it out because he didn't want it to demonize the image of Garvey. Is that a good thing to preserve the images? You left out information to preserve the image of somebody. Is that true?
Yeah, because some scholars do that to, not to be labeled anti-Semitist or certain things.
Family, this is Revenue.
So maybe he had a good reason why he left out certain things that about Marcus Garvey. Some scholars and researchers, they leave out certain things.
I don't know what scholar research you're talking about.
Not to be labeled an anti-Semitist.
I don't know what scholar you're talking about. But if you leave out stuff because you don't want criticism, I don't consider you a good scholar.
Well,
to me, that's bad scholarship.
Well, that's your prerogative. Some people look at it as good ethics, or maybe they don't want the backlash to be labeled a certain term.
So what he did, you consider this good ethics? What he did
at that current height of the country, I think it was probably the best decision at the time.
Family, this is Revenue.
Just like your government have classified data that they don't want released to the public. Are they lying about certain things? No, they just have classified data that.
So the information about Garvey is classified data. I think that's public. That's open to the public, bro. There's nothing he's talking about that's classified.
Yeah,
classified data. Yeah. So is this guy an idiot? Classified data. They don't release certain things because it could be a threat to homeland security. It could be a threat to cyber attacks. It's a whole bunch of reasons why something is classified and private. But if
so
it's
is
public, bro.
would that make the
No.
government lie?
We're not gonna do that. You're comparing classified data to public information.
Yeah.
Of course you would. You got no
because
integrity.
sometimes just like sometimes the
So
government feel like the public is not ready for certain information.
So just going, but is the government corrupt?
So they leave out they leave out certain
so
data.
is this government honest or is it corrupt?
Well, to me, it's an honest government.
Okay, there you go. Then they're doing a good job. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, okay, cool. So let me ask you this. So you're pro ICE then?
Yeah, I'm pro ICE.
My man. Oh shit. Yo, this cosplaying tether, I rock with him a little bit. Now, so based on your research, just to put a cap on it, you were wrong when you said that there was a mixture between blacks and whites gathering up black folks to sell to white Europeans. You were wrong, right?
No, because there's accounts of white people raiding African
But do
villages.
you know what a mixture? But do you know what a mixture is? No, we're talking about. Okay, we're not talking about failed attempts, bro. We're talking about actually grabbing up blacks to sell. It was 2 million, by the way. It was 13 million altogether. I believe. So yeah, 13 million altogether. So you believe that it was a mixture in that 13 million, or was that majority African?
Yeah, it was a mixture. It was a mixture of both. You got some accounts of your.
But you didn't read that though. So how come we didn't read that from your research?
That's one. That was one source.
So you got another
That's
one?
one account. That's one account. There's different accounts.
Do you have one that says it was a mixture?
Probably not a mixture, but it's different account. It's different accounts.
Okay.
You
So
have
now
accounts
you said
of Europeans raiding Africa.
I got it. But you earlier your language was consensus. So now the consensus when it comes to slave raiding, does the consensus say it was majority Africans, or do the consensus say it was a mixture of both, 50-50? 40-60?
I don't know the statistics to say the consensus. I don't know the scholarly consensus on it.
So what research? Okay, so give me a research that you know of that remotely says it was even close, like 45-55, 60-40, anything like that. Well, what research do you have to show that?
To show that
remotely
what?
Close. It was remotely close. When it came to snatching up Africans and slave raids, do you have any research to say it was? A matter of fact, the research you read before, not read, family, just to get over this shit. But this is the guy that calling Tucker Nasheed that talks to Dan and these guys that can't fuck with me at all. Hey, just to help you guys out, family, white folks tried in the 1400s and failed. First of all, they died off from diseases in Africa. Africa's a filthy ass country. They died off from diseases, and they met resistance. The Africans just killed them. They flat out killed them. Okay, they came back 200 years later, or 100 something years later, and they offer money. So their slave raid attempts flopped and failed. But the African slave raids were very successful. So let me just tell you that. They tried in the 1400s and failed miserably. Diseases killed them off and Africans killed the rest that didn't die from diseases. And then they came back 120 years later with the bag. Like, yo, how much? And they came with drugs. They came with the bag of money and drugs and said, yo, I got what you need. Let's work something out.
Yeah, I'm not denying that Africans wasn't complicit in the slave trade. I'm not denying that.
Yeah, but you're denying their participation. The level of how many, like, bro, the slave trade wouldn't have happened if they didn't. Okay, the slave trade happened without a significant number of Europeans slave raiding Africans. Right, it was going to happen. The slave trade could not have happened if Africans didn't take so many goddamn blacks and sell them to whites by the millions. Okay, so real simple.
So are you referring to Africans now as blacks?
African, well, I'm doing a distinguish here. I'm saying the ones they grabbed up, I ain't calling them African. I'm saying the Africans snatched up some people and they delineated, okay? Because they ain't just any, meeny, miny, mo folks. They know exactly who they're going after, all right? Ops, vulnerable tribes, all types of shit. I'm calling them blacks.
So the Africans they knew the FBA.
I'm calling, this is my terminology. I'm making a distinction because they did too. So what I'm saying is, so if y'all know, family, I always say they sold blacks. I never say Africans. Because once they knew who to grab and discard, they sold their birthright. They sold their last name. They sold them out. They were no longer African once they sold. Like once they grabbed them to sell them, they're no longer African. Like in their mind, you're going somewhere else. It ain't here. We don't give a damn what happens to you. You could be ate by white folks. They could molest y'all. They could do whatever they want with you. We don't give a damn. But we want these certain people gone. And they targeted certain people. There was no any, meeny, miny, mo, no the first person I see, none of that stuff. No tag, no hide and seek. They know exactly who they're going after, and they sold their birthright. Okay, and that's it. So I don't call them Africans. I personally, this is what I do personally. I call them blacks, and I call the primitive dogs that did this atrocious act. I call them Africans. That's what Africans do.
So what about the one that was captured by the Spanish and the Portuguese? Were they black too, or were they just Africans?
Hey, bro, all I can tell you is this. Well, first of all, dude, can you get a source that says it was a mixture? That's all. Like you should be working on that. You said it. You can't prove it.
Yeah, I can prove it. That's the consensus that a vast majority of the early Europeans they raided the coast of West Africa, and then the latter half.
Wait, no. Wait, okay, let's read it. Let's get it. Get it. Let's read it. Now, family, I'm saying I'm allowing him to get his source, not even mine. I could clearly debunk him. I already did it. I already killed his ass. He's dead and resurrected and resuscitated. Dude, find that. Find that. Find half was Europeans and then other half was primitive Africans. Find it. Okay. Okay. So let's read it. Wow, now wait. Move that thing out the way. I can't see how you word it. Okay. So wait. I want to see what you typed in it. Go to what you typed in. I want to see how you phrase it. Okay. Yeah, what does that say? No. How'd you type it in there?
I said transatlantic slave trade, European raids.
Why you put European raids? No.
Because you was asking about.
No. I'm asking about the mixture. You didn't do a mixture. Type in transatlantic slave trade, African and European slave raids. We're doing a comparison.
You said transatlantic.
Yeah, same thing. Just add in African and European. Same thing. African and European slave raids. Come on, man. I'm a researcher, bro. He tried to manipulate the AI to only speak on the European failed attempt. This dude is sad. Okay. The transatlantic slave trade involved both African and European actors in the capture and transport of enslaved people, while Europeans established trading monopolies and forts along the African coast. The majority, family, this dude is dead. The majority of enslaved Africans were not captured directly by European raids. Yeah, you are a fool. So now, can you admit you're wrong now? It wasn't a mixture. It was majority was from Africans. Can you admit now?
I mean, if the source said that, then I gotta acquiesce to the source.
But do you agree with the source?
Yeah, I agree with the source.
Okay, so let me ask you. So now, rewind, going back. So, slave raids, they were majority done by Africans, right?
I never denied Africans
okay,
did
cool.
raids.
I'm just asking a flat out question. Slave raids were predominantly done by Africans, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You can unshare. Oh my God, you are so defeated. Yo, you can't get no L's. You can't get no W's over here. Hey, yo, Han Solo, what you got? Bro, you a bad researcher.
Hey, sorry, that's just the name of what I name my phone. I just want to ask, like, these Pan-Africanists and these African people, like, they want
I
to
mean, this is for you. This is for you, Kwame. Go ahead.
they want to
Go ahead.
claim FBA so bad. Okay, how, because you say like we look like y'all, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How come y'all never claim the Fijians or the Papua New Guinea people who look quote unquote like Africans?
Well, because they're not Africans.
Why are they not Africans?
They don't. Their haplogroup is not from an African haplogroup.
But you
They
say
don't descend from
so. But
Africans.
you say everybody originated in Africa.
Yeah, everybody originated from Africa, but that don't mean
They're
everybody's
Africans.
haplogroup developed in Africa.
So what? So if you can believe these, like everybody came from Africa, and you say like the African people spread across the globe, but you can't accept FBA people, some of who are already here, and some of them came from Africa went through the slavery, whatever. But
Well, we don't know about FBA's already been in America. Majority of
so
FBA,
wait. So do you know where Fiji is?
yeah, Fiji's in the Pacific.
Right. So they are surrounded by oceans, right?
Right.
So how can, if everybody traveled from Africa originally, how did these people, you mean to tell me they were able to get to the Fiji Islands surrounded by oceans, but America is literally right across the ocean and black people couldn't get there? And the fact of the matter is, if you understand about weather, getting in a boat on the west coast of Africa during a certain season, that wind will pick you up. Like during hurricane season, it's a combination of different currents picking up. If you leave Africa at a certain point, if these people left 100,000 years ago, whatever, they could easily get on a boat and have the wind and currents take them into the Caribbean, take them into Americas. So you believe that people can get all the way trapped in the middle of the Pacific, but they can't get across to America?
I never said I don't believe. I just don't see the evidence.
I literally just told you evidence.
We don't see the evidence in the DNA. We don't see the evidence in the culture. We just don't see the evidence.
So you don't think that a group of people, if everybody started off in Africa, right, they all had similar DNA, right? If
Then
one
and
if
then they
some group,
develop different. They adapted to certain climates and their
but
surroundings and
so
develop their
so
own
you think
haplogroups.
you think so little of Africans that you don't think that they came into America before Columbus?
I never said I'm just saying we don't see the evidence. We don't see any evidence of Africans in the Americas prior to Columbus.
So let me understand this. Do you know that when Columbus and his people came to the conquistadors came to Americas, they started to destroy artifacts? And when they came over here, they were the first ones, maybe not the first ones, but they did germological warfare on people, spreading smallpox and diseases that killed untold millions, hundreds of millions of Native Americans. You don't, is that not history?
Yeah, well, now we had the
You
bone.
understand
Now we
that
had the
you
bones,
understand that current DNA,
we could
you
test it.
understand that current DNA is done through living people and not deceased people? Do you understand that?
Yeah, but we could
Do you
also.
understand that they cannot literally test the dead people because one, there's no DNA to test off of that, but there is little DNA. But when they do, they just automatically try to hide that evidence. But on top of that, they cannot test people who died of smallpox to know where their genealogy comes from, because the first wave of people who came when they came to these countries, they were the first ones who died. So you can't really test
That's a
those.
good point.
You can't really. So if millions of people have died, like the ones that survived, if millions of untold people, millions of people died, right? And the survivors, like the first people who in this country were slaves, were not Africans or Europeans. It was the Native Americans. And through diseases and other things, they did end up bringing Europeans in here who didn't want to be slaves. So they ended up going to Africa and bringing slaves. Now, do you understand that on those slave plantations, it was a combination of whites, Africans, and the Native Americans, right?
Oh,
Do you
so
understand that?
whites was enslaved too?
Do you understand that other Native Americans, just like Africans, sold each other into slavery?
Yeah, Native Americans.
And so, and is there not record to say
they
that?
also
Is it
held
not
they
record?
also held
Is
black
it not?
slaves
Is
too.
there not record to say that before people were called black, before they were called Negro, they were called colored, and before they were colored, they had the Native American? So is that not evidence, or you just refuse to believe the evidence?
I mean, there is no evidence. You're just saying a random things. But I don't see where's the evidence of black people in America prior to Columbus, and can we see some genetic tests that
black skinned people can get to the South Pacific, but they can't get across the ocean to America.
I never said they couldn't. I just
That's
said
what he's
there's no
saying.
evidence.
Well, that's like saying it. That's like saying he didn't. That's what it sounds like to me.
No, I mean, if we talking about science, you got to prove. We can't just.
So
I'm saying, if there's no evidence,
Americans do their DNA and ancestry, and it shows that they have Native American ancestry. Is that not evidence?
Yeah, probably 1%, 1 or 2%.
Do you understand that if you have a glass of white milk, and then you add, let me explain, because you may not understand genetics. Let me tell you something. If you get a glass of white milk and you put a little chocolate in it, is it still white or does it become darker?
It probably become darker.
Okay, so you sound elementary because you talking about probably. It does. And if you stop adding white and you just keep adding dark, the percentage of the white DNA, the white milk, becomes less, and the percentage of dark chocolate becomes more. If the Native American people who were the people who were held in slavery, it wasn't the Asians who lived on the West Coast. It was the Black and Native Americans who lived on the East Coast, primarily the East Coast, because primarily that's where they first landed and they lived in that area. Now, if the East Coast, let me see some geography. If the East Coast Native Americans were the ones who were primarily enslaved, and the ones who didn't get enslaved, they expanded west, right? If you understand DNA, if you have a black ancestor and you start mixing them with others, that black ancestry becomes DNA, becomes less and less and less. If the Native American population who survived the warfare of biological warfare, that's the word I'm trying to think of. If they survived it, and then the constant population that are being brought in are just white and Africans, doesn't your DNA becomes less and less native if you're only around people who are African and European?
Yeah, so are you saying that majority of the black tribe was wiped out by black people coming over from Africa?
No, I'm saying the majority of the black tribes were the first one introduced to Europeans, and therefore they were the first ones under attack and used biological warfare. And then a lot of them will end up shipped to the Caribbean, to Haiti, to the little U.S. Virgin Islands area. A little few of people who did survive. But if you have a larger population,
how many survived in America today? The black indigenous tribes. Like,
first of all,
how many of the descendants?
If you understood, there was a cleansing of the black people off of the Native American rolls, and white $5 Indians, which were white people, were able to pay $5 and be classified as Native American, and the black indigenous Native Americans got classified as Negro. And then, like I said, the first people who encountered the Europeans were the people on the East Coast, and they were the first ones who got biological warfare. They were the first ones who got enslaved. They were the first ones who just died through war between each other tribes and stuff, things like that.
Okay, so out of 100, right? What's the percentage of the black indigenous Americans out of the FBAs? Like, what's the percentage?
There is very hard way to find that out, simply because of paper genocide. There was paper genocide done on Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, for the last 400 or 500 years.
Okay, do the indigenous Black Americans have a different haplogroup from the ones brought over from Africa, or they have the same haplogroup?
Well, you probably get the haplogroup from your father, so it could depend, because there are people who are black skinned Americans who have haplogroups from Europeans.
Yeah, we know that. We know that.
So you're trying to make me say they're African when there's people like.
I'm not trying to make you say anything. I'm just asking a question. Just asking an honest question.
Well, I'm trying to ask you honest question. Did you not understand the white milk and chocolate milk analogy? That I tried to break it on an elementary level for you.
And even if they paternal ancestors go back to, we could look at the maternal, like, you know, the MT DNA. We could look at the material haplogroup too, like L1, L2, and see where it goes to. So the reason I'm asking, like, does these native Black Americans have their own haplogroup and material haplogroup, so we could check and see, you know, to see the difference between the ones that was already here and the
Sure there
Africans?
are. I'm pretty sure there are. But like I said, there's been paper genocide on Black Americans
So
for the
you don't
last
know the
5
name of the
years.
haplogroup, you don't know the name of the material mtDNA, you don't know either one.
No, I'm not familiar with that. Like I understand that, but I don't know the exact name of that. And you know, it's really interesting because when you say we're not bringing facts, it is historically accurate that the Europeans use biological warfare on this in the Americas. But you want to say there's no proof of that.
I'm not denying
Whenever I
that.
talk about the paper genocide of foundational Black Americans, how our groups was always changed. Like we were on lists for indigenous groups and they kicked us off of their census because they wanted to hoard the money for just for them, and they wanted to appease white supremacy by trying to align with them, just like how Africans did when they first came here, just like the Caribbeans did when they first came here, just like the Asians did when they first come here, right? Because you guys want to assimilate to whiteness and believe that if you go along with their program, you will be the token in that group, and then whenever you get treated bad, you want to come pull this BS Black unity bullshit, people of color on us. It's not working anymore.
I mean, yeah, I agree. Some Black people or diasporas, Africans, you know, they may appease to the white man. But I wanted to ask you, so none of these indigenous Black tribes exist today? Or they all wiped out?
Okay, one more time for you, sir. We are still here. A lot of us we don't have the full blood anymore because if we're cut off from our groups, we intermingle where we are. Like I said,
right
on the plantation, there were Native Americans of black
Does that
skin,
make sense to you,
of red skin,
Reverend?
of yellow skin. There were Europeans and they were Africans that were here. And when they were all here, then they changed around the label from indentured to slavery, whatever you want to call it. They were all on a plantation together.
Yeah, I mean, if all this information is true,
And then I
maybe
do want to ask you the fact that a lot of our DNA got mixed up whenever they started creating these breeding farms, right? And forcing the black skinned women to push out as many babies as possible, and these women didn't get to choose who they had a child with. It was white men who did it to these women. It was African men who did it to these women. Whatever man was around that they used for these breeding farms. So whenever you have situations like that, of course, the DNA lineage of this woman, if she's a Native American woman and she is forced to on a breeding farm with African men, how much DNA do you think those children are going to pass down, huh? Because then her daughters get sent to the farm, and then her daughters, and they're constantly being put this way. Because I want to let you understand something. It did become a time and point when the indigenous white skin people, yellow skin, red skin, were able to get their freedom. They did 7 years, and they were able to go. Right. Depending on but the black skin people were not. It was a life sentence. So when you move people from situations like that,
but wouldn't you be able to check
DNA
the
becomes
material
more.
line, even if the paternal line is cut, or you say tampered with African men or European men? Can we look at the material line and see, okay, let's see where the mother descend from. Let's see where her mother and her mother and her mother descend from.
You most definitely can. You most definitely can. But like I said, if this black Indian Native American woman, right, she was forced to she was raped by a European, and then she was forced to breed with, you know, a man of not her that was not a European man, and then her children daughters grow up, right, and then they do it, you know, and then it just keeps repeating. How much Native American DNA does it become? Like I said, if you start with white milk, right, and you add a little chocolate, and then it gets darker. So you can't just go off of skin color and say we were never indigenous, because if you want to play that way, then how can you say that the Fijians aren't indigenous to their land, right? Because they look like Africans. So you guys want to push the goalpost too much.
I mean, it's not pushing the goalpost. It's just science. And maybe FBA should add that to their petition for reparation, that the U.S. government been lying about DNA results, and and falsifying and putting out pseudoscience about their DNA results as far as them being African or African descent. If
Maybe we will. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that should be put in so you can be compensated for that. If you have no African ties, you didn't descend from Africans, or or have a lineage going back to Africa, maybe you should sue the U.S. government, and for malpractice and things like that.
See, I think you could try. I don't really believe you're sincere what you're saying, that because FBA understands everybody in this world came from Africa, right? But then you guys want to claim FBA, but you don't claim the Europeans. You don't claim the actual Black Indians, right? That's right next door to you. You don't claim
Black Indians? Is there a population of Black Indians?
Yeah, there's like live on the Adamant Island. They came from Africa. Andaman Island is south of India. It's like a little island, right? You can Google that, right? They look exactly like African. They've been on that island for 300,000 years or so, right? Y'all not claim no Pan-Africans over there reaching out to them, right? But
I mean,
y'all claiming the African people who were enslaved and sent over to the Middle East. There's some Black Palestinians right now, Afro-Palestinians. Why y'all not claiming them? Why y'all not claiming?
And let me add to that.
I mean, if you say
Afro-Palestinian, wait, hold on. Wait, don't just cherry pick. How about this one? Why aren't you claiming a large portion of white people and white Americans?
You said what?
Yep.
J. Edgar Hoover. Why you ain't claiming him?
Why would we claim J. Edgar Hoover?
His haplogroup go back to Africa, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I forgot the name of the guy.
So he's African.
The white guy from
his haplogroup.
The white T guy from Modern Family, who's the main dad, not the granddad, but the main dad. They trace his ancestry to an enslaved woman, right? He's Black. He comes from Black people. Like her children.
I want Kwame to speak to J. Edgar Hoover. How come you don't claim him?
I don't know his haplogroup.
Yeah, you were just Googling. Go ahead and do that one.
And from what I just researched, say J. Edgar Hoover paternal haplogroup, which traces male lineage, is R1B. And I know R1B go back to Europe, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, no. Okay, well, we know how you research. We've seen that.
I can share my screen.
You just put... No. Listen what I'm saying. Yeah, but it's what you put in there. Okay. Ask about, does he have any African haplogroup? J. Edgar Hoover. That's just one name. We got about 10 more white men for you that's seen as white people in America. And you would acknowledge as white folks, but they got an African haplogroup. Because I already looked it up to debunk that haplogroup standard. I killed that. There's so many people, white Americans, who we would call white, won't even associate with Africa. The bottom line is this: is that you can't look at somebody and say they're from Africa. That's what we're getting to. You got to actually look at his standards. You got to look at the science behind the haplogroup So all these white Americans, you can't say they're not African. You got to ask for their DNA shit. Like, hey, man, what you have? You know, and you can't claim dark-skinned people. So when folks say they're not African, you can't really say they are without looking at the evidence, the science.
Let me ask you a question. Are they lying when they say, so if I type this in, is this a lie?
I don't know. Wait. Look. I'm using him as an example. The bottom line is, here's the bottom line. Are there white Americans that look like standard lily white Americans? Are there white Americans that who we think lily white? Do any of their haplogroups go back to Africa? Because I was using him as a point of reference. Is that any truth to that?
Yeah, you may have some white people who
Okay,
have...
stop. Sorry right there. So therefore, you can't tell people they're not African because that same Leonardo DiCaprio white boy, Macaulay Culkin, who say I'm African, you'll say you're not. But based off your standard of being African is your haplogroup. So, but you'll tell this white man that he's not African. Wait, hold on. Wait, no. That's what you, yeah, okay, yeah, you use that science. So you can't tell white people who say they're African and not African, and you can't tell black folks who say they're not African, they are African without looking at this. That's what I'm saying to you, bro. If you're going to be scientific, you can't look at nobody. That's called looker shit. You can't look at nobody and say they are or they aren't. You would need the science, right?
Yeah, you need the science to back the claim. So if black people say they're Native Americans, I can't just look at them and say, nah, we got to check their
right.
mitochondrial DNA.
But until then, it's just NA. It's NA. All right. So because you can't argue either way. So if somebody say, hey, I'm not this, that's just what it is until you got evidence.
Well, this is the consensus right here. African American population primarily carry mitochondrial DNA, mtDNA haplogroup belonging to L family, which are of African origin. Specifically, many African American trace their material lineage back to Western Central
What
Africa.
number is many? No. See, brother, I know you're a horrible researcher, but many is a mathematical expression. What percent? Because many could be 40%. It could be 51%. 49%.
Is many not the majority?
But the majority could be 51%, bro. It could be 50.8. 50.8. That could be 50.6 could be the majority.
All right. So it clarifies it right here. The vast majority of African Americans carry mtDNA haplogroup within the L family, particularly L1, L2, and L3. These haplogroups are high prevalent in Africa, especially Western Central Africa, which a large portion of the transatlantic slave origin.
You said majority, bro.
Yeah.
Majority is 51. That's 51. That's 50.8%.
Yes, that's
the majority.
That's still the majority. The vast majority.
So there could be a 50 point. Oh, dude, what are you doing? There could be a 49.2% that don't have it, like damn near half. But that small little 50.1 could be the majority. So that means damn near half don't have it. So you need to read something that says 90%, 80%, not majority. Majority is 50.1.
We know some African Americans may carry.
No. Okay, so he says I lost him with the percentages. I get it, bro. That's
it
not
said
the numbers.
What does the vast majority?
15.
What does the vast majority mean?
Okay. Research it. Tell us.
Vast
you
majority would be considered the majority, right? Majority.
Right. Okay, dude. It's okay. Is 51% the majority? Is that the majority? Yes or no?
I mean, when they say the vast majority, what does that mean, Ron?
That could mean 60%, 70%, but the way you're talking is 99%. So I want you to give me some more specific numbers. If you say vast majority, that's 70%, 75. That could be 80. That's not saying much. That means that there's 20%, 35% of FBAs out there who are telling they're being honest. Like, nah, that ain't me.
Yeah, let's see. What's the? Let me type it. What's the?
What percentage is the vast majority?
What's the percentage
of the vast majority?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I hope you research correctly.
That and a vast majority typically refer to a portion of at least 75% or more.
Okay. Hey, okay, that's bad. I thought he was gonna say at least 90%. That's bad. That means a quarter. A quarter. That's a lot of people. A quarter out of 43 million. That's a lot. That's a lot of black folks. You dig? A quarter out of 43 million. That's a lot of black folks.
Yeah. So
So when they get up here, wait, hold on. Wait. Let's start right there. Wait. Okay, no. Let's do that. Let's do a quarter. He said at least 75%. That means at least 25% ain't. Okay, so don't have it. But again, now look at 25%. Do 25% of 43 million. What's your number? What number you get? Let me know what number you get. Or I charge my iPad. 25%. Where we at? So we got basically 11 million. That's a lot of people. So you got 11 million FBAs making legitimate claims. And you guys are saying they're lying. They're wrong. Yo, listen. Hey, sis. 11 million is more than every foreigner black in this country together.
So now FBA can stop saying that a vast majority of us was already here. They could just say a minority. If they say a minority of us was already here, okay.
However they want to word it, wait. However they want to word it, that's fine. But the bigger point is, y'all, no. You already said they could stop saying vast majority. No, you need to stop telling people they're not, and stop telling people that they are. Because we see there's 10 million of us, 11 million of us that ain't. So if any stopping that's on your part, stop saying they're not. When there's 10 million more than you and your folks in here together. That is. It isn't. So any stopping is going to be you guys. Stop saying that shit. You're lying. You can't look at somebody and say, because I disagree with your stance and y'all, in which I got going, your delineation, all of a sudden, none of y'all.
Nah, I could just word it correctly now. You're right. So maybe I shouldn't say all, but now I could just say a vast majority of.
Yeah, but what about the person you're speaking to? No. But okay, fine. But look at the person you're speaking to. If you're speaking to an FBA person, they say, "Nah, I already was here." Are they lying?
Nah, I would just say a vast majority of your descendants.
No, but I'm saying, but you're talking. Okay. But you're having a conversation with a woman right now. So when she says, "No, I was already here. I'm not African," is she lying?
She probably she could probably trace her lineage back to America.
Now I have a question. I have one question, real quick question. All right, so do you know who Mansa Musa is?
Yeah.
So what's the story on him? What do you know about him?
He was a Muslim from Mali. He traded gold, salt, and different things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Where did he sell?
He sold. What did he sell? He sold gold dust. He sold dust of gold.
No.
And people too.
SAIL. Oh, wait. I didn't know that part.
Yeah, he was a Muslim. Muslim believe in having non-Christians, non-Muslims as slaves. He sold slavery too. He would go around and he would colonize people, tribes, and bring them into his. That's how Mali became a huge empire.
Is that true,
right?
Revenue?
Yeah, he sold slaves. He sold slaves too. He was a Muslim.
All right. So did you know that he actually it was a story on him that he was supposed to he got thousands of his men to get in a boat and sail across the ocean?
I don't know if that claim is verified. I've heard people say that. I don't know.
So how did he be? So what? How did he? What happened to him? If that's not a true story.
A Pan-African is denying Mansa Musa. That's what.
I think you're referring to his brother that is claimed that his brother sailed to Americas and then come back.
Right. So what if they actually made it to America, right? Would that not be before Columbus?
Yeah,
it would have to
but
be,
we
right?
don't. But we don't have no. You don't have no.
You don't have no
external
proof. Why?
sources.
Why don't you guys have proof? Is it because you guys didn't write stuff down, or is it only the Muslims wrote stuff down, or is it when the Europeans came to Americas and they described the copper-colored people? They were talking
it's
about
this. He already conceded, though, because you're beating a dead horse. He already conceded that 10 million of us was already here.
I never said 10 million. I said 10 million could probably trace their lineage. You know, they may have the ancestors made a breed with some Native American or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, are you familiar with India?
Yeah.
Where are the light
He'll
skinned
never say no, by the way.
Where are the light skinned people in India?
You talking about the caste system?
Yeah, what's the breakdown of the continent of India? Where is the general population of the people by their caste?
I don't know
All right, well, let me answer really quickly because I got to get back to work. The white skinned or the paler skinned Indians lived in the north, and the darker skinned people. Hello?
Yeah, we listen.
Oh, okay. The darker skinned people lived south. They lived closer towards the islands and towards the oceans because until Europeans colonized the world, if you live closer to the coast, that means you were poor. And living close to the coast globally from in Asia and India, they pushed all of the darker skinned people closer to the oceans, to the islands, towards the forests and that type of thing. So if Columbus is sailing around the world and he believes when he reaches these people, he's seeing these copper colored people, right? Why would he think he's in India? Why didn't he think he was in Africa, right? It wasn't there. If he believed he's not in Africa, right? He believed he's in India, right? If he's a sailor, he would know the difference between an African, right, and an Indian, right? Yet when he got there, he thought he was in India. When you get to India, you don't see pale white skinned people until you start going north, because the northern part is where the Europeans came down and colonized those areas and breeded with them. The darker people live, even modern times, in South India. So if Columbus think he's in India, why does he see these dark-skinned people and say he think he's in India, right? Now, I'm saying this for a reason, right? Because the picture they show of Native Americans, right, to your colonized mind, is you see a white-skinned Indian, right, or a red-skin. What there is the Indians in India right now look nothing like the Native Americans that they show on modern television and books, right? You would never confuse the two. They look nothing alike, right? And this is the thing. When Barack Obama went into India, right, those people did not know he was not one of them. Because there's a lot of people, right, who you guys say African look, that are in India. So why are books showing these people that are Native American, right? The quote unquote Native Americans, but they look nothing like a modern day India or India 100 years ago, 400 years, nothing. There's no difference. You cannot look at them and believe these people can blend. You tend to these Native Americans right now, you put them in India, they will look like nobody there. But you know who would? Maybe you, maybe me, maybe my ancestors. They definitely can go there and blend in. So how the fuck are you going to make me believe that Columbus believed he was in India when he saw these people? These people have no similarity, skin color, nothing. For him to believe he ran into an Indian in India. That's all I'm going to say.
You want to respond to that?
I mean, yeah, I mean,
we can get back to black.
Yeah, I mean, Columbus thought he was sailing to India. He ran across people with horse-like hair, as they describe it, sort of like Indians. He never said he ran into people that look like Africans. So, I mean,
Okay. All right.
that's his claim. That's when most of the European explorers they said they had horse-like hair, like Indians. They didn't say these people had afros and tightly curled hair and big
Lock.
lips and wide nose or locks or anything.
Peppercorn hair you talking about?
Yeah, and then they never said peppercorn hair or anything. They said horse-like hair.
All right. Well, thank you, sis. Hope you call in tomorrow later on tonight if I go live again. But like sometimes we go live so long for 10 a.m. I don't even go live again. It's like being selfish. Yeah, but we in any time like before. If we in at 5, I'll probably go live at 7. Okay, so let's get back to black. I don't want you to think I'm running from that. So let's go back to what you. So we talked about what I want to talk about. We talked about what the system want to talk about. Now let's talk about what you want to talk about. You called in for black. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I guess you was talking to BSIA and you was basically saying that black is a exclusive to Black Americans, right?
When we use it, well, you gotta really clarify or qualify. When we use it amongst ourselves, when nobody called us it, we called it ourselves. It was exclusive.
Okay, so when people was describing Marcus Garvey at his time, was they just saying he's a Jamaican or he's a Negro? Is he black? Like what was the term?
Let's say Jamaican. As far as that, I was the wrong guy to name. When you say Marcus Garvey, Jamaica is definitely attached to that. Shit, Jamaicans say he's Jamaican. You know how many people I had call in that we debate Marcus Garvey and they always say he was Jamaican? They never say he's black.
If I mean that's your would you consider Jamaica as a black country?
There's no such thing as a black country. It's a Jamaican country.
Would you say the majority of the people in Jamaica, would you consider them black?
They're Jamaican.
Oh, okay. They just
They
Jamaican.
got a Jamaican flag also. Yeah, they got a Jamaican flag. They're Jamaican. Am I wrong?
So you should probably just refer to yourself as American and just take off the blacks too. Right? That would make more sense.
Now I'll be disrespecting my ancestors if I did that. My ancestors called themselves black. Dr. King, you just heard him. He said I'm black and proud.
Yeah, you know, black is synonymous with African, so that's why they use black American.
Wait.
African
Okay,
American,
now watch this. See, now I wasn't trying to go here with you. So it's synonymous, right? So synonymous means I can take out this word, put that word there. Okay, so when we say Michael Jordan was the first black person to do whatever, black billionaire owner from the NBA, are we talking about a black man of America or an African? A generic African?
I mean, it's nuanced. You'll have to figure out the person background and see what country they descend
No,
from.
we don't. But Michael Jordan, his name alone, all right, we already know he's black American. See, that's the thing with us, bro. You don't understand. For us, we don't have to like do background checks, DNA tests. We know he's black American, just like Madam C.J. Walker, the first self-made black millionaire. Okay, now can we interchange that word with African?
Yeah, just like they referred to Barack Obama as the first black president. Yeah, he
wait. You said they, but wait. Okay, you messed up. All right, okay. So I don't know if you was here, but I'm gonna do it again. So let me show you this clip. Barack Obama's the worst guy to. He was a hot topic when he was called when white folks were calling him. Even white people did not look at him as the first black American. I got you. I know you don't know no better.
He's not the first black American, but he's the first black president.
Okay, that's what I mean. The first black American president. I'm saying. Okay, sure, but yeah, that's what white folks call him. That's not what black folks call him. Okay, but I got you though. I got you. I just played it. Here you go. This is for you, sir. This is how we felt about Obama. Go back.
So one anecdotal.
Wait, no. Let me finish. Because you said what you said. Now I'm sourcing up. So now this is family. It's going to give you the date when this was happening. So this was during. So we first started to challenge. So everybody who you call black just now, bro, that was in question during Obama's presidency, by the way. I don't know if you know that. But once he started running for president, DJ Focus is a minister, former minister of Nation of Islam. He was the first person I ever heard say Obama's not black. And we all looking like, what? He said, he ain't black. No, he ain't black. He's Kenyan. He said black, then he explained what black was. And I could get DJ Focus on his phone, and he'll articulate it better than I ever could. That was the first time I ever heard that. He said, he ain't black. He's Kenyan. He's African. He said black is experience. He explained what black is, all the things we went through in this country that's exclusive to us. He said that's black. And he said he ain't black. So now this next woman said the same thing basically. Watch this. Matter of fact, the white man gonna say it first. Watch this. The white man gonna say it jokingly, but he was spot on. And then Deborah Dickerson is gonna take over from there. This is for you, Kwame. Like I said, I gotta say that. All I'm gonna say is, bro, I got some clips.
Obama will announce his candidacy this weekend at the old state capitol in Springfield, Illinois, where Abraham Lincoln made a stirring House Divided speech. How historic. At a building made famous by the man who freed the slaves, Obama isn't the descendant of slaves. His father...
Okay, so this distinction was being very clear. So this whole delineation, it started when the delineation movement started when Obama ran for president. And we were like, oh, he ain't the first nothing, because we seen Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, we seen like people like that, even Cornel West. We see people like that as like the first, if they're going to be a president. Those are the first black president, because again, we seen black as American, as civil rights, Jim Crow, slavery. That's how we see black. And I know you don't know that because you're not black like us. So you're not going to, just like some stuff you might know in your country or Tiger, we can never relate to it. We can only research and Google, but the sentiments, right, the feelings, you can't research that. So now, this white man understood Obama's going to make a speech at the Abraham Lincoln thing. He's basically saying it's all full of shit. It's symbolic because he was never a slave, so he has no ties to that, no dealing. But he goes on, watch this.
Emigrated from Kenya in 1959, and his mom is the...
See, so he even honed in on where he's from. Like, yo, he ain't no descendant of slaves. And by the way, he said DOS, bro. So he said DOS before Adolf. So we always said descendant of slaves. We just ain't never like make it an identity or ethnic identity. But we always said that, the acronym. He even said it. Listen.
Made famous by the man who freed the slaves, Obama isn't the descendant of slaves. His father emigrated from Kenya in 1959.
Isn't Adolf. That's what he just said. Obama isn't Adolf. Okay. Continue.
And his mom is the Swiss Miss Girl. His father emigrated from Kenya in 1959, and his mom is the Swiss Miss Girl.
See, his father is an immigrant. Obama isn't Adolf. He's an immigrant through his father. His lineage doesn't tie here. What the white man's saying in a joking way. But dead serious.
Some are even claiming that the senator has not lived the, quote, black experience, and it may affect his...
Oh, so black folks in 2007 were saying Obama did not live the black experience. So I just cooked you and that other clown that was on here earlier, pouting like a little girl. The black was not, when we use black, it wasn't color, because we're light as shit over here, all right? We ain't black as y'all in Jamaica and Haiti and Africa. We're light as shit. I'm light skinned, bro. I know we're near you. You got Indians darker than me. You got Puerto Ricans darker than me. Okay? So yeah, so black ain't got nothing to do with color. It's an experience. It's a legacy that's exclusive to anybody else in this world, not just Africans, but everybody in this world never went through what we went through. And it's okay, because we ain't go through what you guys went through. But you see, we were complaining. He said some would say he didn't go through the black experience. He didn't say Tariq Nasheed, Vet, Carnell, Tone Talks, Unbiased, Ron. He said some would say, black people would say he didn't live the black experience. He ain't black.
Kenya in 1959, and his mom is the Swiss Miss Girl. Some are even claiming that the senator has not lived the, quote, black experience, and it may affect his support in the African American community. Here to explain is columnist for Salon.com and author of the book, The End of Blackness, Deborah Dickerson. Ms. Dickerson?
Yeah, I'm taking black too, by the way, family. I'm sorry. I know we let them borrow it sometimes, but I'm taking black from them. I'm calling these folks what they want to be called. I'm calling them Jamaican African, Haitian African. Y'all want to be African so bad? I'm calling y'all country plus African. Nigerian African, Igbo African. That's what y'all are. To me, y'all not black no more. That's gone. Like, black is exclusive. I'm taking that term completely back from y'all. It's exclusive just to us. Listen to Deborah Dickerson, our beautiful sister.
Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Is Barack Obama black?
No, he's not. In the American political...
No, he's not. This is 2006. He's not black. That's what we all were saying. He's not black. I got clip after clip after clip after clip. Different people saying he ain't black.
Barack Obama black?
No, he's not. In the American political context, black means the son of West African, the descendant of West African slaves brought here to labor in the United States. It's not a put down. It's not to say that he hasn't suffered. It's not to say.
Okay, so you see, family, she tied blackness to DOS, which is we call ADOS now, but it was DOS. So she connected blackness to DOS. But he gonna explain black after this.
That he doesn't have a glorious lineage of his own. It's just to say that he and I, who am descended from West African slaves brought to America, we are not the same.
Now, she said he have his own, she even used the word lineage, family. Not to say he ain't got his own glorious lineage of his own, but he's not part of our lineage. Okay, so she tied blackness to a lineage that ties to DOS.
She also said she descended from West African slaves.
Yeah, you said right, slave. Who denies that? Descendants of slaves.
Yeah, descendant of Western Central African slaves.
Okay,
Yeah,
no,
I agree with that.
But yeah, but who? Yeah, nobody. See, family. Then he takes an L and then he runs there. But guess what? I agree with you too. All right, so now let's focus on black. What else you want to say about black? You brought it back here. Go ahead.
Yeah, some people, like if you're the first black person to do something, they're not gonna say black. You know, they tie it all in. So black is just not exclusive to Black America. Like for instance, Richard Arthur Bogle was a Jamaican, and he's known as the first African American businessman in Walla Walla, Washington.
Where was he living?
He was living in America, but he was born in Jamaica.
Okay. Right, but you're living in America. But we already know you co-opted. You got the application right there, bro. The application says black African American. So like that didn't really prove nothing. But let me ask you this:
and this was
when
in the 1800s.
Muhammad Ali, I got you. But when Muhammad Ali, so what does the article actually say? And don't forget, I understand. You see, you're mixing up again, bro. I need you to stay focused. I know how white folks use black. They use it melanin, skin tone, darkness. Obviously, that's not how we use it. You see, Deborah Dickinson, she's not black. That's why the Moors, the crazy ass Moors, the gray sheets get on us. You ain't black, you brown, because they understand. Well, we like, yeah, but we're not saying we're actually black like a color. Okay, but Muhammad Ali, when they say he was the first, now you know boxing is like international, right? They got Mexican boxers, Italian boxers, East European boxers, right?
Yeah.
They got Kenyan boxers and Nigerian boxers, whoever, like from all over. Ivory Coast, whoever. Jamaican boxers, we know they got Jamaican boxers. And some of them became world champs, right? All of them. You got a lot of many multi-ethnicities, like international ethnicities became champion in boxing. Okay. So when a Jamaican boxer becomes the first to do something, right? Do they say he's the first African boxer, or do they say he's the first? And you could throw the word black there too. Do they say he's the first black Jamaican, or do they say which one? Do they say he's the first black Jamaican boxer to do something? And you could throw Usain Bolt in there. But let's do it boxing. Or is he the first African boxer to do it? If whatever it was that broke a record, or it made, it was worth admiring.
Yeah, it depending on the accomplishment and depending on the thing. If you're the first black undisputed heavyweight champion, regardless of where you come from, they're just gonna label you as the first black person. But if you're not the, they might say the first Nigerian.
So Usain Bolt. So when Usain broke the record, all the 120 records, was he the first Jamaican man to do it? Or did it tie the headline say the first black man to do it?
To break which record?
Usain Bolt, he's the fastest man in the world. He got all the records.
Yeah, they'll probably call him the fastest black man in the world.
Yeah. So do you know that, or you're just guessing? Because you do that a lot, man. Like, do you know it said black, or do you know it said, because it was Jamaica versus America, right? It was Jamaica versus the world. So they're gonna ignore. So he's running for the Jamaican team. So when he break records, you don't believe it said the first Jamaican black? You think it just said black?
Yeah, or probably just say black, or yeah, just say black. The first
Do you
black
know
man,
that,
the
or you
first
just
black
guessing?
man.
Do you know that, or you just guessing?
I mean, unless a previous record holder was a black man too, then they might go into
Okay,
nuances
so was
as far
it
as the first
saying? Okay, so
Jamaican.
why didn't it? Sorry, I'm just talking over you. Why didn't it say African, the first African to do it? Just
Well,
since
they
it's
use
synonymous.
they use it interchangeably.
Okay, so can you find any headline ever where it says Usain Bolt was the first? He got the African record. He's the first African to do something. Do you have any source that calls him the first African to do something?
I haven't seen the source.
My God. All right.
But I just
Let me
showed
do
you a
this.
source. I
Okay.
just showed you a source
All right. So let me do this.
in your back
Okay.
chat
Yeah.
where it's referred to a
No, but
Jamaican.
it's pointless because you're talking about white folks who are calling us things. I'm saying you ignoring the narrative, the context. I understand that white folks to us, everybody look alike. Ethiopian, Nigerian, Kenyan, man, even a goddamn Haitian, and probably like a person from let's say Dominican Republic look just like us. Puerto Rican, dark skin Puerto Rican. A white man can't really discern. Just like we can't discern from Japanese and Chinese. They look alike to us. Italians, same thing. So it's not racist. It's
So you're telling me
same
a
thing.
person that was born in 1835, they didn't know where they come from to label this
That's not
person?
what I'm saying. Okay, so now let's chat. This is what I keep. This when he calls in over here, the real revenue is here. It's fake intellectual and Tariq Nasheed. That's false. That's a facade, dude. I keep making it to distinguish. I'm saying white folks call us black for their own reasons, most likely because of dark skin. I'm saying we called ourselves black for something different, and it had nothing to do with dark skin, because we're light. Malcolm X ain't black. Okay, not black. Elijah Muhammad's not black, and so many others are light, very light. I think George Washington Carver like light. So many people, W. Du Bois, very light. Okay, so let me bring you this. I did some research. Can you see my screen, buddy?
Yeah, I'm looking at the screen.
Okay, this is gonna hurt. Black Americans began using the term black to refer to themselves, not Africans globally, not all, nothing. Black Americans, that's the target audience. That's the ethnic immigrant. That's the ethnic, not immigrant. That's the ethnic group that went through ethnogenesis. They refers to themselves exclusively as black to refer to what? Themselves with increasing frequency during the civil rights movement of the 1960s. Watch this. This shift away from terms like Negro or colored was driven by a desire to embrace a positive racial identity and reject the negative connotations associated with earlier labels. This movement empowered Black Americans to define their own identity. Family, we're reading Black was exclusive to just us and to reclaim the African heritage. Read it again. It doesn't say that. It says that we define our own identity, it ain't African, and reclaim our heritage, leading to the adoption of Black as a term of pride and solidarity, not the color of your skin.
So, Ron, can I ask you a question?
I'm gonna finish reading first. No, I don't ask you no question. I'm gonna finish reading. Got evidence here. Here's a more detailed look. Historical context. For a long time, African Americans, which is, that's some white man shit, were often referred to by terms imposed upon them by others, such as Negro or colored. Others call it that.
Where this says African at?
Okay. They don't say African. The Negro and colored.
Okay, so
which carry negative. Wait, hey, you gonna cut me off while I read, bro, or what's going on? Like, I'll let you go in with the black shit. Don't cut me off. Okay. So let me just read it. You know, it's like, what, 4 paragraphs? They small. The last one is long. For a long time, but respond to this though. For a long time, African Americans were often referred to by terms imposed upon them by others, such as Negro or colored. Others called us these things, and even if they called us black, that's still others calling us that, which carried negative connotations rooted in slavery and racial discrimination. The Civil Rights Movement. The Civil Rights Movement of the 1960s was a pivotal moment in the shift towards self-identification. Family, we are delineating. This is what we're doing now. This is what we do. Like, what we're doing right now, you can't get more FBA than that. Oh, you're changing again? Well, shit, that's the FBA way. We're trying to get a better fitting term. Okay, so the Civil Rights Movement of the 1960s was a pivotal moment in the shift towards self-identification. Leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X emphasized Black pride and the importance of self-determination. Black pride, self-determination, encouraging Black Americans to their heritage and define their own identity. See, it's about heritage. Nothing about no goddamn Africa, no ancestry, no DNA bullshit, no haplogroup. Wait, let me read it over. Encouraging Black Americans to embrace their haplogroup, their DNA results. 23andMe. No, encouraging Black Americans to embrace their heritage and define their own identity. That's very exclusive language there, buddy. The term Black was adopted as a way to reject the legacy of oppression and to assert a positive racial identity. This is what we did, my boy. We defined Black like this, not the white man. While Black gained prominence during this period, the term African American also emerged as a way to emphasize cultural heritage and connection to the African continent. That shit came later. African American gained further traction in the late 1980s, particularly after Reverend Jesse Jackson promoted its use. Just like how Tariq promote FBA. Nothing he did was legal. Oh, well, Tariq, he didn't take it to Congress. Or even Jesse Jackson didn't do none of that. Jesse Jackson did the same thing Tariq Nasheed did. Exact everything. Except he had what you call Jewish people backing him and liberals backing him. They pushed African American. And when you research that, buddy, it's because they felt like African American was more safer and nicer than Black. They said Black Power, like too revolutionary. Black Power, Black Panther, Black Wall Street. That was too. So they wanted a softer acceptance of us, and they pushed. This a fact. They pushed African American. That's why they pushed that. That's why the media, Jews, and whoever was behind that pushed that. Some folks in the Jewish community pushed African American. It was nicer and safer. It was more received by white people. All right. Gained further traction in late 1980s. Okay, both terms are used today, with some individuals preferring one over the other for various reasons. All right, bro, you can respond to that. What I just read.
Around
in
the same
conjunction with the whole
time.
conversation.
Yeah, around the same time, people was using the term Afro-American too. So, but
And
Black
anybody, bro, no, anybody using that is a small, tiny percent.
people
I got my
using
mom right here, by the
Afro.
way. Wait. Okay, look, wait, no. So you're a tether. You're a garbage tether. My aunt's right here. She's 70. My mom is 70. I can ask them what they call themselves. They're 70. They're born 55. So you can't do that. See, family, what we can do, they can't do. My mom is here and my aunt is here. We could just
So
ask
she
them.
probably heard about the term Afro-American.
Okay, no, it's not about hearing about shit, bro. You hear about shit all day long. It's about what did you call yourself when you heard these things.
They probably referred to themselves as Afro-American at that time.
All right, let me get you out of here. All right, man, peace. Have a good one. You would think he'll say ask him, right? Get him out of here. Yeah. So he took an L. Black was when we came up with Black, it was to be exclusive, not inclusive. So I cooked him with that. And here is the link for what I just read, family. If you want to read this to a Pan-Africanist or tether, let me put this in the chat. Yeah, he was dead. He was dead. Now look, you would think he would say, oh shit, I can't, it's too long, put in the chat. Hey, family, you would think he'll say, well, go ask him, right? You would think he'll say, go ask your mom, your aunt, your husband, and everybody, because we having like, they got this, hold on. Yes. Okay, what do you want? Huh? No, you need food. Yeah, you gotta eat food first. What do you want to eat? What do you want to eat? You want to eat, what do you want? Okay, good. Wait. Hold on, wait, 1 second. Oh my gosh, 1 second. Try to get the name of it. So my aunt got a thing. They got a thing going on where it's like a 25. It's an anniversary of I think her class, some shit like that. It's like 25-year-old, like 70-year-olds coming up. I mean 20. I say 25-year-old. It's about 25 70-year-olds coming over here. All FBA. So now you would think he'll say, "Well, ask them because they're coming Friday." But he says, I think they would say this. So you don't want to ask them what they call themselves? I don't know what my aunt gonna say. I never asked my mom. I don't know what my mom gonna say, but I know she ain't gonna say Afro nothing. I know Afro is like the bottom of the bottom. That shit below African American. But he didn't want to know the answer. I was gonna kill him. Like, yo, so you can't do that. You can't look at an older relative and say, hey, what did you call yourself during this time? That's 1955, man. So they were 9 in 1964. They were calling themselves something. They were 7 in 62. They were calling themselves something. You dig? Like, these are not 2-year-olds or 1-year-olds. These are 9 and 10-year-olds at the time of the Civil Rights Bill being passed. You dig? They called themselves something. And he didn't even want to know. He just guessing. Oh, they probably called him. He just being disrespectful. That's why I got rid of him. It's like, yo, see, but he can't. That's why, eventually Tariq is having fun with him because he added to the content. But I've been done with this guy. That's why I renamed. He tried to put Kwame as his name. I call his ass Revenue. Maybe your name Revenue. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So I cooked them with black. Family. We called ourselves black to delineate. That was beautiful wording. It said, what did it say again? It said the civil rights movement of the 1960s was a pivotal moment in the shift towards self-identification. And they're mad we're doing it now. And you telling me that these guys ain't white supremacists? They ain't team white supremacy? It was white supremacists mad at us self-identifying. They didn't want us to leave Negro and colored. They didn't want us to be all exclusive. Now you got tethers and Pan-Africanist coons out here saying you can't self-identify as though this is a new thing. Leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X emphasized black pride and the importance of self-determination. I'm done. Encouraging black Americans to embrace their heritage and define their own identity. I said respond to the article. He said, yo, people call themselves Afro. We didn't read Afro nothing. We didn't read Afro nothing. Okay? So you see, he likes to talk about things that's not in the writings and readings. He's like his elder, his Baba. Dr. Jimmy, he ain't a doctor at all. So John Henry Clark. Right? He just like them. They like to omit and add information to make somebody look better. So like their motto is protect the brand by any means necessary. Just protect the brand. In order for John Henry Clark to protect the brand of Scam and Garvey, he had to I purposely left information out about Marcus Garvey because some things need to be left out of history. So he didn't want us to tie him to those dirty, disgusting things. And we know he did. Okay? But again, tethers, they just lie. They just lie. To hell with Africa. Exactly. They just lie, man. Lie. Yo, I cooked that dude on black. I said, okay, you want to talk about black so bad? Let's talk about black. Dead. Only us. Well, I think that's only. I think the U.S. is for like the flag. Only, I'm gonna throw you a lineage wrench, brother. So you with the family, with the lineage. Okay. Go ahead and Afro's a hairstyle, right? So go ahead and like the video. Everybody like the video because lineage is coming here every. So now we're back. So you know when we like in the video because we start to see 5 new folks from our lineage pull up and subscribe and contribute in the chat. All right. So let me do this. So we're done with that. All right. So let's come back to this. No. You know what? Damn. You know what? Let's just do this. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Of the microphone check uncolonized version. You can go pick that up at the museum tomorrow. You can around talking about that's a black woman. So when you do stuff like that, black womanhood is under attack. Too, Wani. But Wani be trying to be all low key. I'm not. This isn't to disrespect anybody, but nobody. Our spirit is so unique, and I'm going to be very honest. This is bogus. I don't co-sign. Really? We're talking about grown people now. We're talking about kids. See, R. Kelly.
All right, about Ray here.
Tariq?
I'm good, man. How are you, sir?
Doing well, brother. Doing well. I was just going to add that, yeah, it is a double standard. It seems like the things we get.
A little fat forward.
Cool. So yeah, man. Hey, I've heard your work, man, and everybody needs to listen to
where
your
did my off
spaces,
go?
man. You guys
right
are
there.
brilliant. Y'all be dropping real
Let me fast forward.
money. I swear they be in there getting it. Come on. We're gonna get you. We brother Afro Elite to elevate them and give them a platform. We don't need no more of that. We don't need no more sexy reds. We got enough. Oh yeah. And somebody sent me a video of Negro lawyers. I can't stand these Negro lawyers who are Democratic over there eating them butter biscuit. Breakdown, sir. And I don't want you to harm yourself because some of that lubricant that was at Diddy's house. No. Man, why are you worried about that? Yeah,
All right, here we go.
You defending him for. Remember, last night, one of the tethers called up, the South African tether. He's 10,000 foundational Black Americans. We're the face of Black people globally. Our achievements and accomplishments, it overshadows everybody else. And the tether class, they feel a certain way about that. So if a prominent Black person can get taken down, they're like, oh, good. Now Burna Boy can get some shine finally. That's how they feel. Yes, so now that's one nigga down, one nigga up. You think? So they think that's now an opportunity for one of their people to try to get some shine. When the FBA artists get taken down, so they think Tim's and Tyler, they think that's an opportunity for them to come up. You see, you got to understand the mindset of some of these tethers, man. It's real heavy. It's heavy. Let's get let me see. What's up, Teddy? I ain't seen you. Okay, we got Teddy the Tether. I ain't seen you in a minute, Teddy. What's up? We got Teddy the Tether. Speaking of Tether, he's like I think Teddy, aren't you like a Caribbean tether or something like that?
Yeah, I'm a quarter Black.
From the Caribbean though, right?
Yeah, my mom is Caribbean and Native American.
Right, hold on. Ah, my God. All right, my fault. My computer is freezing because I'm opening up new tabs. Okay, so before they do that, I asked Kwame a certain question. I said, when Hussein Bolt, I said, do you have any tabloids of Hussein Bolt breaking records. He's known as an African world track runner, you know. And he just lies. So I hope if y'all catch him on Tariq thing, y'all let him know, expose him. Like, yo, he be on a channel called FBA News and Updates, getting his ass left and right lying, and he comes over here under a new name, pretending to be like that ain't happened. That's why I said next time he come over here, I'm changing his name to Revenue, which I did. Okay, look right here, family. Lying piece of shit. The first thing you read is Usain. I put Hussein Bolt. I didn't know his name. Usain St. Leo Bolt, born August 21st, 1986. The first thing you read is a Jamaican retired sprinter. Okay, doesn't say African. So now watch this, family. I should have asked this question to not him, to the other clown that was coming here, 40-year-old coming here crying and pouting and farting. I should have asked him if black. So from now on, family, we're gonna ask, how is black interchangeable with Africa, but Jamaica, Haiti, Nigeria, none of those shits are? How is this what we're called? how is what we're called the only terminology that's interchangeable with the word Africa? But is Haiti interchangeable with Africa? Is Jamaica, is St. Croix, is the Bahamas interchangeable with Africa? Is the Igbo tribe interchangeable with the word Africa? Can we replace the Igbo tribe and say Africa? Yo, these guys are disgusting people, man. Disgusting sanitation, man. They want to, the only terminology for ethnic group they want to make is us. We're the only people with a ethnic name that's interchangeable with Africa. Yeah, they're trying so hard. That's why I argue you guys got to stop them too. Stop allowing these guys make black and African interchangeable. That's a lie. And then ask them just to poke at them. Hey, is Haitian and African interchangeable? What about St. Croix? What about the Fulani people? Is that interchangeable? So we're the only race on the earth. We're the only ethnic group on the earth that has an ethnic name that's interchangeable with Africa, a whole continent. More reason to delineate. But right away, right out the back, you got he's a Jamaican retired sprinter. Look, we know Revenue over here as Kwame. A filthy, disgusting liar, okay? Watch this, family. I ain't done. Okay, so this is Britannica. Usain Bolt is a Jamaican sprinter. Doesn't say black, doesn't say African. The dude just be like, he likes to lose over here. And he act like he takes a loss like it ain't shit over here. He'll lose over here and oh well. And then he'll go somewhere else and act like this loss never happened. Okay, oh my God. And you will find the Jamaican dominating the sprint section single-handedly. You will find the African, the black man, dominating the sprint section single-handedly. I think that says Jamaican. That's why I said, bro, what news thing you got where he just flat out called black generically or African? I said, bro, he's running for a country. Why would they not tie the country? Why would they not associate the country with the man's achievements? That's disrespectful to call him just black. When he's running for a country, he's running against America, man. He's running against America. But he's not going to be allowed to be called Jamaican? Look at this. 0.2 seconds faster than the old record held by the fellow Jamaican. He broke his own, who's Asafa Powell. So the fellow Jamaican. There's no way to separate his achievements in track from his country and who he is. And I'm telling you, revenue will always just guess. Okay, so just knows that when you see him on Turkey Nasheed, he's going to just guess. Like, he's never going to like say no or he doesn't know. He never says he doesn't know. Him or Tether Dream, they never say they always guess and just, I'm not sure. Well, he never said that. He said, yeah, I might know a little something about it. But none of them ever like just plainly say, okay, so here's the last one for you, family. This is beating a dead horse right here at this point. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Usain Bolt was so fast that it's almost silly to try to put it into words. The Jamaican sprinter, the black man sprinter, the African man from the motherland, the king of Africans, Jamaican sprinter. No, come on, man. I mean, you cannot have an honest conversation. Like, dude, I try to bring it to boxing. Like, so when a boxer from Kenya become world champ, undisputed for the first time ever in that country, they don't emphasize he's Kenyan. Nah, they just say African or black. They just say black. Okay. All right, fine. Let me stop playing around. All right. Okay, Usain Bolt. I could look his ass up. No more hypothetical. Usain Bolt. It's going to say black man or African. Yeah. Everywhere we look, it emphasizes Jamaicanness. Right? Everywhere we look, it emphasizes Jamaicanness. All right, let me see. Any trolls here starting trouble that I gotta zip, zoom. Okay, let's see. Tyler said, I'm not black, I'm colored. Yeah, why y'all flag zip, zoom? He didn't say nothing wrong. He's telling what Tyler said. Tyler said she's not. She said that. She said, I'm not black, I'm colored. She did say that. So you're right. Zip, zoom. So zip, zoom. Let me just ask you flat out. And you just be honest. Are you FBA? Can you tie your lineage to slavery, or you're just here just observing? Okay, let us know. That might stop you from getting timed out and deleted. Your answer, that is. All right. So let's go here.
Native American.
And your dad is Italian, right?
Italian American. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. So what's going on with that?
I just want to know when I'm gonna get my reparations check. Because I'm a quarter black.
When you holler at CARICOM, that's where you're gonna get your. When you go holler at CARICOM.
No, but I just found out that my great grandfather was a slave in Florida.
So how is he a slave?
Okay, zip, zoom. I give you your lineage wrench. Now in return, just go ahead and like the video. And if you like the content, you could use a super chat, or you can cash app, or you could do neither and just like the video, that's only real requirement. So you can just like the video, brother. That's good enough. Okay, but the cash app is there, and the super chat is there, and the content is here. Okay, so now let me see where's his brother going with this garbage.
Florida, but your mom is from Jamaica.
No. My mom is from the Cayman Islands.
From the Cayman, okay. So how does
it's not that? It's only 90 minutes away from Miami, so that's not impossible that I could be.
This call is being recorded.
I could be
This call is no longer being recorded.
FBA, but I don't even know it.
No. It's some tethering going on. No, your mom is from the Cayman.
Because I just got a DNA test, and it says that I'm 1/16 FBA, so I want a 1/16 check.
No, they don't work like that, because your mom wouldn't have been in the damn Cayman Islands. You understand?
But, people travel. Like, there's. I mean, if you do your DNA, you might be 3/4 white.
But the thing is, nobody gonna leave. No, I don't, because you already told some lies. So I don't.
No. Listen. you say that you say that tethers like to drive Uber, and you think that I'm a tether, and I actually drove Uber
Yes.
back.
Now you're boring. Let me get some more people. I don't want to hear no more tether lies. I don't want to hear it.
Right.
I
Like
do not
revenue.
want to hear it. Talking about you, some FBA women. I don't even believe that either. All right, let's get Maj. Maj in here. Maj, what's up, man?
Yeah, you gave me, brother.
I can hear you. What's up, Maj?
Tariq, the first thing I want to say is that someone called in on my account a few days ago and they would
Great grandmother. I speak her native way
This
longer
might be on
before
right here.
FBA. So how could we have got it from you?
Nigeria hasn't even been around before FBA. So your
No,
country,
forget the name Nigeria. I'm talking about our culture,
right?
Tribes that we had,
This
like
is him.
Yoruba, Igbo, etc. It's been around way longer than FBA.
But those tribes have been remixed and amalgamated and pushed around and recolonized over and over again.
This
You
is him.
guys don't know the origins of those tribes, so the cultures shift. You get one person from another group who got pushed and colonized into that tribe, so it's all over the place. You don't have a long, deeply rooted culture, sir. You do not, sir, at all.
Tariq, we do. Like my great grandmother, I speak her native tongue. I'm in my indigenous land. Yes, our name's been remixed by white people, Nigeria, whatever.
It was a white woman who gave you
world.
Nigeria. It was a white woman. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I know where I'm from. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? I speak my first ancestors' native tongue. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So you speak English.
Oh, hold on.
I speak Yoruba.
Slow down. Because a lot of the languages over there, you got a lot of borrowed words from Arabic and other cultures that were brought over there, sir. So you keep trying to get onto this indigenous thing, but you guys were colonized for a long time, and you got a lot of borrowed words from different cultures, sir. And even last names, y'all didn't even have last names until the mid 1800s. Y'all didn't even have last names over there, sir, until the white people gave them to you. So
No, we did.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't have last names over there until you got colonized. You did not have last names, sir. But go ahead.
You see, Nigerian culture, yeah. Our names mean something. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
What's Nigerian culture?
Nigerian culture.
What is it?
Have you not heard of the Benin Empire?
Yeah, that's not just because the Benin Empire was phased out centuries ago.
No, but that don't matter. That's still Nigerian culture.
No, that's Benin.
That empire was listed as one of the most largest structures than the Great Wall of China.
No, that's when the area was called Eredo. That's not even Nigeria, sir. That was a whole different nation states, not even the same nation state, sir.
Bro, that's Nigerian culture. What are you talking about?
No, sir. That's just not. It was a different nation state, sir. It was a different nation state.
Okay,
he doesn't understand.
Was it not in West Africa?
Yeah, it was in West Africa.
Yeah, but it
that's
wasn't.
just like saying Mexico is FBA culture, because part of the United States was Mexico at one point. No, different culture. Not the same thing, sir.
All right, Tariq, how do you feel about Nigerians being the most educated black-skinned people in America? How do you feel about that?
I feel that you need to use that education to build toilets in your homeland. Why are y'all shitting the streets with all this education?
We are accumulating wealth in the West, and we're taking it.
Living in shanty towns with no electricity, with all of that damn education. Make it talk to me.
Living on a floating slump.
You see, Nigeria has been failed by corrupt politicians and white intervention. Now this is the redemption arc. This is our redemption arc. The new generation is gonna.
The government. Oh, the government. Oh,
the government, bro. Yeah.
You know that's coming.
Lord, It's the
You know the government
government.
coming.
Lord. Okay, we have a corrupt government here too. We ain't shitting in the streets, sir.
Okay,
We ain't,
yeah. All right,
we
Tariq, let me touch on that. Let me touch on that. You have a corrupt government, but
yes, we do.
the difference between
Don't forget don't forget what Revenue said. Now Revenue's a self-proclaimed Pan-Africanist. Now I know he's a black conservative. I'm sorry, he's an African tether conservative. I'm taking the black back. So I know he's a Jamaican conservative. All right, there is no Pan-Africanist that would say the American government is not corrupt. He sat there and said the American government is not corrupt. And I'm just asking his opinion. And I'm telling you, that is not the Pan-Africanist position. They believe the American government is corrupted. Okay? So we know he's not a Pan-Africanist. I've been said that. I've been saying he's really a conservative who's cosplaying. He's cosplaying a lot. He's a double agent, double cosplayer. He's cosplaying as FBA and he's cosplaying as a Pan-Africanist. The dude is a conservative. Conservative coon.
Nigeria and you guys that's a white country. You feel, man? They're not going to corrupt. They're not going to dry America of its resources and deplete it because that's where they live, right?
Dude, they will try to do that if we let them. We just didn't let them.
What do you mean though? That's where they live. They're not going to do it, bro. They're going to keep it nice and clean because that's where they live.
No. Well, no, because the thing is, in South Africa, look at how they're living. They live with the white people. The white people live lovely, but the black people
predominantly is black people there, right?
Yeah, and they're living in shanty towns out there, and the white people are living in condos and nice homes out there.
Yeah, that's true.
Right,
That's true.
And y'all sit up here in these African nations and let these people run roughshod over you, and they're draining your resources, and you blaming the government. You guys can handle that. We didn't let the government do that to us. We stepped up and said no.
Right,
what do you mean you stepped up? Aren't you guys begging for reparations?
I hate when I do that.
Reparations right now. You stepped up from where? What are you talking about?
We stepped up from not living like you, sir. You're the one who had to flee to Britain. I hear your British accent, by the way. You're in Britain, right?
I didn't flee nowhere, bro.
Yes, you're in Britain. You have a accent, sir.
Yeah, I'm in Britain. I'm in Britain, and I'm in Britain, and I'm running it up, bro.
You fled. You got the hell up out of there and fled, sir. You fled. You got them little old musty flip-flops and got an inner tube and got the piddle paddling across that pond up there to Britain.
I'm gone.
Sir. How's your education?
And I wouldn't flee ya, and I wouldn't want to be ya.
No, but I didn't.
You know how we say see ya, and I wouldn't want to be ya. The tethers they be saying flee ya, and I wouldn't want to be ya.
Yeah, I didn't flee. My parents came here.
Oh yeah. You did.
My parents came here, bro.
You did, and that's why y'all got a bug in your ass about us.
No, we don't, bro.
Business, and we're demanding reparations. You're talking about we begging for reparations. We're demanding our reparations, and we're getting what we're supposed to get. We're not letting these people put us in shanty towns, and we're not out here defecating in the damn streets on a regular basis, sir. So that's what got you triggered, and we're 12% of the population here, and we ain't letting these folks run us down into dilapidated shanty towns, sir.
Yeah, but Tariq, all right, cool. So you see, the first time you guys requested for reparations, that would be classed as a demand. You see, when they heard, you see, anything after that is classed as begging because they've heard your request and they've ignored it.
Projecting. Y'all got to go to the green card office and beg for somebody to let you in their country. That's you projecting. We ain't begging for nothing. We're letting them know you're going to give us reparations of one of these political parties. We're going to let them collapse. And that's what we're doing now. We're using our political power to put everybody on notice. That ain't begging. We're letting people know what the business is. That's why they're so desperate to try to get us to vote.
But they're not divisive.
Yeah, we're getting on code. We're not doing that tribalistic stuff that y'all do to the point where you gotta flee because y'all still got those damn tribal nonsense beefs going on, and y'all can't get them white supremacists and now the Asians off your back over there in your homeland. That's why you done ran your ass up there to Britain.
No, but that's classed as begging, Tariq.
No, begging is what you had to do to get up there to Britain, sir.
No one begged. No one in my
British
Oh, nah,
anchor
they were
baby,
definitely
sir.
begging like
That's
hell.
where the begging
And when they
is.
get sent back, deported back, they be crying and shit.
No one in my family begged or fled, though.
Yes, they do. Yes, you did. Yes, you
No, we
did.
didn't. We
He's
didn't.
lying. He doesn't
Nigerian
know.
flag
He doesn't
and you
know.
ain't in Nigeria, so you had to beg to go somewhere else, sir.
Bro, but I built a man. My family
You
have
definitely had to ask for
so much
permission.
property in Nigeria. We plan to go back.
The Prince of Zamunda, I know. Oh, yeah, all of you, Prince of Damn
My
Zamunda.
family own
Yeah,
Nigeria.
I know. I don't want to.
Yo, Tariq, quick one. Let me land. Yo, Tariq, let me quick.
I don't want to hear about all your Rolls Royces. I don't want to hear about
Right.
your herd of elephants in your backyard. All right. Okay,
Maybe
Prince
his family
Akeem,
linked to the
I don't
oil.
want to hear all that. Every one of y'all niggas are the princes of Munda when y'all leave Africa. Every one of you. I don't want to hear it, sir. You got all of this stuff, but you ain't never there in it. You over there in Britain driving an Uber on the left side of the road, eating a damn English muffin. All right?
No.
Yes.
All right. Yo, Tariq. All right. How do you feel about the only black-skinned U.S. president being an African?
He was
There we go.
a no good tether. We elevated him, and then we let folks know his legacy wasn't worth a damn, and that's why he's persona non grata. All right.
Why can't y'all elevate a black American?
How do you feel about some of the most influential black people or foundational black Americans right now?
I respect that.
Right, and we got to put some respect on our name, sir. Obama, he's not respected. So look, just show respect and learn. Just look and learn. Get some game from us. And
But y'all can never be bigger than Africans. Never.
We're bigger than you now.
This guy projecting.
No.
Right.
Name one bigger than us.
Oh my God.
Bro, you're not bigger than Africans.
Name them.
Yeah, these guys are delusional.
You guys are insignificant. You guys are insignificant compared to Africans. What are you talking about, Baba?
Well, name the significant Africans
This
who are
guy
more
is
prominent
speaking
than us.
English.
Individually. I'm not talking individually. I'm talking as a whole.
This guy is speaking English, talking about America. With us, we live in America, so we represent all of America, not just Black America. So they be trying to divide us from America, like you know, that ain't happening. You're speaking English, and you want to know how influential Americans are.
Shit, name anybody. Name anybody.
Anyone, bro. There's so many, bro. So many. All right, the rich. All right. The
There's so
richest
many.
black man. All right, the richest black.
Look, he's trying to Google somebody.
Name one who's more prominent than me. Go ahead.
Okay, Elika
Damn, not even Tariq
Dangote. He's the
Nasheed.
richest black man on this.
Please,
on the
don't
planet.
nobody know who he is.
Okay. Now, see, the guy switched the whole subject. The subject was nothing. There was nothing about the richest. Nothing. It was about more influential. Who's bigger than who? You know. And Tariq Nasheed named himself. Like, hey, man, which one of y'all Nigerians have a bigger name than me internationally, and you know, and got more influence? All that type of stuff. He just said him. He ain't say nobody else. Him, me. Like, damn, I'm more influential and notable than everybody in your country. That's crazy. The person they hate the most is more known, has more influence, and more notable than everybody in the country. He can't name one person.
Oh, you just named somebody that don't nobody know. Nobody knows.
Right.
He's the richest
Random.
black man.
That's what Kwame does. Revenue. They just
nobody knows him. Okay?
Google on the fly.
They don't need to know him. They don't need to know him. He's been carved in history, bro. The richest black man in history, and he's from my country, Nigeria.
Nobody knows him.
We don't know him, bro. That was the conversation. Was you guys are not influential? Nobody knows
white folks
who
or
are,
whatever.
or none of your contributions. We don't know your millionaires. We don't know your billionaires.
Nobody knows him.
They don't need to know him, brother.
Yeah, he's not really that influential.
So how are you influential?
Nobody knows him.
He's the richest black-skinned man on the
earth. It ain't about rich,
nobody knows him. And his influence, what part of Africa is he from?
Nigeria.
Right.
Then why is he not using all of that wealth to help the damn country? Why everybody up there living in?
Why are you speculating? He is.
No, you don't sit there and talk about you got the richest black man in the world in the poorest damn country, in one of the poorest countries in the world. How does that work? Your country is the face of poverty. And
No, it's not. No, it's not. Nigeria. Hold on. Nigeria is
Sudan.
Dude, Your country is part of the face of poverty. There's a reason why you're fleeing from there. How you gonna brag about the
Right.
richest black man from your country and y'all sitting up there
Right.
in shanty towns and no toilets and no electricity? How does that work, brother?
Bro, that
Child
we're
marriages.
overpopulated. I don't even want to make excuses, right? But the main
Yeah,
thing is,
if it's overpopulated, how come everybody ain't putting in work? If you got
Right.
all of those people, how come y'all just can't get 10 of them niggas to say, hey, let's build some public toilets so everybody ain't shitting in the streets?
The
That means
sewage
more
system.
people or
Something.
money. People equals money. That's what money is. Money is people. How come people can't put their
I see
tribal
you.
differences together and say, hey,
Peace,
all of us
IU.
millions of people, let's all get together and build something?
it's a work in progress.
Dude, how long is that work in progress going to be going on?
However long it takes.
Oh
But
shit.
All
we'll
right,
get there
then.
eventually.
2,000
We'll get
years.
there eventually.
A lot of foundational Black American business then. Y'all need to focus on getting that together because y'all stay in our business. When we're
Right.
demanding our reparations, y'all up there hating on the sidelines. You niggas are begging. Dude, you wipe
Hating on
your
the
ass with a
sidelines while
shea
you
butter
riding
leaf
mine.
in your homeland. What you worrying about us for? We not.
We ain't worried about you niggas.
You are worried.
No, we're
Up there in
not.
Britain. Up there, musty at the
Yes,
Gucci
you're
store
speaking
in
on our
Britain. Just
delineation.
musty as
You are
hell.
worried.
Up there at the Gucci store. At the Louis Vuitton store, musting up the store. All right? Get out of here. The hell out of here. I'm talking about the richest man and the country is in abject poverty. I'm not trying to diss y'all, but damn. You got, let me get
Yeah,
my
you gotta be
sister
realistic
Nikki in
though.
here. Nikki, the
All right.
goddess. What's up, Nikki? How are you, beloved?
All right, so family, there you go. The guy tried to debate the topic, okay? Who is more influential, Africans or FBAs? He said it ain't even close. He said Africans, hands down. We got a poll running. Let's see what our poll says, because he said Africa. Our poll says what? So we had 288 votes. Thank you, family, for pulling up. We should have 288 likes, all right? I'll look at it in a second. Okay, so 91% that FBAs are more influential than Africans. 8% of folks said Africa is more influential. I would love to get feedback on that one. Like, how do you come to that conclusion? Okay, that's just more Pan-Africanist romanticizing. Okay, all the kings and queens. All right. Let me see what else we got here. Okay, yeah. So we really ain't do as good as yesterday when likes. We did okay, but we had 288 votes. That's almost 300 people, and we only got 199 likes. Yeah, so I'm saying the likes is what get your lineage, more of the lineage in here. You see, like we rarely got tethers or trolls. Now you got a couple folks who called in questionable call-ins, trying to act like they, in my opinion, they was cosplaying as FBA, or yeah, they was cosplaying as FBA either way, right? Because most Pan-Africans doesn't claim FBA, all right, and we know tethers don't either. Most tethers don't. So either way, he's acting like FBA. He was cosplaying either way. Okay, he was either a tether or Pan-African, and he was trying to push Africa. Oh, let me talk. Let me land my plane. Yo, he was one of those guys who I hate. You know, I hate the people that's never finished. Let me finish. I'm not finished yet. He's one of those guys who's never finished, who need to be let finish. I'm like, yo, I'm just asking a yes or no question, man. And then he says African and black is interchangeable. He gives us the white man definition of black, and I'm like, okay, so why did he call them black? Then he said, oh, because they're dark skinned. So is that why we're called black? Oh yeah, because somebody in 1850 was called black. Yeah, but who called him black? The white man again, you see? So he called him black for probably the same reason, because he's dark skinned. Okay, so how about when we called ourselves black? How about we go there? Why did we call ourselves black? Was it because we're dark skinned? Or was it something else, which I said the black experience? And he tried to, I don't know what he said after that, but it was just a big mess after that. And right. But yeah, man. So I'm a end it now since it's early, so I can go live at 7 o'clock, 7:15, somewhere around there. I'm gonna invade that time slot because I want to finish up on this Pan-Africanist stuff. All right, so when I go live again, I'm just gonna finish up because we had the call-ins. The call-ins, when I have call-ins, the show normally never finishes. So I want to finish the Pan-African diaspora wars from a pan. So I wanted to finish talking about diaspora wars from a Pan-Africanist perspective. So I want to play that video entirely, and I want to address the tether that Tariq was debating that wouldn't say foundational. He let Trump say foundational before him, and he's supposed to be of the same family as us, a black immigrant, but he couldn't say the word foundational. Interesting. So here you are, family. This is the outro right here, and we out.